We got spam in the chat. Hey, Grace. How you doing? I know, they started early. I love leaving it up for a little bit just so we can all clown on them for a second. I am alive! I am alive! Oh shit, that's right. Let me change the title. I survived the tsunami. I'm gonna put it in quotes. Another one. Nice. Would you, my toy B.O.? Another one. DJ Khaled. Oh, really? Oh, that's fun. How fun. That's a bingo. Oh, I'm on one tonight, dude. What am I? This is why I don't have... I'm out of meds. So I'm like extra fucking... I'm either, right now, I'm either like sad and depressed or like fucking extra hyper. And right now I'm on extra hyper. Right, Meeks? Dopamine! Bring it to me! Drop all that dopamine all over my face! Let's go! All work out okay with the stuff, though? With the tsunami? Yeah, we were fine. Just the people in the boats had to evacuate. There were, like, little waves. The water level went up a little bit, but other than that, we were okay. As long as you stayed out of the water, you were fine. Right, baby? Were you scared? I know you were scared with that helicopter flying around. That helicopter was scary. So, for those of you who don't have me on like Insta or whatever, there was a helicopter flying around telling all the people in the boats on a big loudspeaker to evacuate. Did you tell me before the news told you? Yeah. You guys, so, Grace, when you called, I was actually talking to Casper. You guys both let me know before the news was telling me. Yeah, exactly. Man, it was crazy. There were so many people calling me to check in, to make sure I was okay. I really felt the love. Like, genuinely felt the love. It was fucking awesome. Yeah. Yeah. You guys always check in on me, and it's really sweet. Of course. Of course. And I survived. I survived. And everything's the same. Everything looks the same. It was not bad. Nika didn't even think there was anything going on. She was just chilling. All right, guys, hit me with some good memes. Let's start off with some good memes. Give me that sweet, sweet meme dopamine. We got a long debate ahead of us tonight. We're not going to start until after anything else finishes, but she was fine. She was chilling. You were a trooper, weren't you? You want to come say hi? You want to come say hi? Come here. Come here, you baby girl. Come and say hi to the people. Come and say hi to the people. Come on. Come on, babes. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Yeah, there you are. Hit her with the emotes. Hit her with the Mika emotes. You know, we made a little emote just for you. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Come here. Hi. Do you want to come here? Can you get on here? Come and sit with me for a little bit? Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. That's a girl. That's my babes. Take a seat. Take a seat. Sit down. You're so shaky. You're like, I don't like this. I don't like this right now. Oh, 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 oh. Is Ryan sending me memes? Tell him to send them to my Discord so I can share them with the class. Oh, yeah. She's like, let me smell those peanuts real quick. Let me get a sniff of those peanuts real quick, huh? Well, I want to share them with everybody. I want everybody to get a look at the memes, right? I'm going to eat you. Good girl. That's my good girl. Are you hating this right now? I feel like you're hating this right now. You're hating every second of this right now. This is very uncomfortable for you, huh? Okay. Come here, babes. Oh, Scarecrow! Scarecrow, look at the meme. Look at the emote, bud. Look at the emote. No, she was fine, but she jumped off real fast. Look at the emote! Yes! Super Mika! Let's go! The queen! That's you! You're the queen! Come here, get over here. Get over here. You want peanut? You have peanut. Come get a peanut. Hi. Hello. Ryan, send me the memes in Discord so I can show them off to everybody. Mikuch. Mikuch. Mikachu. What are you doing? What are you doing over there? Right? I knew you were going to love it, dude. I tried to... I tagged you in Tiny's chat to tell you, but I think you were busy yelling at Dan and you missed my message. What were you upset with Dan about? What was going on over there? I mean, you're not the only one. Dan gets a lot of hate. Sadly, the man can't get it up. It's unfortunate. We hope one day he will get it up. I just wish he would get off the Twitch BS. We all hate Dan Clancy. True. Dan has a boring life and he can't get it up. True. Poor guy. He's on a crusade, dude. He wants to tank that company, which is funny because doesn't he stream on Twitch? Oh, and we are finishing that debate once anything else is over for the night. We are watching that debate, sir. Yeah, or YouTube, maybe. One of the two, at least. It's like a dude who wants to stay hip with the kids, but he does such cringe ways to sink his company. Oh, Dan Clancy is so fucking cringe, dude. I mean, like, I get it. Yeah, Dan Saltman won't stop talking about Dan Clancy and Twitch, but, like, to be fair, Dan Clancy sucks. Nice. That sounds fun. Oh, who's that? Who's here?
My brother.
Hey! What's that?
Hey, how you been, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you? How are you, bud? I'm doing good.
I'm good, brother. I'm good, man. It's been a tough couple weeks, but we're good, man.
Hey, we're hanging in there, bro. Blue wave next year. It's coming. I can feel it.
I do believe you. Yes, sir.
Oh, Casper saying hi in chat. You distracted, good buddy?
I heard Benny Johnson is a Chad, and I almost just puked in my action. Like, no, I almost just lost my meal. You know what I mean?
Fucking Benny Johnson, dude. He's a creep. He's a creep. I am ready for that blue wave. Even if it's a toilet
So,
pop.
dude, from like a liberal standpoint, from a leftist standpoint, fucking A, bro. Like, I am really reconsidering every point that I've ever made against you.
You're echoing a little bit in the background, just FYI. Oh. I love it,
Yo,
man.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I love to hear it, brother. Tell me about what you've been reading.
I'm starting to realize certain things, man. Like, there are certain things that I've been pushing that really seem like some very socialist beliefs now. And this is what kills this is what kills a liberal environment, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm starting to realize, like, the overseeing. This is something that the right may never understand because they've already been overseen by fascistic views.
Mm-hmm.
But on the left side, there are certain things that I've been advocating for the last several months, and now I'm starting to realize that they are fucking actually communist or socialist views.
Yes!
And these are not cool views.
No.
These are not cool views.
There's a difference between what people like that say and like something, for example, like universal health care, right? Like, there's a big gap between those things. And, like, we can have, and we can, you know, if we are in favor of something like universal health care, we can explore those avenues and see what the best way to do that, like, that's fiscally responsible in order to do that without being a full on
without
fucking
destroying our own
yeah.
society, right?
Yeah, being an
That's
authoritarian
that's
tanky
what
who's
I'm
like, we
starting to
need to set
realize.
up fucking re-education camps. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane.
Of course, no,
It's
yeah,
insane.
that's
What up, Cosmic?
shit. I don't even know. Let me tell you, Jordan.
Go for it.
First and foremost, I don't even know what type of liberal I am at this point,
Sure.
right? Like I don't know.
But that's
I'm
good.
trying
You don't
to
want to fit into a box.
I feel modernist. I feel like close to centrist without being like a centrist liberal because some of those are very weird to talk to.
Sure.
I am very liberal in my beliefs, but I didn't understand how far left this can go, right? When I started for Destiny server, when I started talking to friends, I never understood how far this could go.
Yeah.
So like even just watching a Kyle Kalinske video and shit like that, like this is a different level of lefticism that I don't actually agree with. So now I'm
Yes.
starting I I do feel like a modernist leftist or a moderate leftist capitalist at this point because I
Yeah.
do believe in big business. I do.
Yeah.
As much as I hate corpo bullshit, as much as I hate the fucking capitalist system, there's no way to operate outside of this without extreme violence. And now I'm starting to realize that there's certain things that I used to believe in that now just don't make sense to me on a grand scale, right?
Hell yeah. Yeah.
I wish I would have known. I feel like Pisco right now because I didn't know the understanding of these beliefs
Yeah,
before I was
Pisco
talking
apparently
about
made a.
it.
Now, be careful, don't spoil too much for me because I haven't seen the whole debate, right? We're going to watch it later tonight. Yeah, I've seen Pisco sort of play his hand a lot. Pisco is sort of becoming a useful idiot for far lefties,
The,
and
and that's exactly what Destiny said. That's
hell
exactly what
yeah.
Connor said.
Hell yeah.
And to be honest, I don't want to fall into this line because there is a certain detriment. There is a certain destabil- a certain destimulation that comes from forming socialist or capitalist or not even capitalist, but I mean, fuck, capitalist is pretty much well resonated through the global sphere, right? Like if you're a
Everywhere.
capitalist,
It's
you know,
in there's I
right.
mean, like, even North fucking Korea has capitalist elements in its economy. I mean, obviously a lot of shit is controlled by the government, but like there are capitalist elements within North Korea.
Well, and being from like North America, I look at Norway and I'm like, Norway is killing it when it comes to crime, when it comes to like drug addiction and shit like that. Norway is killing it. But this is a socialist regime, right? This is something
No,
that is.
it's not even socialist. Like, this idea that the Scandinavian countries are like these hardcore, oh, they're super socialist. Look, they're mixed. They are mixed economies. They still run on a capitalist system, but they have strong
I
safety
don't
nets.
think that,
That's not
but
socialism.
but they didn't have to be violent to get to where they are, right? Like
No.
they didn't have to impose violence. They didn't have to actually attack the capital market to make sure that
Right.
they had social safety nets, right?
Right.
We're at a point in our country where there's no social safety nets. I'm looking at my kids going to school next year. We don't
Yep.
have free lunch. We don't have aid to get certain. I'm looking at what my kids need to go to school. They need
Yeah.
markers, crayons, pencils, pens. That shit is now becoming a very big issue to me
Mm-hmm.
because now it's like I'm gonna have to spend $1,000 for all three of my kids to go to school. That's $3,000 for a secular year. This is
Yep.
not fair to the parent or to the children that need these things to go and move on in a public school system,
Yep.
right?
Yep. We
I'm
need better services. Excuse me. We need excuse me. We need better services for our kids. We need to pay for school lunches. We need to do all of that stuff. And these things are relatively like inexpensive compared to some of the other programs that exist out there. So it shouldn't actually be that much of an issue for us to do. But it becomes a big
right,
political issue because
but
they
it
get
is.
painted as
Yeah,
like, oh, I'm paying for these lazy people's children. But like the really fucking stupid thing about this, the really fucking stupid thing about this is like the way our system is structured is you're going to have a wide range of incomes, right? There are going to be
right,
people who make less money. There are going to be people who make more
right,
money. And rather than
right.
acknowledging the fact that that's just how our society works and it's structured that way and adjusting for that, right? People are either going to take the position of no, there should be no inequality among anyone. We have to be radical in this direction,
Which is
or
socialist,
right,
which is
right,
communist, socialist,
or
communist
they
view,
say, oh, these
or
people didn't try hard enough. Fuck them. We don't care. Which is the which
what
is like the far
fascist,
right libertarian fascist point of view. Yeah,
authoritarian. Yeah, yeah,
which is fucking stupid.
exactly.
And then there's those of us sitting in the middle, like, okay, we recognize the realities of our capitalist system, and we feel like we have to adjust to make sure that people who are lower income, who do things that we need them to do in order for our society to function, are well taken care
Right.
of. We're sitting in the middle, going, the fuck is wrong with
What the
everybody?
fuck is this doing for us? What
Yeah,
is this doing for us? You're just fucking us at every
yeah.
point. Yeah, yeah. I mean, as a single dad of 3 kids, I'm very much so like succumb to the socialist view, but I will not conform to that because there's so many things that come with the socialist view. I'm starting to realize that like I am a liberal. I'm not a leftist. I'm not
Right.
a far left socialist. I don't agree with certain things that are being implemented on certain left wing platforms
Here's the thing:
as far as
the
Hassan.
American dream, at its heart, at its core, is a liberal ideal. The idea
Right,
that you can live in this country, work a job, and provide for a comfortable, livable situation for you and your family is like a central part of what it means to be a liberal and to believe in liberalism.
right,
And so that's what we have to
right,
strive for.
right. And
Ryan
at the
is
same point,
Ryan is
it's
just
like this.
laughing. Ryan is cracking me up in chat right now. He's just hitting the memes hard today.
It's like this. I've talked to you about my cost of living, right?
Yeah.
Like my
Mm-hmm.
cost of living is fucking obscure. It's fucking weird. I spend $1,800 a month on a 5-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms, both with showers, baths. You know, I spend $1,800 a month on a 5-bedroom.
$1,800 on a
How in the
five
fuck?
bedroom. Do you know how
How in the fuck?
insane that is if you were to plop that in California?
If you give that in California, that's fucking $3,500 a month for
Bro,
your
that's
house,
not
four
$3,500
thousand
a month.
dollars a month.
My apartment, which is rent stabilized, with 2 bedrooms, right, in a really nice area, that's $3,500 a month.
Right, right. We're starting to see social divides, not even social divides, just home economic divides, certain divides based on how can I live and how can you live. Me, if I was to give my monthly income on your income, like let's say I earned as much as you earned every month, I would be able to pay for my house. I'd be able to pay for my food. I would be able to pay for my water, my gas, my utilities. I would be able to pay for all of that under what it costs for you to just spend on a house.
On a house, yeah.
On a house.
And have some
This
left
is
over,
absurd.
probably.
This is taxation without representation. This is what it is. Because you live on the West Coast, because you live in California,
I
you are
mean,
spending
to be
as
fair,
much on rent
just
as
to be
I am
fair,
spending
to be fair,
to be
um,
hall.
there is a premium that we pay here, right? Because I live in a beautiful area. So you do pay more when that is the case, right? I live in a
Right.
beautiful, safe, crime-free, very nice
Well,
area.
if you were in my situation, if I was you and I lived in LA and I am under my personal constrictions, I have 3 sons that live under me. Nobody else pays for my kids.
Right.
I pay for my kids. If I am providing a home and a life for my 3 kids, I would pay 5 times more in my monthly expense than I would right here in Indiana. Right now, I pay 1,800 bucks a month to have a 5-bedroom house. 1,800 bucks a month for a 5-bedroom house.
That's
I
crazy,
still
man.
have
From
leftover residuals to
from
buy
my
food.
perspective, that is like dirt cheap.
Dirt fucking cheap.
Yeah.
Dirt fucking cheap. I still have enough left over to buy food, to buy my own conformities, to make sure that I have enough to make sure that my kids are living. I will give them school supplies, shit like that.
Take
But
care of
at
the
the same
pup.
time, I also have enough to drink and do these other things.
Yeah.
This shit does not exist in LA.
Yeah. No. Well,
If
I mean, it depends. Depends on where you live. There are cheaper places here in
you,
LA. There's this
if
idea
you
that no
had
matter where you are in Los Angeles, it's like restrictively expensive, but that's not necessarily true. There are
if you had
places
three
around
preteen
LA,
boys,
in LA, that are cheaper, that are more affordable. But we
I
need
do have to
more.
ask, if you have 3 preteen boys that are going into junior high school, you have 3 preteen boys that are going into junior high school, you're paying for food, you're paying for necessities as far as gas, electric, and food, as well as your rent. Dude, you're looking at fucking 5 grand a month. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. If you have a small house, you're looking at 5 grand a month to take care of 3 kids the way that I am doing right
Right.
now.
Right.
Right.
Right. And
So we do have,
that's about, just to be clear, I've been in this apartment since like 2012.
right.
The, and it's rent stabilized. So it's 3,500 rent stabilized. If you were to move into like an equivalent apartment now in my building, that's going to be like 5K a month.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And how many people can really afford that? Now, I get it that in your
Nobody.
area, there are
Not a lot of people.
higher wage jobs. No, higher wage jobs. And that's what we should have been pushing for, which is what the Democrats have been pushing for the
Well,
last, what, 10
there's
years?
you
Is
can push
higher
for
wage job.
there's two ways to deal with this. You can either push for higher wage jobs, which is one solution, or you can do what Gavin Newsom just did, and you can slash regulations regarding building housing,
The,
which means
the
if there's
cost of
more,
housing.
yeah,
Yeah.
if there's more housing being built, that's naturally going to lower the demand and it's going to bring rent prices down.
Which I agree with as well.
Right.
But as well, like increasing higher wage jobs is a big thing. The problem is that there's no way to do it on a flat spectrum that actually incentivizes the rest of the world to do this, right?
Right.
So in California, let's say California decides they're going to make a $30 minimum wage, which is actually bare minimum in California,
Well, it
right?
depends on where you are, actually, in California.
But a $30 minimum wage in California is pretty susceptible. I
I
think that's
mean,
not
it
outrageous.
really does depend on where you are. So, like, I think for like where Casper lives, that might not be sustainable. I don't know Casper. Maybe
Now
for somewhere like
she's North
LA or
Cal,
San
right?
Francisco, yeah. But if you're talking about
She's
the
like
big
North
cities,
Cal.
If you're talking about the big cities, that might be workable. But if you're in like some of the cheaper areas of California, that's not really going to be a sustainable minimum wage.
Well, and that's fucking tough from a place of the Midwest, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
in the Midwest. I'm out here in Chicagoland where $30 an hour can give you a good house, a good wage, different thing. $30 an hour in LA, right? Here, if you make $30 an hour, you will own your place. You will
Yeah.
have your own land. But I feel like $30 minimum wage actually not too hard to achieve because in so many places in the world, $30 is the bare minimum where you can actually sustain life, right?
Uh, the U.S. is definitely people in the U.S. make more money than basically any other country in the world. That is the case. So the U.S. has like the highest per capita income, if we're not counting like the tiny little super rich countries in the world.
Now let me ask you, I'm getting very far away from socialist and
Sure,
like
sure, 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 sure.
communist view. So for you
Mm.
as a moderate liberal
Mm-hmm.
who understands the cost of living per capita towards the cost of land or per capita towards the cost of actually living, what would you think would be a solution to even outside like LA? You live just outside of LA. This is a very costly environment.
Mm.
What do you think the answer would be for people in the country who are living bare minimum, probably like 12, $15 an hour,
Yeah. So I've
which
I've
is very,
argued my
very
position on
average.
this before, and there are people in chat who disagree with me on this, but as of right now, I still think this is from my perspective the best way to go. Um, Generally, the people who disagree with me in chat think there should be no minimum wage. So that's their position, just to be clear. But my
Well, that's
position,
fucking absurd.
well, there are some arguments for it. I disagree with the outcome, but there are some arguments for it that they can make, and that's a discussion we could have at another time. But my
Would
position
you?
is that
Yeah.
hang on. My position is that like um, and there's some vagaries here, right? So stick with me. But we would need to have economists, people who are experts in this, divide the country up into sort of income areas, right? Like specific income areas where the
Exactly. I agree.
minimum wage is variable based on certain factors.
Sufficient to the price of demand where
Right.
you're
So
paying your cost.
for
Right.
example, in
Okay.
one like wage area, it might be higher because the cost of gas in that area is higher, because the cost of food in that area is higher, because the cost of housing in that area is higher, right? And so they would have to
Right.
develop some sort of algorithm that would be used for each of these established areas in order to determine the minimum wage. And then maybe like once every 10 years, they redraw those income districts, right? As like part
Right.
of the census, for example. So
Right.
that's what I would envision to be the best way, and that way you can have a
No,
minimum
I
wage.
really like that.
Yeah, you have a
I like
minimum
that.
wage that works for a place like Los Angeles, while also not having that same minimum wage in a place like bumfuck Alabama, which would put all small businesses in that area out of business, right? That
And
would
to
be my
my
thought.
understanding, And to my understanding, that would be the grand equalizer between capitalism and socialism, right?
I mean,
So you
I wouldn't
find
even consider that
you find a
socialism.
middle ground.
I would just consider that I would just consider that to be like a smart way to approach the idea of a minimum wage, where the big issue everybody looks at with a minimum wage is, if you set it too high, you price a bunch of people, you price a bunch of areas out of being able to sustain small businesses. If you price it too
Right.
low, you price a bunch of areas out of people being able to live,
To begin to poverty,
affordably. Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this makes more sense to me than a capitalist market or a socialist market. And I feel like you're based in the middle. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, tell me if I'm wrong,
Sure.
but I do feel like you are a capitalist a capitalist.
Oh,
I feel
definitely.
like you do believe in private business. I do
Oh yeah.
believe that you feel like in the growth of private business, but you have this understanding that it will benefit all rather than to benefit the few.
Well, because the
And that's
idea of capitalism is to create a system that makes the best opportunity for everyone's ability, right? And so that's what we want to push for. We want to make it so that everybody
everybody
can
wins.
win as close to it as we can. You can't, it's going to
Right.
be really difficult to fully eliminate poverty, right? At least at this point.
Right.
It's just going to be a really difficult thing for us to do. But there are certain adjustments that we can make that can get us closer to that, right? As we work on it. And
Right.
that's my approach to everything, right? What's going to be the best policy for us to make it better for the people on the lower end of things to live comfortably and have like a fulfilling and productive life while not fucking over the people who are giving those jobs so that they can live that appropriate life. That's my approach. To up the jokes and dopamine hits for an unmedicated Jordan for a few days. Yep. Yes, we do. Although this conversation is good conversation. It's keep me going. It's got me bumping. Bumping.
Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yeah, but I'm echoing.
Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yeah, but I'm echoing.
Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yeah, but I'm echoing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I'm echoing. Oh, is that me?
What
That
about
might
now?
be. No, that's not me. That is you. Yeah, we're good. I think we're good.
Is that better?
That is
Does
better.
that help? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, my bad.
Wait, where is it? Can I get? Do they have this on
Hello?
the soundboard? Hey, can you hear me?
What the fuck?
Oh. Please tell me this is the remix of Know What I'm Saying.
Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There we go. There we
So
go. Now I
good.
hear
Know what I'm saying?
Know
you.
what I'm saying?
So, and I
Know what I'm
think that that's the
saying?
big point. That's the big point that nobody else is willing to agree with right now, especially on the left.
I
There
think
are
most
so
regular people are willing to agree with that, but most regular
I believe
people
you.
aren't the
I
ones who are like smashing on their keyboards every day, screaming at each other all over the internet, so
right,
that everybody
right.
sees it. So the news people go online and they see it and they go, oh, this is what we need to be reflecting because these are the views that are propagating online the most. When in reality, most Americans are going to be somewhere in the middle. And that's pretty clear by the
Right.
fact that the largest voting group in the United States by a good margin is not Democrats, is not Republicans, it's independents.
Depends, right. Yeah. Well, and it is the center. It is the mid voter. I would say that now I'm being succumbed to certain beliefs that I'm seeing, and I do see certain tankies, bro. I do see that a couple of my family members are actually starting to look like tankies, and I'm
Yeah,
like, nah,
scary.
I can't really agree with you. When that was my whole position, the base that I voted for back in 2024 was for women's rights, Roe v. Wade. It was for birthright citizenship, my kids who are
Yep,
Puerto Rican.
yep.
I'm looking at these issues. And then when I'm seeing people that I aligned with back at that time, some of them are tankies now. They
Yeah.
are fucking communists. And
Casper,
I'm like,
you are not a tanky. Stop this.
Casper is not. I don't feel like Casper is a tank. He's
She's a fucking cool ass chick.
You don't have
I
tanky
don't
takes.
believe
We call
she's
them
a
tanky takes because we're giving you a hard time, but you are not a tanky.
I wasn't even understanding of what a tanky was back when I voted last year, right? Like I didn't know. I will be the first to say that I'm naive. I said this about the Gaza conflict. I said this about Russia and their history. Like I'm very naive to some of this. I'm just now coming in to political rhetoric,
Brother,
right?
what I
I'm
always say
trying to
is
read and learn.
I literally always say you don't know something until you know it. I'm never going to judge anybody for not
It's
knowing
true.
a thing, you know?
Well, I feel so bad too because I came into certain conversations and I was very naive to certain rhetoric conversations that we talked about. Dude, honestly, I sounded like a tanky earlier on this year, and I did not even mean to sound like that. Like if I would have known what this was, what the rhetoric was between socialist views, communist views, like if I would have known the significance between the two, I may not have held the same points that I had
Well,
in some of these conversations that
here's a
we
really
had.
important thing I think that we need to remember, right? Having social views isn't necessarily in and of itself a bad thing. That it becomes
But
a
it's
problem.
dangerous. But it's
Well,
dangerous.
let me explain. It becomes a problem when, as somebody who holds some socialist views and who apparently identifies more with the left side of the political spectrum, you then start campaigning against that side of the spectrum, right? Because they're not passing your purity tests, thereby shooting your own positions in the foot. Because if you want to get to those views, if you want to push for those policies, the party that's going to be the closer one to them is going to be the Democrat Party. And if you're doing things that are actively working to get Republicans elected, especially Republicans like Trump and MAGA, well, you're setting yourself backwards. And in a lot of ways are doing it just to spite the Democrats because they're not passing the purity test. That's when it becomes dangerous.
Well, here's my thing. I was very naive coming into this election. I didn't have a very well-backed background of certain ideologies. I'm starting to push my focus towards ideology and realizing where I fit into society, right?
Well, here's going
This
to be
is
the
something
most...
that some people get when they are very young. This is something that people get when they get to middle age. I'm starting to realize where I fit into society based off of my ideology. And I feel like it's a very fair ideology.
Yeah.
When I start to look at socialist, communist views, or when I start to look at fascistic or authoritarian,
it's fucking
right-wing
crazy.
views,
Fucking crazy.
I feel very out of place. I don't know where
they go against like the very basis of what it means to be American. The things that are outlined in our Constitution. It's
love to
bordering
be
on
left,
treasonous as far
I'm
as
not
I'm
a
concerned.
leftist. I can't be a leftist.
And here's the thing.
I can be a liberal.
Here's what's going to be important. As you sort of settle into your, ideology, you understand kind of where you stand, what you want to look at, then you need to shift into policy, studying and understanding policy, right? How do these things work? How do these dynamics interact in a way that is beneficial for you, that is beneficial for the country as a whole? And as you start to understand those policies and their effects, not just at a wide-reaching level, which is where you're going to start, but at a granular level, then you're going to not only be able to understand better what your own position is, but you're going to be able to debate effectively against positions that go against what you think is best for America, what it stands for, and what it should stand for.
Well, and I do feel like my moral compass, just based on
Casper,
morals,
there are definitely self-stirring pots. Sorry, go ahead.
I've grown up morally believing that good is overpowering the evil. So as I grow up and I see certain ideologies, I see evil in certain ideologies, right? Like, I'm not going to say that Hassan is fascistically evil based on his ideology of fucking, re-education camps. But at the same time, he's fucking evil for saying that, right? So I'm trying to like gauge my perception of where I want to align in my own party. I know that I'm a Democrat. I know that I'm a liberal, but it's so hard in the liberal community to find out where not only can you fit in, but also where can you be the best beneficial? Where can you be the person that is actually a accomplice, a friend of the community? I can't be a friend of the community when I look at Kyle Kalinske, Hassan Piker. I can't be a friend of that community because it wages evil on certain things. I'm trying to find my way to like gray Jedi, Jedi my way through some of this and realize where, listen, I understand that violence is necessary in certain situations, but it's not an overthrow of the government. Like, there are very specific violent protests that convey what we believe without having to be a full-on war with certain demographics, right?
100%. Real quick, Daniel, that link you sent me is fucking AIDS. How? That's like 3 paragraphs worth of link. Sorry, I just had to. But I sent it. I sent it to Casper anyway, so thank you.
I mean, now I'm growing up.
You got auto-modded, Ryan. What did you even do? Is that a slur? How is that a slur? I don't know. Maybe I just am not up to date on the slurs nowadays.
I mean, now I'm older. Now I'm starting to gain relationships with people that matter to me, right? Jordan, I know me and you've had our disagreements and shit like that.
Sure.
That's fine. I'm starting to learn past some of this, and I am starting to realize that I was wrong in certain arguments and shit like that. But you are like the first great friend of mine that I've had from a Jewish background.
Hell
so
yeah.
I'm starting to realize that certain
Mazel tov.
things, Mazel tov, brother. L'chaim.
L'chaim indeed, sir. L'chaim indeed.
L'chaim, brother. I mean, like, I'm starting to realize that there are certain things that are just not polarized.
Oh.
It's not like a Jewish or a Muslim thing. It's not like a Jewish or a Christian thing.
It's complex.
Like,
there are complexities.
I have friends now that are Jewish. Daniel Liddick.
Yeah.
I have friends that are Jewish.
Yes, Scott.
I have friends, and I agree with you. Ultimately, I do agree with you. I feel a certain way about pain and disparity in certain areas. But fuck, dude, at this point in time, I'm like, hey, bro, I'm an American. We live in America. And this is a part that I fucked up talking to you about before.
Sure.
I was like, we shouldn't think about foreign policy right now because our president has no idea how to fucking convey foreign policy.
You are not the only person with that point of view. Casper actually very much shares that point of view with you. I think for me,
we should always consider it. We should always consider it, right?
Casper, that he doesn't trust the current president to be doing anything with foreign policy, period.
He'll do nothing good for it.
Yeah. So here's my thing. We, as somebody who grew up, in the State Department, right? I tend to have a very different view of diplomacy than I think a lot of most people who don't have that sort of view that I have. And one of the things that I know is that there is an extent of direct influence that the president has on foreign policy, but there's also a level of non-direct influence that the president has in foreign policy. And if you take a look at something like the State Department, even after the firings that just happened, there are still thousands of people who work there doing different jobs, doing different things, who have been there for quite a long time, right? For many years. And to sort of paint everything that we do foreign policy wise is like a direct edict from the president just isn't really true. And so I think what we have to do is we have to recognize that, yeah, there are going to be some foreign policy decisions that are directly from the president that we disagree with. But we also should be able to trust the people who have been working in the State Department outside of Trump's administration, right? Who worked for Biden's administration,
Right.
who worked for his
Right.
first administration, who worked for Obama, who worked for Bush, who worked for Clinton, and so on. And these people know what the fuck they are doing. And so, yeah, it's scary to see
And-
Trump at the head of it all, but there's a lot of people who work there that don't agree with Trump, that are still working without any direct influence from him or other people because their jobs are not like big politically important issues right now. And so we
Right.
want to allow those people to keep doing their jobs because that soft power is highly beneficial to the United States and its power overseas.
Now, I will say, for my own opinion, I feel like Trump is the absolute worst on foreign policy
He's
that
pretty
we've
bad.
ever seen.
He's pretty fucking bad.
That we've ever seen in this country. I feel like he's only swaying Israel into a war that they're more than accustomed to. Like, they're not.
Are you talking about Iran?
No, I'm talking about Israel. Israel is ready to go to war with these countries. Trump is like kind of force feeding them into this war.
If I were honest with you, I would say it's more like Netanyahu, who is very interested in those wars. He has reasons for that. There are also certain situations right now that have never been around when it comes to the Middle East.
Do you
and
think that
Israel
he
is
would
being
be forced
opportunist.
into it? Do you think that he would be forced into it the way that he's forced into it right now under a Donald Trump and Jared Kushner regime?
If I'm going to
Like,
be
I
honest
feel
with
like
you,
it
I
may be
think-
premature.
I think
in my opinion.
Netanyahu is the one who forced the United States' hand on bombing Iran.
Well, then that sounds bad from a American perspective, right?
It can sound bad from American perspective, and I recognize that. Now, I personally agree with, and you know this, I personally agree with hitting the nuclear sites in Iran. However, I can understand how Americans could look at that and feel like that's a bad thing, and I get that. That being said, many countries in the region were all too happy to see that happen. Like
But
Saudi
yeah,
Arabia,
true.
Jordan,
True.
right? All these other countries. They were all too happy.
Egypt, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
they were all too happy to see that happen. And now, by the way, many of those countries have now signed a declaration insisting on moving forward for a two-state solution.
But do you feel like that was influenced mostly by Netanyahu or Trump's attack on Iran?
I
And
think
do you
it
feel like
was personally. I
Iranian
think it
attack
was
was
mostly influenced
effective?
by the situation that's happened. Hey, yeah. I think right now it's mostly influenced by the situation and how it's presented itself. Iran is weakened. Hamas is weakened. Oh, and in part of that declaration,
True.
they're also demanding that Hamas disarm and disband in Gaza.
True. And I agree with all those points. This is
Yeah.
why this is such a hard time for leftists in America, because we have such a wide presence of socialists at this point that are very seriously condemning Israel, which whatever. I see the narrative to condemn Israel, but I also don't see.
Casper, what do you mean? Was anyone alive or adult when George W. was in office? I was alive, and my parents worked at the State Department when George W. was in office.
Also, Casper, that's totally irrelevant. We've been waging on in the last 30, 40 years since the Gulf War, since the first Gulf War. So we're seeing this chain reaction. I do believe that Israel by itself is strong enough. I do believe. And this is my biggest thing. This has been my biggest, like, attribution to the claim that Gaza can't be won without America. I don't believe that.
He was a neocon, so they were very hawkish. They were ready to go to war as necessary, with, to project strength through force around the world.
And let me ask you, Jordan, do you feel like the Mossad, do you feel like the Iranian IDF is not capable of fucking
The
securing the
IRGC.
area? Because I do believe that they are capable of securing the area. They are one of the
I
most
think
highly.
everything in every sense beyond specifically that one bombing, yes. And I think we've talked about this, right? That one bombing, they needed the United
Right.
States simply because they didn't have
The B-2
plane.
bombers.
Exactly.
The B-2
So that was
bombers,
the
yeah.
only thing that they needed us for. Other than that, they haven't even asked for our intervention. So
Well, and I think that you would agree. I think that you would agree that at that time, I said this may be the one good thing that Trump has to gain
right,
from this conflict. I
right.
said this is the one thing that Trump can do right. I don't think that he has done it right. I don't think that
Well,
he
that's
has.
still
He has
yet
no.
to be seen, actually. But
Well, but here's my thing. I told you that I was not looking towards foreign diplomacy. I wasn't looking towards
well, it's not
foreign
really
policy.
diplomacy at this point, if we're being
Yeah, I
honest.
wasn't looking towards I wasn't looking towards foreign policy because Trump is terrible when it comes to foreign
He's
policy.
not good.
He's terrible.
He is not good.
I did give him the concession. This was the one thing that I may say that he did right,
Yeah.
but I don't think that he did it right. He bombed Iran for one day. He backed off, and now he's fucking sitting on his tail like a soy boy. Like he's just fucked on all this
Well,
now.
again, it depends. We still don't really understand the full extent of the damage done to the facilities. We don't know
Do you think,
how successful it was at this point.
in your academic appear, like if you in your position, do you think that this was a success by the United States?
I believe it was an at least partial success. I'm not ready to say that it was a full success. No.
I am still underwhelmed. I have to be honest with you. He could have solved an issue very quickly. He could
Well,
have.
I think one of the
And I
most
gave him
important
that
things.
concession in the beginning.
Can
I
I
said,
just say this? Let me make this point.
yes, sir.
I think one
Yes,
of
sir.
the big indicators of the measure of success is Iran's actions since then. And their actions since then have been very, very light, very backing
Passive.
off, very passive.
Passive, yeah.
And I think they understand that they've been backed into a corner. Hamas is pretty decimated. Hezbollah is decimated. They're going after the Houthis now. So I think in that sense, there has been a measure of success. Do I attribute that to Trump? Largely, no. I attribute that mostly to Israel. But that bombing strike on those nuclear sites was a big factor. However, Israel orchestrated all of this. All they did was ask the United States to run that bombing strike, and Trump eventually did. And again, there's still a measure that we don't know, but it does appear that they at least largely, in a very effective sense, destroyed much of the facilities contained within those sites. At least that appears to be the case based on public intelligence.
I think it's very ironic that Trump has since moved completely outside. And this is the flood the zone. This is why I'm focused more on domestic policy than foreign policy at this point.
Mhm.
And this was an issue that we talked about before, because I was like, I'm not really concerned about foreign policy. And that's concerning, right? As a liberal, as a person that's in your coalition, that can be concerning, that I'm not as focused
Not
on foreign.
necessarily. I think if you're not focused on foreign policy, as long as your position isn't like, we should do no foreign policy at all. Fuck that. We
Oh,
need to
no.
stop all that. I don't think it's that concerning, right? Because if you're just like, I don't really know enough, I'm not that clued into it, so I'm not going to make my own opinions on it. That's totally fine.
Well, and also I believe that our president, the commander in chief, is not is not savvy in foreign policy. I
Which
really
is
don't
fair.
believe.
Which is very fair.
I don't believe that he's achieved anything foreign when it comes to a global foreign agenda. I don't believe that he's ever achieved a fucking thing. So it's okay that he bombed.
I mean, he's had a couple.
It's not okay that he
little
bombed Iran.
Little things here and there. But again,
I'm
I mean,
not
like you're looking at the Iran thing as if it was Trump's idea. It was not Trump's idea. This was Netanyahu and Israel's idea, and they said, "Look,
Well,
Trump, the only thing we need you to do is this." And these plans have been in place for years and years and years, since before Trump, right? These plans that were carried out were not Trump's idea. These were not his plans. These eventualities had been mapped out before he was there pushing the button to say, go ahead and do it.
Well, in that case, I feel like we have a further, even more so incompetent president that is just an acting.
Well, that's actually very. So hang on, that's a very normal state of operation, right? Because we do need to have levels of continuity between our administrations. You can't just restart all of your plans and forget all of the past every time you change administrations.
Right. But from a domestic standpoint, hold on. My bad. Sorry.
No worries.
From a domestic standpoint, this is showing how incompetent American virtues and values are when it comes to the Middle East, when it comes to Gaza. Like,
how so?
This is giving ammunition towards the socialists, towards
let's be real here.
That are saying that we have.
If we're talking about the leftists,
they're saying now that we have helped Netanyahu wage a genocide. I don't want to believe this. I want to think about it from the other end of
hang on. That's an entirely different position. They were saying the same thing about Biden, right?
Well, I don't know if they were. I mean, maybe
they absolutely were saying the same thing about Biden.
Maybe October 7th.
No. They were. Trust me, brother. They were absolutely saying the same thing about Biden, and they were saying the same thing about Kamala if she were president. So, like, there were people like in my Discord, right, who had said at one point, like, and I know Daniel can back me up on this. There was someone in my Discord who was saying,
as long as you're aligned with Israel, you're a fucking
you're a genocider. They would say Kamala would be just as bad as Trump, right? I guarantee you, Kamala would not have allowed the restrictions of aid that have gone on in Israel. I can guarantee you that.
True. Now, and let me ask you as well. As a brother in all this, I'm not a socialist. I am trying so hard to just fight against socialism because I feel like socialism is an outlet towards communism. But as a brother on the liberal end of America,
sure.
Do you feel like this has fueled a bigger fire within our own ranks to give platform to people like Hassan, to give platform to people that are actively supporting Houthis? Do you think that this is just another way for us to fuel this fire that's going on in Gaza?
When you say this, like, what do you mean specifically?
This conflict that's going on in the Middle East.
Are you saying has the situation with the conflict?
The bombings of Iran. Do you feel like the bombings of Iran have given a platform to certain people who are anti-Semitic? Let's just say anti-Semitic, because I do believe that this is a real thing.
No,
I don't give a fuck about I really don't give a fuck about the term of Zionist.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck about the term of culture of Judaism. I don't care.
I do not believe that the bombing of Iran was what did that. I believe that October 7th, this war in general did that. These people were going to take this position regardless of how it rolled out. If you recall, on October 7th, you had people like Frogan, while the attack was still going on, tweeting things that were unhinged. So, for example, let me
True,
pull
and
up the tweet.
Frogan's crazy to talk about, but yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah. So let me pull up the tweet just to mention.
I would say more on topic than anything. I would talk about this last smear campaign of Israel, where it comes down to the starvation of Palestinian immigrants, because now it's definitely like there's a microscope on Israel where they're like, you are starving.
Yeah. Well, let's be very
Do you
clear.
think the bombing?
Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. The
Yeah.
aid issue in Palestine is untenable. It is gross.
Pretty atrocious.
I am not okay with it.
Yeah.
I think it's very bad.
Do we think that that's a Houthi?
Or
And
Hamas.
it wouldn't shock me that this is a Hamas rhetoric, right? Because they do like to see their civilians impoverished, their civilians get killed to fuel their sympathy, right? Let's be honest. When we look at
we know that. But
Hamas,
even though that's the case, here's the problem. Even though that's the case, there still has to be some lines that we draw, right? I think at some point you have to say, okay, yes, obviously we know Hamas does this. We know they want these kinds of situations in order to gain views for their cause. But at the same time, like, there are certain lines where it's like, okay, but beyond this point, though, like, you're fucking yourself. Like, there's not much. If you're starving the citizenry, like, it's not a good look. It's not helpful.
And from the other side of the spectrum, as a Jewish person, I would ask you, what benefit do you gain, or what benefit does Israel gain from starving out the other side?
So the idea.
So this is a big thing.
So
right?
the idea. Let me explain to you the
Do you feel like
strategy
Israel
here.
Do you feel like Israel is purposefully starving the Palestinian refugees?
No.
Exactly.
I do not feel
And this
that
is where I
purposefully
try to
starving.
bridge the gap.
No.
This is where I try to bridge the gap. This is where I start to see from Houthi and Hezbollah next to Israel, because Israel has been giving the common folk of Palestine or the West Bank a sense of comfort, whether it's food, whether it's shelter. I feel like Israel has done its part to provide MREs, to provide certain food outlets for the past 2 years, right?
Yeah. I mean, pretty much, yeah. They're not helping themselves. Their goal is definitely not to starve out the population. Their goal is to starve out Hamas, which, by the way, is permissible under international law.
Which is fine. As far as I'm concerned, that's fucking fine.
However,
if you're waging war against the country,
the way they are doing it is unfortunately leading to civilian starvation deaths, and that's not going to help them.
But this is how, and this is where us leftists here in America have to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Because there is a ton of leftists, there's a ton of liberals, there's a ton of people in this country right now that believe Israel is starving these people.
Is committing
a
genocide, essentially.
I don't think that that's the case. I really don't think. I don't think that Israel, for all their intelligence and as rich of a country as they are, as smart of a country as they are, as Western oriented as they are, I don't believe this country is just going to mass starve hundreds of thousands of people into death. I don't believe it.
They don't want to do that. The problem is Israel is one of, if not the worst country in the world at PR. They are so fucking bad at it. They do not know how to communicate with the rest of the world. They are really not doing themselves any favors. Now, it is bad that there are people starving, right? Like there needs to be something done to properly distribute aid. There really needs to be work done there. I don't know exactly how you're supposed to do that, but they need to show the rest of the world that they are trying hard to make sure that aid gets to the people while still keeping it away from Hamas. I don't know how you're going to do that, right? I don't have an answer for that. But right now, every day now we're seeing allies of Israel come out and make political statements that are publicly not good to them, even though they're still supplying them with weapons, but publicly sort of against their war goals. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes forward. So jailing military leaders who openly promote war crimes, like bare minimum. Yeah, like that one fucking commander dude. I don't remember his name, but the one that Loner Box always talks about. That guy should have been fucking shit canned a long fucking time ago.
Well, and I mean, also as like a Western, central moderate liberal, I have a very hard time with what's going on in Israel right now.
Sure.
I do.
Sure.
As much as I disagree with BB, I don't hate him for what he's doing, but at the same time, there are so many
things he thinks is right for his country. You can't really hate a guy for that.
Yeah, I can't hate him for that. I'm still very much concerned about the optics of the rest of the people that are around me who think that he is waging a post 1945 Nazi genocide on the Middle East.
Everything is also sensationalized in today's media. At the end of the day, what's going to happen is this war will eventually conclude one way or another, and in 10 years, the only people who are still going to be paying attention to it are probably like Palestinians and people who are there. And that's probably what Israel's point of view on this is. And they're saying, fuck the world. The world hasn't helped us very much at all. Now, is that good? Probably not, right? I want to see a lot of aid go to Palestinian people. And I also don't want to see a lot of aid go to
the actual people in the region, not the terrorists, not the fucking radicals, but the people, the women, the children that deserve to have a way of life. And right now, here's my biggest thing. I can't get away from the Hezbollah or Hamas practice of exercising civilian punishment to base sympathy off their own religious beliefs, right?
Yeah.
So you will hold a 7-year-old kid in front of you and watch a bomb, or you will go.
So you highlight a really important point here. It is very difficult to find the line to walk that both appeases the West, the Western liberals and leftists who are crying genocide, as well as actually deals with a group of terrorists who not only don't care if their civilians die, actively believe that the deaths of their civilians help their cause. It is difficult.
Right.
So difficult.
Right.
To contend with that situation.
Well, and as a human, as a man who is a humanitarian, I believe you are a humanitarian. I believe that you see the best for all people that are around you, which is why you're such a good friend. Yeah. But I do believe as a humanitarian, when you look at somebody who's just born in Palestine, or when you look at a child who's born to this world, there is a sympathy where you're realizing that, like, the the OGs or whatever, the unks or whatever the fuck you want to call them, these certain people of these groups are using their children, they're using their women to support their war, and they use them as fucking scapegoats or fucking fall guys, right?
They use them as cannon fodder. They use them as human shields. but they
this is
used them
this is where I will never align. This is where I separate myself from socialist views. And as I spend most of my time looking at diplomatic diplomatic diverse policies within the United States. Like I told you, I'm not really concerned about foreign policy outside of the United States right now because we have Donald Trump as a president. There's no reason why I should trust that Donald Trump is going to be good for foreign policy. This is fucking
Look,
absurd.
when
I
it
would
comes
never
to
do that.
Israel, Donald Trump is just kind of letting Israel do what it wants. He's not really making any active decisions for the most part. So,
Exactly. I'm not,
so
but he never does. He never
I don't
does.
really
As
focus on
a
him.
domestic American, I don't hold any of this against Donald Trump, but at the same time, I don't appreciate him for bombing Iran. Like you're just a fucking pawn in the game, dude.
Which is
You have
fine.
no.
Like, I don't care. I honestly, I see the U.S. intervention in Iran as part of Israel's war plan. They couldn't do it. They asked for our help. We did it, and then we didn't do anything else. And I think that was perfect. That's exactly what we should have done.
I hope as a liberal you understand my point on this. Like I took a hard stance against foreign policy as soon as Donald Trump became president because he's an absolute and iconic failure when it
Here's
comes
the
to
issue,
foreign
though.
policy.
Here's the issue.
He is
When it
a failure.
when it comes to the nuclear intervention in Iran, it was a situation of now or never. There wasn't an opportunity for us to wait around for another president. It had to be done then.
Let me ask you, do you think Donald Trump was iconic in the foreign policy sense of preventing Iran from materializing a nuclear weapon?
No, he was just the guy who was in the chair at the time.
So, and that's my position. And I feel like me and you have kind of like, we've like coalesced on this line where I was like, hey, I'm not interested in foreign policy. And I understand why you feel like that's a very touchy subject. But at the same
I
time,
mean, you don't have
Donald
to
Trump
be.
has never been effective in foreign policy. He is a fucking he's never been effective in domestic policy, let alone foreign policy. I think that he is the worst display of what the United States has ever had to attribute to foreign policy. And at the
I mean, I
same
don't want to
time,
say ever because, we have a long history, but he's definitely up there.
I mean, I don't know any other U.S. presidents of the modern age that have been this bad on foreign policy.
Um,
I felt like Trump could have made a very serious impact on foreign policy by his Iran bombings, but I don't think that he did. I think that he just walked in, dropped a couple of bombs, and walked out. I don't think that he made any sort of a cultural impact on the Middle East. I don't think that he's changed anything
I mean,
in the Middle East.
Jimmy Carter was pretty fucking bad with foreign policy. And I
True,
like
I
Jimmy
don't know.
Carter. I think he was a
No,
wonderful
no, I
person.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think that he was as bad at foreign policy as Donald Trump
I
at
know,
this
but
point.
my point is that we have had some pretty bad presidents with. I just don't want to blanket say never. I do think Trump is really, really bad with foreign policy. I think he's undoing a lot of the things that we've done over the years, and you could make the argument that he is the worst, but it's just difficult for me to say definitively that he's the worst. But it looks like anything else is coming
I'm
to an
not a
end.
fan. I'm not a Jimmy Carter fan. Sorry,
I
Mom.
like Jimmy Carter as a person. I think he's
Oh,
a
that's
wonderful
Xander.
person.
Sorry. Sorry, buddy. I'm not a fan of Jimmy Carter.
But it looks like anything else is coming to an end. So we're gonna get started on this Destiny Pisco debate here.
Oh man, this is the biggest thing that I've watched in
I'm
months.
ready for this. I'm ready for this. My mind and my body are ready. Okay, I have a debate boner right now. I am so ready to go. And you guys, for those of you who are also watching anything else, make sure to jump in there. Tell motherfuckers to come on over. They want to watch with us. You know how we love those extra views. And then we're gonna get started here in a couple minutes. Dan, he can't get it up. Dan cannot get it up, unfortunately. So we're gonna do this at 1.5.
I wasn't even aware of the leftist space.
Yeah, it's bad, bro. It's crazy bad. It's really scary, like what it's evolved into.
This is why we can't win right now, because
we can still win. We just need to.
I think we can too.
Make sure
but
that we overpower their voices with our own. But I want to watch this because I'm excited. I've heard Pisco gets absolutely fucking gaped, so I'm so excited for this.
He gets gaped.
I am so excited because he's been a fucking pompous shithead as of late. And
he got a little bit of fun, and then he turned into a fucking dickhead, bro.
Yeah, I'm
and now
so
he can't even walk back when he knows that he's fucking wrong. Like, I never expected this from Pisco. I really never did. He is playing the lawyer game more than he ever fucking did before. Like, he is like,
people are
I'm
starting
right,
to think
you're
he
fucking wrong.
He was hiding his power level for all these years he was in Destiny's orbit.
I mean, his power level is like -2, bro.
No, I mean like his leftist power level is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what scares me, bro. Like any sphere, any oh my god.
Daniel, like, do the thing, bud.
I'll tell you my perception of this. I'm going to say this is my opinion. I feel like Pisco is trying to date Aaron.
Straighterade?
Straighterade.
No!
I think this is my actual opinion, bro. This is my actual opinion,
What up,
bro.
Cinderella?
Pisco is trying to date Straighterade. And you can tell because as soon as Destiny mentions Aaron, Pisco gets defensive as fuck.
No.
He gets on point. Like he's about ready to go fisticuffs. Pisco is about ready to go fucking fisticuffs.
Daniel, what you got? What you got for us?
You know, I actually sort of I actually can't say that I can't say I disagree with that because the vibes do seem a bit flirty.
Oh no! Oh god, she sucks so bad, Pisco.
I promise you, Jordan.
This is a fall. This is a fall from grace equivalent to that of Rudy Giuliani. This is so sad.
He seems very, 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 very hyper defensive of her.
Oh my god.
Bro, I swear to God, I went camera for this shit. I swear to fucking God, bro.
Look at this handsome man. Look at this handsome man right here.
Hey, hold on. Let me do something. I need to see Mika.
Oh boy. Let's go. Meeks, you ready? Come and say hi before we start this debate. We're going to start this debate here in a second. But come and say hello, baby girl. Come say hello to everybody.
You put all of the chips on the table. Respect.
Make sure you guys throw those Mika, show those Mika emotes in chat. Mika emotes in chat for the girl, for the queen, right up in here.
The queen is here.
The queen Rudy is here. Comparison is a low blow. Rudy.
Queen is here. I'm going to tell you, bro. It seemed like Pisco has started to change his ways based on Aaron.
On the puss. He's trying to get the puss.
I honestly.
Oh, someone's getting a phone call. What are you doing? Give me that paw. Give me that paw. That's a good Paul. Go ahead, buddy.
It's honestly my personal opinion, but I think that he's always been sort of like this, but he was just more mask on. And I think sort of like people liked him a lot because he was sort of like a foil who sometimes knew how to. He sort of knew how to sort of
I did how he foiled with Destiny. I do, yeah.
He knew how to wind up Destiny, and sometimes he would get some dunks in on Dan. And I think a lot of people liked the sort of comic element that he brought.
Dan needs a good dunk, from time to time. Daniel's right. Pisco never used logic and rational thought, which is frustrating for a fucking lawyer.
He always goes to this, and this is the thing, though. From all that I've seen from him, he does not seem to be able to craft a decent argument because he always falls back on this simplistic yes or no crutch, because it's like if he has to frame a question with any nuance, he knows that he can't get like a curated answer.
Yeah, well, we're about to watch that in real time. I think this is gonna be fun. Let's all have a good time. Watch me flail around in my factory as I do this, and yeah, I hear this is a slaughter. I'm very excited for this. Let's fucking go.
If I wanted to, I could. I'm asking your opinion. I'm not. Wait, my co-host is Marshall Lennis.
Ask her about a political lease next time you're streaming.
What's your evidence of that?
What conversations? What do you mean?
What did she say?
I don't have the vibe offhand. Are you serious?
Wait, do we get Nebraska Steve?
Oh! You want me to have the exact vibe right now?
What you said,
No, I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist. That's why it says commie. Mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
But I do have one more clip.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh!
Tensions are high in different communities and things like that, so I might be a little more heavy-handed on moderation than I normally would be, because I do want the topic itself to be discussed at least a little. But other than that, I'm just going to give the mic to you guys and let you guys go at it. We're going to hand the mic first to Econoboy, give his thoughts, and then we'll just kind of go around. Econoboy, start us off.
Yeah. So, for those listening, the topic is courting the far left. I take that to be essentially a political and strategic discussion about whether or not and how exactly we should or should not court the far left. And the way that I think of the far left, there's a lot of polls on this. Based on all the research that I was able to do, about 10% of people that vote for Democrats call themselves socialist, and about another 10% call themselves extremely liberal. So if we were to think Kamala got about 49% of the vote, that's to say that something like 10% of those people are either extremely liberal or socialist by their self-identification. And so I think that what that means to me is that we should take what those people say, those actually existing far-left voters, seriously. That to the extent that they have demands, they should have a seat at the table. We should try to come up with some sort of coalition and platform that can balance the needs and desires of the far left and the very, very centrist in the party, recognizing that we're in a big tent. And then when it comes to anti-electoral leftists and anti-democratic leftists, which I'm sure we'll talk about on the show, I think that to the extent that those people have big platforms, Democrats should engage with those platforms. So if Pete Buttigieg wants to go on Hassan's stream and espouse the greatness of his campaign or the Democratic Party or something, I don't really have a big problem with that. But I don't think that people like that should be part of the inner party or should be invited to the DNC. Somebody like Mamdani, if he becomes the mayor of New York, probably should get a speaking spot at the DNC, but probably not people like Hassan, because it's not clear to me that Hassan is quote unquote an ally of the Democratic Party. And what I'll say is one last thing. I'll say that
it's pretty fucking clear that he's not an ally of the Democratic Party.
I think Destiny had said at some point, he had clarified that essentially people who use the label of socialist should be treated like Nazis. I take that to mean that they should be very harshly socially excluded from the broader movement of the Democratic Party or the broader left. But I think that would be extremely counterproductive because, again, these are just a big chunk of the people of the Democratic Party. I think I get accused of wanting to shrink the tent because I want to primary pro-filibuster senators, right? on ideological grounds. But I think to say that we should shun basically everyone that calls themselves socialist in the Democratic Party.
Fucking mansion primary cancer. This fucking mansion primary cancer position, dude. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking dumb.
Say that we should shun essentially 10% of the base, which is, I don't know, I just think that's much more counterproductive than just trying to build a coalition.
10% of the base? Okay. You realize that means you're saying we rather, by taking these more extremist points of view, should shun 90% of the base.
With them.
Okay, thank you, and we will get into it as we go. I'm going to hand the mic next to Pisco. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it obviously depends on what you mean by court and what you mean by the far left. So obviously, I would be in support if by far left you mean people like Mamdani, people like AOC, these kinds of people who identify, Bernie Sanders, as a socialist, I think that there are absolutely things that we can agree on with socialists, and we're a big tent enough coalition if what you mean by far left includes those people. But ultimately, this is a conversation I think about semantics. What is the far left? Who are the group of people who are like anti-liberal or anti-constitutional that you want to exclude, and to what extent do you want to exclude them? Does exclude mean invite them? Don't invite them to create a party platform? Does exclude mean not interact with them in any respect, even as Econoboy mentioned, to like use their platform either for a debate or to like promote the candidacy or to try to convince people? I don't know if I'll go that far. I certainly wouldn't want to incorporate any Marxist-Leninist ideas into the Democratic platform if that's what's being meant by courting the voters or courting the far left.
Yeah, but the problem
is
you're willing to tolerate people who are, Pisco.
We're here because, in my opinion, there's been a bad faith campaign to basically smear me and Econoboy and Josiah as having moved to the far left, as having put space in our coalition to really allow.
Damn. You're gonna bail? Just like that?
For anti-democratic, anti-constitutional ideas and to not push back on them. And I think what you'll find that there are tensions right now, I think, in the different coalitions, the different Europeans, but they don't have to do with a big substantive disagreement. I encourage everyone who's watching, actually look during the course of this conversation, how much disagreement substantively is there going to be? If we're talking about like this semantic game about what a socialist is a socialist a Nazi? Stephen is going to get crushed on that argument by Econoboy in terms of what a normal person means by the term socialist and how those terms are used. If he can produce any evidence whatsoever that me, Econoboy, or anyone on Live and Learn did something wrong in like bringing on the vanguard, notice if he can bring up anything that shows that we are taking a kind of illiberal approach or trying to do some kind of bad faith, like a courting of the tanky vote. If he can point to any specifics, or really just going to have more nitpicking on the sides, while he encourages and frankly I think smears us as tankies, anti-liberal, and anti-constitutional. So I'm here definitely to get clarity on terms and to notice actually what is the room of substantive disagreement here, or is all of this a fugazi to cover up spite and personal conflict between him and other streamers? And is there really evidence that we're moving to the tanky
he loves saying that word, doesn't he?
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into all of that. Let's give it first to counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my issue with this whole thing is that there are socialists, which I define, I think, in a good faith way, for the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. There are also communists who believe that the end result of our material analysis should be a moneyless, stateless, classless society. I think these people exist. I think they have clout. I think they have influence. And I would use specific examples in our sphere of influence, like Erin or Straight Raid, who says that she's a communist. I would use the examples like Hassan Piker, who I just watched earlier today, is effectively holding hands with Marxist-Leninists and saying that he is a Marxist-Leninist. He's just, playing softy with the Social Democrats and the Democratic Socialists. That way he can get clout and influence and then radicalize them down a funnel. So for me, what I'm trying to point out is that if you pretend that this person is normal and nice and fine and a part of the coalition, then you're going to lose the moderates, you're going to lose the center right, and for every leftist you gain, you probably lose 2 or 3 moderates. So, the Vanguard, I have no idea what their politics are. I would frankly love to speak to them specifically about their politics. But
Connor,
if MLs are part of the coalition, you're losing people. You're being politically ineffective. That's my argument.
Okay, thank you for being here. And last but certainly not least, Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that when I was making the rounds debating Nazis in 2016 and 2018, one of the most common things that I heard from kind of like the centrists that basically gave more credence to all of the far right ideas was point to where I support this. Show me where I said that I'm racist. Show me where I said that I hate Jewish people, or I'm anti-Semitic, or I'm trying to be a white supremacist. And there was always this like annoying fight that I would have to do where in order to start debating the Nazis, I'd have to chew through all of these epic centrists first who would say, well, I'm just a classical liberal. I'm Sargon of Akkad. I'm not actually a white supremacist. I just happen to give cover for all of these people. I don't think Econoboy or Pisco or Josiah or any of these other people, I don't think they're becoming tankies or anything like that. I just think there's a very annoying cover that's given to a lot of these people where there's like, we can 100% discern and decipher every single intention that Donald Trump has. We have no problem calling him a fascist outright. But then when you have people that hate the Democrats, that shit on our candidates, that attack everybody on our side constantly, we're like, well, I don't know what they, what they really think or how they really feel. Or when it comes to people like Hassan, like even earlier today in my subreddit, Econoboy, when asked about supporting Hassan, will say things like, well, I don't think I necessarily agree with him on everything. Like he says, I don't have a generally positive view of Hassan, and I think I would flatly agree with many of the criticisms levied at Hassan. That's just in my mind, even though it seems like there's some kind of separation there. That's just a wild statement to make from somebody who openly supports terrorist groups that kill civilians, or openly supports enemies of the United States, or openly supports the subversive propagandizing of our entire political party to hijack the entire movement to destroy, if not the Democratic Party, maybe even all of the entire United States of America. So I'm sure we'll get into it. I don't think it behooves us to just say all of this is a semantic disagreement. I think it's actually really important to define what a leftist is, because I think that it's important for the people to know where everybody stands, and it's important to get rid of people that are intentionally trying to obscure their beliefs and come in under the guise of being a leftist without actually stating, what their position is, and then having this like this dual role that they get to play, where they can propagandize people and radicalize them without actually ever stating what it is they're trying to do. Like, are you for the complete total abolition of our democracy, or are you just somebody who wants the government to do more stuff?
And just to get clarity, so we know what we're talking about, Destiny, are you saying that Econoboy and Pisco are running cover for those leftists that you think are infecting the Democratic Party, or however you want to put it, right?
Yes, but I don't think it's like they're secretly tanky and so they want to provide cover for their tanky friends. I think it's more just like this. There's something that happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, Econoboy actually from time to time can squirt out a take, but Pisco has he's lost it, bro. He's gone crazy. Connor, for being a right winger, I mean, he's a never Trumper. He's not the worst. He's not the worst righty out there. He can be all right from time to time.
in the Democrat brain, and I've been guilty of it too, where you're so obsessively trying to seem like even-handed that you get rooted out in this world where you're like, I'm trying to be fair and I don't want to have like Hassan derangement syndrome, so I'm just going to say, they're not that bad. I don't know that much about any of this. I'm not sure, whatever. But what it happens, what it causes is this reality where, the conversation for this podcast, what was talked about earlier was, should we appeal to leftists when it comes to gaining political power? When do leftists talk about appealing to liberals to try to gain political power? Or when do leftists say, hey, maybe we should chill on shitting on the party, forever and ever when it comes to getting political power? Like, why is the conversation only ever on the Democratic side of things? That's just very wild to me.
Okay. The floor is open. Go ahead.
Should some socialists... I have a question. I have a question. Yeah, so this is both to Connor and to Stephen. Should some socialists, at least some, be catered to, be appealed to, and be part of the coalition?
No.
So you would agree, therefore, that Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Mamdani should not be catered to and part of the coalition, correct?
Depends what you mean when you say catered to. So,
for example, support head of the ticket being a socialist like AOC, Mamdani, if they are the nominees, should we support them?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're catering to socialism.
Oh my God, is this what it's going to be? It's just going to be a bunch of like attempts at gotchas? Is that going to be the whole fucking debate?
Wait, hold on. You recognize that supporting somebody at the top of a ticket... Well, if you want to play the yes or no question, I can play the same game. You understand that supporting somebody being at the top of a ticket doesn't mean that you are...
Bro, me and Tiny, same mind. Same mind.
Are essentially supporting their ideology. For instance, it's possible to cater to, in a roundabout way, people that are further to the left of you without catering to far leftist beliefs, right?
Correct, but you would agree, like, if a socialist is at the top of the ticket, socialist like Bernie Sanders, the Democratic Party should support the socialist at the top of the ticket, correct?
It depends what you mean by support. Generally, yeah, I think you should support who's...
Okay, so you're okay with socialists being part of the coalition, correct?
I don't really know if I consider Bernie Sanders or AOC to be, like, socialists.
Socialists.
And why is that exactly?
Because they're not socialists. They're using, like, this new sort of defined term of socialism that people are using to, like, sort of separate themselves from, like, general Democrats, but it's not actual socialism. Pisco is just caught up with pride. Pride cometh before the fall, indeed. Have you finished killing your wife? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Because I don't think that they like fit under conventional definitions of socialism. It's more kind of like
the decommodification of basic human needs and workers getting the means of production.
Yeah, so that's your definition. That's your proprietary definition of socialism.
That's
you agreed.
most socialist definition. So, for example, do you disagree with my definition?
Yeah. Okay. So just to hop in here. So, yeah, I disagree that is. Okay. Do you want me to answer the question, Connor?
Give Econoboy space to answer. Go ahead, Econoboy.
So,
I want you to do my Adderall.
Let Econoboy answer. Go ahead.
I probably should have done an edible instead of Adderall before entering this debate. But to answer your question, similar to capitalism, socialism is a diverse universe of people. There's a lot of people who call themselves socialists. Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Some of them are like what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists, I guess like me, who say that we should just collectivize the ownership of production. People have different ways of defining these things. For instance, capitalism includes people all the way from Fabian Liberty to people like Destiny, who basically endorses the Nordic model, right? And they're both capitalists, right? And so I think that of the 10% of people who call themselves socialists and are part of the Democratic Party base, obviously that's a very diverse group of people, ranging from the exact, essentially, people that I just mentioned as well. And I think that's a very sensible way to look at who calls themselves socialist and why. To Destiny's point of
Mamdani's not a socialist, or that Bernie's not a socialist. That's crazy.
Just one more sentence. To Destiny's point about
they're not socialists.
Like, the left-wingers ever cater to the moderates. Well,
you just don't know what that means.
I seem to remember people like Bernie Sanders and AOC taking very collaborative positions with people like Biden when he was in office, and I seem to recall like Mamdani, he took a very collaborative position with people like Brad Lander. And Mamdani's campaign, to the extent that it appealed to people broader than just the left wing, he made that conscious decision to do that. He didn't run on a campaign of seizing the means of production. He ran on a campaign of like freezing the rent and providing childcare to people, right? I mean, I take that to be in some sense a means to cater to a broader base of people than just left wingers, essentially.
So I think that if we want to talk about catering to socialists, I think that the issue that we have is there exists a world where you have a bunch of like Bernie Sanders, AOC, maybe Mamdani types of people that are part of your movement and part of your coalition. And I think that if we lived in a world where there was a rich media environment with a lot of people who were socialists, who, some supported the liberals, some kind of didn't, and some were like really against it, then we could have that conversation. But right now, it seems basically ubiquitous across the entirety of the left-wing media landscape to aggressively and violently shit on and attack Democratic candidates as harshly as possible. I just saw, and I'm sure you guys saw, that Vanguard tweet saying that Pete Buttigieg looked like and smelled like a rat. Pete is one of the most like, popular Democratic figures making the rounds.
Pete Buttigieg stuff is like an example exactly why we cannot have these people in our coalition. They are proving it to us in real fucking time, right in front of our faces. The way they're reacting to Pete Buttigieg, who, from all points of view, is potentially a superstar for the Democrats, is fucking insane. And it's just proving to us once again why they should not be welcome here.
On shows, I just watched Crystal Ball fucking roast the fuck out of a senator from Michigan because she wouldn't give like the singular one answer on the Gazan issue. If this is the world we're going to live in, where you want to say, oh well, socialism encompasses a broad range of people, but when I look to the media environment, almost every single person that would even flirt with the label socialist relentlessly shits on the Democratic Party. I don't know if I can really say, yeah, sure, we should also appeal to these people. It's just not the right media environment for it.
There's a definitional issue here, which is you're saying that Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are not socialists. Explain that.
That's not really responsive to anything I just said. So
No, because you were not responsive to the issue at hand, which has to do with the definition. Yeah. So the question is, if you're defining socialism to only include the people that Steven doesn't like, then maybe there's not actually a disagreement here in terms of who like should be leading the party. Or
so I wasn't defining socialism as people I don't like. I was defining socialism. So we can talk about definition of socialism. What I'm looking at right now is the socialist media environment. My earlier argument was that I don't know if I would even consider like Bernie Sanders and AOC to be hardcore socialists. If I wanted to supply socialists at all. Well, right now, who are the socialists all shitting on almost more than anybody else? AOC and Bernie Sanders. So I mean, it seems like
whether they're shitting on them or not, Steven, whether they're shitting them or not isn't the question. That's a separate question. Are they shitting or not shitting? The question is, should socialists be part of the coalition? You just said that Bernie isn't a socialist. He identifies as such.
So
AOC's not a socialist. She identifies as such. Mamdani isn't a socialist. She identifies as such. What's your evidence they're not socialist?
So identifying as a political thing doesn't make you that political thing. That's a tautology and nobody nonsense. Number one. And number two, the question wasn't should they be part of the coalition. The question is should we appeal to them. Those are two fundamentally completely different questions.
But Destiny, to be clear though, you're narrowing your position. It was just last night when you said explicitly anyone that uses the socialist label should be treated like a Nazi, right?
In the media environment is what we're talking about. I'm commenting on your show.
You clarified then, Destiny. Okay, well that's what you said last night. You're clarifying just people within the media environment. Sure. I'm just saying that that's a useful narrowing of the discussion.
You can call it a narrowing if you want, but anybody that's watched any, like I don't shit on AOC, I don't shit on Bernie Sanders even. And
I think useful is one way to put it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think weaselly is another way to put it. And I think it is weaselly. I think you're backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of our fucking coalition. And now when you're getting
what? Who called Mamdani she? Who did? Pisco?
Sanders, and I've been supportive of Mamdani for the.
I think useful is one way to put it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think weaselly is another way to put it. And I think it is weaselly. I think you're backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of socialists.
Clarified then, right?
In the media environment is what we're.
Socialist label should be treated like a Nazi, right?
In the media environment is what we're talking about. I'm commenting on your show.
You clarified then, Destiny. Okay, well that's what you said last night. You're clarifying just people within the media environment. Sure. I'm just saying that that's a useful narrowing of the discussion.
You can call it a narrowing if you want, but anybody that's watched any, like I don't shit on AOC, I don't shit on Bernie Sanders even. And I've been supportive of Mamdani for the.
I think useful is one way to put it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think weaselly is another way to put it. And I think it is weaselly. I think you're backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of our fucking coalition. And now when you're getting
I'll take your word for it.
Now it's the media environment. Now it's
I didn't say socialists shouldn't be.
I guess now it's the media environment.
We need to cancel.
I didn't say socialists shouldn't be part of the coalition. I said we shouldn't be trying to actively appeal to socialists. Do you understand that those are two separate things?
They're different statements. They're correct. They're different statements.
No. They mean fundamentally two completely different things.
They're two different statements that mean different things. They're two different statements that mean two different things. But your position, is it your position, therefore, that the Democrats should, as part of their coalition in terms of who to vote for, what kind of policy support, to humor people like Mamdani, humor people like AOC, and humor people like Bernie Sanders? And if that's the truth, then I think
don't know. Bro, why is everyone's brain broken when they try to pronounce Mamdani's name? What is this? Everybody says fucking Mamdani. Am I the only one who's noticed this? It's fucking driving me nuts.
And should they humor them? Like, what does that mean? Like, put them on the ballot? I don't know what that question means. Like,
so should they have a seat at the table? Whatever you take that.
What is a seat at the table? Like, whatever Outback Steakhouse.
That's what I'm asking you. So, for example, you're the one who says that we need to excise these people from the party. I actually don't know what you mean by that. So, whatever your vision of having a seat at the table, not being excised is, whatever you're using when you say these people need to be gone, under that definition, do you think?
Oh, sure. Let's let Destiny. Those are good questions, Pisco, and I'd like to know the answers too. Right? What do you mean, Destiny, when you say we need to excise these people? What, like, how do you?
My fixation is almost universally on the media having these conversations. I think when I was watching you guys talk, it was also generally on the. Although sometimes you guys would try to go back to AOC, but like politicians operate kind of in a different world than the media environment operates in. Most of my criticism of the media environment that all calls themselves like leftists or socialists seem to relentlessly shit on Democrats, and I just think it's a really unhealthy and bad world. Again, where you see a Michigan senator wants to dip her toes into the podcasting world, and one of the jokes I made about Kamala is one of the reasons why she probably didn't do any shows is because she would get fucked by the right, the centrist, and the left, and she goes on a leftist show and she gets fucking shit on because they only want to talk about fucking Palestine. There's a senator from a blue state from Michigan. Jesus, that's insane to me. And it would be nice if we actually had like a strong center left position and a strong center left media apparatus, and not just a bunch of leftists who fucking hate the party and just want to shit on us all day.
Do you understand our position to be that we disagree with your assessment that leftists constantly on the Democrats? Do you think that we disagree on that?
Oh, I thought he was saying that they disagree with that. I was about to be like, bro, are you fucking retarded?
I'm not sure all the time. I can't tell.
So you're not sure. So we're here to discuss something where you're not sure if we agree with you on the position that the lefties constantly shit on Democrats in ways we don't like. We agree that lefties constantly shit on Democrats in ways that we don't like. We agree with Clutch, for example, when they constantly shit on people like Biden in certain ways, even though I shit on Biden in some respects. We agreed on the AOC tweets that they shouldn't have shit on her that way. And so there's no disagreement there. So that obviously isn't what we're here to discuss on a point that you're unsure that we disagree on.
I wasn't saying that we had I was saying strongly that we massively disagreed there. So what was kind of
okay, so I got something I massively disagree with. So, okay. I think that every single leftist that I've talked to online, anybody who has any kind of political knowledge whatsoever, defines socialist as decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they use that definition repeatedly. I think that my frustration is that there are a bunch of quote-unquote social democrats who talk about universal health care, or they talk about, making rent cheaper or some shit like that, which are social democratic Scandinavian policies, and I think they're using the term socialism backdoor in order to rehabilitate the image of this. And not just that, Hassan Piker and plenty of far lefties, plenty of MLs, probably the Vanguard as well, they're ecstatic that this is happening. They're ecstatic that Mamdani has social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that AOC have social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that Bernie Sanders have social democrat policies because it rehabilitates the word in my mind. That shift of the Overton window to
maybe they agree with the policies.
An insidious plot by twats to manipulate the Democratic Party.
I'll ask you, Connor, maybe,
and it's going to ruin electoralism.
So we're going to get some actual clarity here. So to be clear, Stephen, you don't disagree that people like Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie, they're fine to be in the party, and we're fine to appeal to the kind of issues that they care about in their positions, correct? You don't have a problem with that?
Hold on. Really,
I'm asking Stephen a question. I'm going to get to you and see if you disagree with Stephen, actually.
A second. I want to say something before you and Destiny talk for the next 40 minutes. What I would say is that if the socialists are proposing social democrat policy, but then they get what they want, and then they try to yank the political window further left, that is something 100% that I oppose. Destiny, you and Pisco, go ahead and fight for the next.
Wait, no, I just want to ask, and I'm going to go to you, Connor, and see if you agree with Destiny, because I think we might all have a more disagreement with you, Connor, than we have within each other in terms of the substantive opinion. So I'm going to ask Stephen, do you have a problem with these people, the people identified, Mamdani, Sanders, AOC, being part of the Democratic coalition, and however you define Democratic coalition, and having their positions catered to, or people having their positions in general as part of the Democratic coalition? Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, so there's two separate questions. So one, like generally, I'm probably almost always going to support a blue candidate over a red candidate in this current media environment, or in this current political environment. Number one. But number two, when you say, do you have a problem appealing to them? I mean, that means different things. If you say, like, would I have a problem if we were to appeal to Bernie Sanders coming out and saying, I want to socialize all of the means of productions in the United States, I would have a problem with that. But you're saying you have a problem appealing to Bernie
on YouTube? Why? This was posted. He already posted this. So this is like a YouTube video, not a VOD. Yeah.
and AOC and Mamdani saying we need to find ways to make rent cheaper in cities, and that might mean a policy like rent control that I personally don't like, but they want to try it. I mean, I wouldn't be like fundamentally opposed to having that as part of my party's platform. Then no, I mean, like it would depend on what things we're talking about appealing
to. Like agreed, you're okay with the socialist being at the top of the Democratic ticket in the sense of socialism.
Yeah, but again,
Bernie Sanders.
this is part of the issue. You call it
correct. Is that right or no?
You can't. This is not like a simple thing. You're like doing like a what is a woman at me? What is a socialist? Like the issue
I'm asking you. Do you have a problem with Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket?
You gotta let Destiny.
That's a specific question.
Top of the ticket? No. Like if him being a senator from Vermont, no. If he was president, probably not. But when you say a socialist, if you're talking about somebody who wants to abolish by law all of private enterprise and maybe even attack the democratic underpinnings of our political parties, right, and have a single party rule, I would be opposed to that.
But that doesn't describe Bernie. It doesn't describe Mamdani. It doesn't describe AOC.
No,
correct?
but Mamdani, Bernie, and AOC are on the outer perimeter of what is considered socialist, and they're attacked by the center part of what is socialist. That's my issue. You could probably find an outer perimeter fascist that I might be okay with. If he's some fascist who's like, yeah, I think we should protect America as an ethno state, and I'm defining ethno state as like the current ethnic composition of America, and I think that we should have like stronger rules and immigration. I was like, yeah, I'd probably support this dude.
The problem is that, like, and you understand, and you kind of lay this out, that Bernie, AOC, these types, they come from a long tradition of democratic socialists from like UK, Australia. He brought up Clement Attlee, and this is not some fringe movement. These are democratic socialists in countries all over the world. So we're not talking about this idiosyncratic belief of socialism. It's a version of socialism that exists, and you're okay with it being part of the party. So the question isn't one of categorical. You're okay with some socialists. You would vote for some socialists. I'll ask Connor the same question. Connor, are you okay with someone like Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket, AOC being at the top of the ticket of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, but we're like really playing with the definition of the term socialist here.
No, I would either abstain from voting or I would vote against them. Like, for instance, if there's a moderate Republican compared to AOC or Bernie, not that moderate Republicans exist anymore, but if they existed, I would pick a moderate Republican over AOC or Bernie.
I think the bigger disagreement between you and Destiny there. I think Destiny's
well, to be clear, Connor's a Republican.
Yeah,
no shit. But voting for somebody is a lot different than appealing to somebody. These are two different things. And we keep playing like
obviously he's gonna vote for a Republican. He's a Republican.
Like clever game of trying to swap it out.
Where do you think?
Let Destiny finish his thought.
Well, that's it. No, I'm just saying like appealing to somebody is a lot different than voting for somebody. I'm guessing if I was in New York and there was a plethora of candidates, Mamdani probably wouldn't be my first choice, but I'd probably vote for him in the primary, or I'm sorry, in the general. But that doesn't mean I would like want to appeal to a socialist or whatever.
But I agree.
We have to. I think there's a useful thing to look at what this actually looks like in actually existing politics, right? So in 2016, when Bernie Sanders got 45% of the vote in the primary, something like that, he was involved in the platform committee for the DNC. He was like a main speaker at the DNC in 2016. He was able to extract a lot of concessions to the party. Like I think that because of him, the party added in marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage. I think carbon pricing, and I think maybe there was some stuff about the death penalty. I want to say that was something that Bernie Sanders really pushed to add into the Democratic Party platform. And again, that's like a very direct appeal to Bernie Sanders and like an appeal to the unity between the centrists and the socialists. And the Democratic Socialists.
Nothing. What policy there was socialist? Okay, so here's where you're running the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist, and there's this game that's played where leftists.
You're wrong about that. You're completely wrong.
15 an hour is socialist?
Okay, do you think a progressive income tax is socialist?
Not necessarily, no.
Right. So the Communist Manifesto proposed a progressive income tax, right? So
does that make it a socialist policy?
I would say, generally speaking, that the Communist Manifesto, the manifesto of the Communist Party.
Oh my God. That's really stupid. That is really stupid. The idea that just because it's in the Communist Manifesto, that automatically makes it socialist or communist. That is really fucking stupid.
Like, it probably is something of an authority on what it means to be a communist.
The Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet made so that farmers could read it and join a violent revolution against the state. It's the only reason we're going by the defining document of all, like, what, like, there are going to be aspects of communism and socialism that are shared by democracy.
Oh my God, this is so bad faith. So Econoboy.
How is that bad faith? Oh my God, no! That was a really dumb point that he just made.
Of a point, he says, is this policy socialist? And as it's sort of embodied in the Communist Manifesto, and you go a broader point and say, well, the Communist Manifesto has this other purpose. That's not the question on the table.
That's not the point. So no, that's not the point. So the point is that it's not about whether or not we would semantically define something like a progressive income tax as communist or not communist. It's about these broader movements and what their general ideological disposition is on all of the different set of possible positions within the policy debate. So I would agree with your point that, like, yeah, like in terms of socialism being the decommodification of labor, and also like,
how could a tax be communist? Like, how could it be? It's relying on a monetary system. It's just literally... It doesn't even make any sense!
the collective ownership of the means of production, if that's the way that you define socialism, then obviously these aren't like socialist policies, quote unquote, but that doesn't mean that you're not appealing to like the broader socialist movement and the broader like socialist apparatus of advocacy when you propose things like a $15 an hour minimum wage. Or
Econoboy, just for clarity, so I understand, you're saying, when you say I want to appeal to socialists, you're saying things like, oh, pick policies that socialists would also like.
I'm saying that insofar as socialists and very progressive Democrats are a part of the actually existing base of Democratic voters, they should have some proportional say in things like party leadership positions, committee assignments, the platform of the Democratic Party, fundraising distribution, activist-based organizing, strategic discussions. They should have some kind of proportional say in all of those discussions.
But the problem is those people, if they truly identify as socialists and not just like liberal light or socialist light or whatever we're calling these people, they're not going to be pushing for these outer perimeter things that socialists might agree with when it comes to liberals. So when you say like a $15 an hour minimum wage or like a progressive taxation system, these are quote unquote socialist policies because they're mentioned in the Communist Manifesto. You don't need communism or socialism to talk about either of those issues. And what I don't like is this weird game that's played where somehow socialists are allowed to no true Scotsman every single good thing that our capitalist liberal society has produced. Yes! It's like, oh, well, you like vacation days? That actually came from socialism. You like a minimum wage? That came from socialism. You like labor unions? That came from socialism. Yes! Every bad and shitty thing is ascribed to the capitalist part, despite the fact that that's what's even creating the necessary prerequisite wealth to even have these other things.
What does that have to do with? Wait, I don't know what that has to do like at all with what I just said. What I'm saying fundamentally is that I think it's sensible to make policy concessions to the broader socialist apparatus insofar as they're a part of the base. It sounds like you don't.
We don't have to make it. That's not a policy concession to a socialist. It's literally. Hold on. Wait. No, absolutely not. If you got rid of all the socialists, could you still get a $15 an hour minimum wage?
Yeah.
Then it's not a policy concession to socialism.
Wait. No.
Really quick, Pisco. Destiny, even under quote unquote liberal economic frameworks, people in my replies are calling countries like the Nordic societies liberal capitalist societies, even though they do quote unquote socialist things as you would just define, like social ownership of the means of production. Like there's a lot of quote unquote socialist policies that those countries have engaged in that people are labeling as liberalism and doing these kind of things. And it's like whatever. If we want to have narrow definitions of things, that's totally fine with me. But I think that insofar as like the socialist movement, and when we went to the topic of the debate, courting the left, right? Conceding things to the left, the broader left. I include very progressive Democrats in that who might identify as capitalists or might be misaligned in some way.
Exactly.
That includes things like broader progressive policies, like I mentioned, minimum wage, things like that as well.
When I say court the left, and when I was designing this topic, maybe I could have been more clear. I'm not talking about issues that both liberals and leftists share. Like both of them agree that we should treat kids nicely. Both of them agree that we should be kind to our neighbors, things like that. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about things that are specifically and unique.
So name them.
The only modification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Holy fucking shit.
Hassan is a good example, right?
Hassan isn't a policy. Hassan isn't a policy. If you're talking about appealing to people, Econoboy gave you a response. He's talking about things that these people care about, socialists care about. If all you're talking about is people.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna say something that pisses me off about this conversation. Oh, somebody else started talking. I'm gonna roll my eyes. Shut the fuck up, Pisco. Take your eyeballs. Shut the fuck up, okay? So saying everything good is socialism is dumb as fuck.
No one said that. What I'm doing.
Yeah, we did.
No one fucking said that shit. No one fucking said that shit.
Yeah, but we didn't strawman the shit out of you, Connor. You're being an idiot.
You're fucking idiot, dude. You didn't say that. No one said that.
My turn. I have the talking stick. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So saying like, oh, a minimum wage is socialist, progressive taxes is socialist, firefighters is socialist, police are socialist, teachers are socialist. This is the kind of fucking bullshit that is the obfuscation that I'm talking about, where you're basically talking about normie lib governmental policies that are perfectly conducive to a free market fucking state, and you're like, it's just a gradation of the economics. Well, why don't we just go with the right-wing definition of socialism, where socialism is when the government does anything ever whatsoever. Then at that point, I'm a socialist.
You're not listening.
Everybody's a fucking socialist.
Hold on. Give it to Pisco and Econoboy to respond.
Yeah, so Econoboy specifically didn't say that. I'll let Econoboy do, but you're just not listening. But I want to talk.
So just to be clear, again, I'm grounding everything that I'm saying in the actually existing people that call themselves socialists and call themselves very, very progressive. Now, if I could just finish, Connor, all the bullshit about interrupting. So,
no, I heard
okay. Well, you interrupted, so just give me a second here. I'm grounding this in the actually existing people that call it socialism, that call it whatever, very progressive capitalism or very progressive like policies in general, right? So insofar as you're saying, oh, my narrow definition of socialist policies is decommodification of labor and the socialization of the means of production, then to be fair, according to me and according to some other policies that have been proposed, that is like almost exactly what we would be doing.
An example, just.
Wait, can I ask a question?
I didn't come here to play the
wait, also wait, not the policy game. I'm just curious.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing the exact opposite.
Okay, wait, Econoboy keeps bringing up like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Can you name somebody in the media environment that identifies as a socialist that is friendly towards the Democratic Party?
Like what? Like in the
anybody in the media environment.
Why is that relevant?
Because politicians. I don't want to change the conversation because politicians have to operate within the very real world of trying to get elected. So necessarily their positions are going to be probably a bit more constrained. And also these are people that maybe Connor has, but I don't shit on AOC or Bernie Sanders. That was never what this conversation was ever about. Like ever. Like I'm curious in the media environment, are there any people that identify as socialists that are friendly towards the Democratic Party in the United States of America? A single one.
Why is that relevant to whether or not?
Because my main criticism, I'm telling you, because my main criticism is that you're saying Democrats should appeal to socialists, and you're picking the outer perimeter socialists that are the least socialist people who have won elections by being the least socialist people, saying that the outer perimeter beliefs that we're appealing to are things like a $15 minimum wage, which aren't even necessarily socialist policies. When the issue we have is that the central tenets of socialism, like the abolition of all free enterprise, the abolition of all private property, the destruction of the political parties in the United States of America, those are the people that are dominating the media environment. And you're asking us to appeal to those people to capture people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. I'm not worried about the AOCs and Bernie Sanders. I'm worried about the people that work for Bernie Sanders, like your Brianna Joy Grays, or the people that are running the entire left
oh my
media
God,
online.
Brianna Joy Gray is like one of the most insufferable people I think in all of media.
Which is why I'm asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party.
So if you're asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party, there's obviously a lot of those people. I just said those are 10% of the people that vote for Democrats.
Media people.
I want to make this point because it's relevant to the conversation we're having.
Okay,
fuck you, Pisco. Every time you open your fucking mouth, I go,
it's impossible for you guys to linearize because your whole job here is to muddy the waters.
You're muddying the waters.
Oh my God.
So you were brought in.
He's so bad faith! Holy shit!
Stop. Please go first, and then you correct.
So clearly, with respect to policies that socialists support, if what we mean by appeal to socialists is to literally propose policies that these types of socialists would support, you guys are okay with them, certain of these policies, right? And we're just now defining what the scope of that agreement is, what the scope of that overlap is, but you don't have a problem in principle with appealing to socialists if by appealing to socialists we mean promoting policies that they like, correct?
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
The policies are good.
Okay, so
wait, because the question would be, are you okay with appealing to members of the Ku Klux Klan?
They have clean drinking water.
Let's say that you do like city renovations.
So now let's actually talk about the policies and when.
No, you have to answer the question. Would you be okay with
I'm okay with a party. I'm totally willing to buy bullets. You know I buy bullets. I'm totally willing with a party to appeal to members of the Ku Klux Klan if what is meant by that is appealing to common sense policies.
Which is why, so this is why it's a pointless question.
Wait. It's not a pointless question. It's not a pointless question because there are policies that you would consider socialist. I think under your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should appeal. So, for example, would you be against? Do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
No.
Okay, can you give an example of a socialist policy?
Things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from capital owners, and giving that so that the workers are exclusively the ones that are in control of the means of production.
So a single-payer healthcare system, let's say health insurance system, let's put it aside national healthcare, a single-payer healthcare system that makes it illegal or outlaws private insurance, you would not say that's socialist?
If you're talking about the government owning everything from the top down, then including hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist. Some people might.
Would you call that socialist? Would you call that socialist? Yes.
I would call it a state-owned enterprise. Are state-owned enterprises socialist? I mean, like technically not really, but sure, we can say that.
Wait, is your answer that a single-payer system is not socialist? Is that what your answer is?
I wouldn't call it socialist, but if you wanted to for the purpose of this conversation, sure.
No, I don't know. Actually, I want to know your opinion. So I'm asking your opinion. Your answer is no. Single-payer is not socialist.
I don't think it's necessarily like a social policy. You can call it if you wanted to. You could, but if you wanted to,
I'm not asking if I wanted to. I'm asking your opinion.
I'm not asking my opinion. You want me to give you a yes or no answer to an incredibly complicated question about a motor you just discovered 2 days ago.
I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You want a yes or no?
I want your opinion.
You don't even know the difference between a state-owned enterprise and an actual different.
Do you think single-payer? Do you think single-payer? Steven, I'm not asking would someone else. Could you? I'm asking you, Stephen Bonnell. Do you consider single-payer to be socialist?
I wouldn't call that socialist. No.
No. Okay. So this is who's the no true Scotsman here? You guys were saying like the policy that most people who would absolutely consider to be socialist is not socialist, and so our working framework. This is so frustrating. Once again, it's not about the actual definitions. It's what most people would consider. Bro, that's not how any of this works, dog. That is not how any of this fucking works. Socialism is only tankyism, only people who want to decommodify everything and have government ownership of everything, and it's preposterous. You're just not operating with the way people use those words.
That's great. That's literally not the argument, though. But if you wanted to argue that if we were to call it socialist and you wanted to socialize the healthcare system, the reason why you would be doing that wouldn't be because you're trying to appeal to socialists. You would say that it's called politics. I know it's hard sometimes. If you want to answer, holy shit, there's a difference between doing something by. So, for instance, I'm a free market capitalist, but that doesn't mean I oppose government intrusion into every single sector or even a government monopoly on things like, say, utilities, because there are some things that the free market doesn't solve for. To say that I don't think the free market solves for this, so we should have utility companies ran by the state, is not the same as saying I'm appealing to socialist. That is such a naive reading of politics. Shut the fuck up and let me finish. So when you ask me if a single-payer system would be socialist, I might say, I guess you can consider socialist if you want. The reason why I'm advocating, though, for a single-payer system isn't because I'm trying to appeal to socialists. It's because I think free market capitalism cannot solve the problem. Yes or no? Yes or no? What is a woman? What is a woman? If we're doing that with socialism, we can do that. Okay, go for it. Yeah.
So the obfuscation is the question.
There's no obfuscation, to be clear. You're just confused. Your confusion is not me obfuscating.
The obfuscation is as follows. I'll identify. The question isn't whether or not the intention behind promoting single-payer system is one way or another. We're not talking about the intention behind why you propose one policy or another. We're just asking in pure semantic terms what most people call socialized medicine, socialized healthcare. Would they call it a socialist policy? And your absurd deflection on that and saying no, I would not call it socialist. I think just you're not using the term where people use those terms.
Here's the question. Wait. Do you think that Hassan would call it socialism?
I don't. Wait, why is that relevant?
Why is the largest left-wing streamer relevant to what mainstream thought is amongst leftists on the online media sphere? Did you just say that? Wait, did you just say that?
The Communist Manifesto, that is not authoritative on socialism, but Hassan Piker is.
No, it's not. The Communist Manifesto is not authoritative on socialism.
Hassan Piker is. Hassan Piker, who you said is a fucking limousine socialist. Yeah, he's definitive on that, but not the Communist Manifesto.
Hold on, I just want to be clear. You're telling me that something that was written almost 100 years ago is more authoritative on what modern-day socialists believe than what the largest...
Maybe.
Okay, well, I encourage you to do more research when it comes to politics.
Let me step in here. So if we're appealing, at that point though, Destiny, if we're appealing to what people who call themselves socialists actually think, hey, the authoritative source of what socialism is the actually existing socialists today and what they believe in, right?
No.
Then in terms of whether or not we're like acquiescing or appealing to the socialist movement, then yeah, like the Bernie Sanders platform concessions of 2016 would count within that reasonable framework. That he was able to raise the minimum wage requirement of the Democratic Party National Committee. He was able to add in things like legalizing marijuana. And
welcome
so
to
we're
the
hopping
shit
back and forth between,
show.
oh, well, some socialists say socialism is decommodification of labor.
The difference there is Bernie Sanders is appealing to liberals. Liberals aren't trying to appeal to socialists, right? When Bernie Sanders recommends the legalization of marijuana, that's not socialists, right? That's Bernie Sanders trying to do something in a liberal capitalist framework. He didn't say the government needs to grow weed. Sorry, go on.
Okay, so number one, I take it that you take back the thing you said in the beginning of this debate of when do socialists ever appeal to liberals by just now saying that was an appeal to liberals.
100%.
No, because I said at the beginning, I don't really consider these people socialists. Follow the conversation, okay?
Oh, we're just raging.
I don't consider these. I did not say at the beginning of this conversation. I don't really consider these people real socialists.
No. But Destiny, but what you did say was the actually existing contemporary socialists like Hassan are authoritative on what socialism is. And so people like Bernie Sanders, and if I could just finish my point, fuck's sake, if people like Bernie Sanders and people like Mamdani and people like AOC say things like publicly owned grocery stores and single-payer healthcare systems and the expansion of public education are socialist policies, then we have to agree with them, or at least we have to say that they're a major influence on what it means to be a socialist policy under your own framework.
And I would like an opportunity to speak.
No, I want Destiny to really clarify that really quick. Just like,
hand on my dick and balls for the next 10 minutes, so I would like an opportunity.
Hold on. Counterpoints, please. Destiny was asked a direct question. I'm going to let him give you
Connor should go right over. Okay, listen, I don't think that you look to the lawmakers in a democratic system to see who your ideological thought leaders are for certain movements in the United States necessarily. Okay, they're running in certain districts and they're running under the confines of trying to operate within some electoral system so that they can get stuff done. I think that if you want to have this argument right now, like does Bernie Sanders and AOC dictate what socialism is in the United States? Honestly, when you say it, maybe you're I'm not sure what right now, okay? But when you say it, I think you genuinely believe that, and I don't think you're saying that like with stupidity, and I don't think you're saying that with malice, and I don't think you're a secret pinky or anything like that. Okay, I understand what you're saying there, and I want to agree with you. But the problem is that when I go outside, let me explain where the comments come from. The problem is when we go outside of where Econoboy is, there is nobody in the United States media environment, okay, that like calls themselves like really like a socialist that would look to people like AOC and Bernie Sanders and say, oh yeah, those are socialists. They would call those people stepping stones in the radicalization funnel and good like liberal capitalists at the end of the day, which is these are something like the most.
This is what you want.
Hassan, hold on.
I want to turn. Go ahead, because frankly, you guys are talking past each other. Okay. The reason why I've reiterated my definition of socialism as narrow and tailored is because I'm not doing no true Scotsman, okay? I'm telling you what a fucking Scotsman is. It's a Scottish person from fucking Scotland, okay? It's a dude, he wears a kilt, he has his out all the time, all right? So, the point is, I'm describing very specifically what it is. And the reason why I would be pissed about universal healthcare or high-quality education being labeled socialist is, number one, I think most committed socialists who have read any books about socialism wouldn't agree with that definition. God. And the only way that I would stretch it is if you considered universal healthcare or universal access to healthcare as a part of the decommodification of basic human needs, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure was just food, water, and shelter. But what I'm saying is that the reason why I think that Econoboy and Pisco, whether they like it or not, are useful fucking idiots for committed socialists and tankies and communists is because they fucking muddy the definitions. They fucking blur it around. They're just like, oh yeah, every public service is fucking socialist.
Connor, give us one example, therefore. Give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think, so why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs?
Because I'm going based on, well, yeah, because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think that's cooked and arbitrary.
Wait, I gotta ask because this is back. Wait. I need to know. Pisco, do you think that healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor. I don't know why you just said Connor was cooked.
No. You're cooked in that I would consider. I think most people consider in basic human necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more.
You asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. Did he ask which one was more important, or did he say we're both important?
Yes, which is more important.
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point.
No.
You did.
Is it more in the sense of is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing. That there are separate categories that food is a basic human necessity in a way that
you don't need to cope. You can just
hold on. Also, it doesn't. Hold on. Wait. Just to be clear, you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense what you just said. Is something more of this in a category, or is it just in the category? Those are two. Like, is a Ford Focus more of a car than a Honda Civic is a car? That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, he's trying to against Connor. He fucked up. He realized what he said was too retarded. It's a word game. That's what's happening right now. It's a word game. It's a word game.
This is all weaselness.
It is weaselness. We agree with that. We all get it.
So when you say the word a basic human necessity, all right, a basic human necessity, in what respect is food a basic human necessity? With respect to healthcare is not. And I'm trying to see what are the metrics by which you assess healthcare to be more basic human necessity. Wait, stop. I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying. So just because I say something is more important, and I'm gonna get Destiny to agree with this, just because something is more important, I consider something to be more important, doesn't mean it's more of a basic human necessity. Yes or no?
Who?
Stephen.
You're turning off your words. You just said again. You said more of a basic human necessity, but you mean to say it doesn't belong to the category of basic human necessity.
Wait, Stephen. Is the term basic human necessity and important the same?
No.
Okay, so saying something along the spectrum of basic human necessity and importance, those are different questions, right?
Stephen,
are they different questions or not?
Those are different words. I don't know what you're asking.
So is something on the spectrum of basic human necessity the same spectrum of importance? Because importance can encompass more than just something that's basic human necessity.
It can be more important along the spectrum, sure.
Okay, so so there's no contradiction, right? Can you identify contradiction?
No, Vegan Games, sir. I cannot identify contradiction.
Okay, so I don't want to debate whether
more important than healthcare. You said yes. You said it was cool.
I don't think it's interesting to debate whether or not Pisco got dunked on just now. Okay, I want to go back to what Destiny said previously, which I thought was pretty interesting. So Destiny made the claim that the people that he would look to determine who are the ideological thought leaders of socialists, like people who label themselves as socialists, wouldn't be people he said necessarily like Bernie Sanders or Mamdani or AOC. Now, I would say this is pretty absurd for a number of reasons. Okay, if we look at, hey, when people go and have public events, right? Like, hey, Hassan goes and has a public event. How many people show up? I'd say maybe a few hundred. Maybe he gets into the 1,000 plus club or something. When AOC and Bernie Sanders go out and have an event, thousands of people show up. They can fill stadiums, fill arenas. When people actually go out and express their political views, what are my political views? Millions of people voted for Bernie Sanders. Hundreds of thousands of people, probably millions of people across the country, vote for Democratic Socialist politicians. And so when we look at Democratic Socialists and Socialist politicians, they are clearly, by ideological standpoint and by their propensity to collaborate within Democratic Party frameworks and electoralism, much different than Hassan and much more emblematic of the standard by which we should judge people who label themselves as socialists in this country.
Then why didn't the DSA then endorse AOC?
Because she's taking out that vote for the national DSA, retracted their vote because of the Iron Dome vote that AOC took.
Seems like kind of a problem. It seems like just
that's not a socialist. That's not a socialist.
The DSA is not socialist.
Destiny, you're obfuscating.
It's a bad example.
The point is not. It's a horrible example. No. Please go, Destiny. 1 second. The reason I say you're obfuscating is because my point was not that, for instance, within DSA, within all of these different Democratic Socialist politicians, even within those people, Mamdani is not the same as AOC, and no one DSA member is the same as any other one. Okay?
We're not talking about one DSA member. The national DSA did not endorse AOC. The woman who runs the Democratic Party.
They did endorse Mamdani. Okay, they did endorse many other Democratic Socialist candidates. I understand.
Sure, but you're talking about your most popular.
I understand that there is an exception to the general rule of Democratic Socialists, like the organization endorses, different people who call themselves Democratic Socialists. But that's not an argument against my fundamental point, which is that when we agglomerate all of the people who call themselves socialists and run for parties and have people come out and vote for them and support them, that is a fundamentally different group of people, on average, by the normal distribution of their beliefs, than people like Hassan.
Ouch.
And I think that we should judge them by who they vote for more so than by, Hassan, basically.
Yep.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, Destiny agrees. You agree then? Okay, well then, thank you.
Okay, counterpoint.
All right.
I love you, Connor.
Okay, I think what happened with socialism was that if you actually go back to Bernie Sanders in the 80s and 70s, he was doing apologia for Cuba. He was doing apologia for the Soviet Union. He did apologia for Venezuela in the 90s and thousands. And you know what happened? Each one of those places ended up being absolute shitholes. And so what he had to do, is he had to move to social democratic models in the Scandinavian system and abandon his previous hardcore shit. But there's a question of whether or not social democrats are actually just hiding their power level because they're trying to inculcate a left-wing philosophy. I'm not done yet. Shut up. Why is it relevant? This is the entire conversation. The entire conversation is whether or not social democracy.
The entire conversation is your conspiracy theory about socialists.
The center left. That's the whole fucking conversation.
Okay, so you're asserting a conspiracy without much evidence. You're just saying, Bernie actually conspiratorially supports things like Cuba and the Soviet Union, and he didn't have any genuine changes of opinion.
He might have moved off.
Hold on, just real quick. Like the idea.
Hasn't.
Hold on, just real quick. Hold on, stop. The idea that counterpoint is expressing is that there are leftists who have said explicitly that their goal is to infiltrate the Democratic Party to move it towards leftism. It is not a conspiracy in the sense of it's crazy. It is a conspiracy in the sense that these people have said, this is what we're going to do, this is our goal for doing it, and this is how we're going to do it.
Why is that relevant to our discussion?
It's relevant to the discussion because should we, the Democrats, allow or invite into our house as influencers, invite into our house as staffers, invite into our house as people we will engage with or collaborate with in a friendly way? Should we be doing that when we know that this is their goal?
I'll answer the question directly.
Because again,
it's
this
only
one's
a problem
modded as
insofar as it's
fuck.
aggregately true of the
So we
10%
would
of
probably
the
wanna
Democratic
do
Party base that's
vanilla.
actually engaged in that process. Now I understand that that's that we don't have a poll that says how many of you are engaged in this kind of like Manchurian candidate fucking like conspiracy, whatever the fuck like Connor's describing. But I would say that generally speaking, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists who win elections, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists and the platforms of them, they don't seem to be secret tankies. Now I would agree that there are certain people, like people reference Hassan, like Hassan has said, oh, like I want liberals. Well, okay, yeah. Oh, people reference other left-wing alternative media influencers. Oh, sure, okay, like whatever. People reference people like that, and sure, yeah. To the extent that those people have like literally on record said that they're just trying to obfuscate issues and engage in this kind of like conspiracy or whatever, then I've already said at the very beginning of this debate that people like that probably shouldn't be invited into the inner party and be given platforms in Democratic Party circles. That's obviously true. That's trivially
as
true.
I understand, the disagreement here is that, and again, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but Destiny and Counterpoints think that you are allowing this to happen. Like,
No, hang on.
they're saying
The disagreement is all semantic bullshit. Connor, is China a communist country or socialist country?
Is what?
Is China a socialist country?
Are they moneyless, stateless, or classless?
No, they have classes.
No, then they're not.
Okay. Is there any socialist country in the world right now?
I don't think anybody has like.
So who's no true Scotsman? So tell me, who's no true Scotsman?
I'll answer your question. No, don't pretend you have a good point. You don't. Okay. Socialists. This is actually fundamental to my perspective. Socialists are fucking retarded. And they can't implement their worldview. Hold on. And they can't implement their worldview into the real world. So if you look at the 20th century, there's something called vanguard Marxism or Marxist-Leninism. And they have these things called vanguard parties that take over countries and turn them into shitholes. And so we have people like Hakeem, Second Thought, Hassan Piker, who try to sweep this history away. No, I'm telling you the truth. And these are the people.
You're just monologuing, old man.
Econo Boy and you are useful idiots for.
No. So under your vision, right? Single payer is not socialist. There's no socialist country. Socialism has never been done.
Because I'm using the definition that socialists themselves use.
But by the way, like, and I'm sure Stephen.
Wait. I just want to say. Of ignorance. I'm going to tell you why you're speaking from a position of ignorance momentarily.
So I just want to go, Stephen, you acknowledge that what Connor just said is f***ing so stupid as to be.
No,
the issue is that like this. No, this is
So I'm asking what to Stephen.
Speaking from a position of ignorance.
Stephen, do you agree?
Then let him demonstrate that. Let him stop counterpoints. Let him demonstrate it. If you think he's
the worst behaved person here, Wick. You keep moderating me. These arguing for 30 goddamn minutes.
Stop. Keep moderating Connor.
Stop. Pisco. He's arguing from a position of ignorance.
Okay, then let him demonstrate
that. Yeah, that
Yeah,
would be
Connor
cool.
is misbehaving. So I have a question for Stephen.
I'd be down
do you agree with Connor's contention that there's no socialist country currently and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
Both of those questions are very complicated. It's hard to yes or no them. The issue right now that we're having with this conversation is every single conversation that I ever had with a centrist that defended a Nazi, and now it's going to be, I guess, for the next however many years, every conversation with a center-left socialist or a Demsoc who inevitably will play cover for tankies. The issue is that you guys have come here to defend the proposition that socialists are AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani. Okay, AOC is not even currently endorsed by the largest socialist movement in the United States. Bernie Sanders causes major contention over his endorsement. All of these people run as Democrats, and you're going to pretend like this is the main voice of the socialist movement in the United States. And you're going to say it, and you're going to say it by talking about policies that they're using to appeal to men.
Didn't hear an answer to my question.
I can't finish. You're going to say that these represent socialists in the United States. Holy shit! You're going to say that these appeal to socialists in the United States because they're doing things that are popular amongst literally all center-left people, and then you're going to say that's an example for why we should try harder to appeal to leftists. When my question earlier is, let's look at the media apparatus. The entire left-wing media apparatus constantly attacks and shits on Democrats, and then you guys like watching Pisco stumble through, not knowing 50 different terms related to what Hassan talks about on his stream, and play cover for him over and over and over again, whether it's the ridiculous TSA story or whether it's his ridiculous political beliefs that where Pisco pretends not to know what any of these things are, not to know what re-education camp isn't that like getting your GED, LOL, right? That's the issue that people have when they look at us. Go, okay, every time you come to argue with us about defending socialists, you talk about
feels
AOC,
like
Sanders.
we're definitely getting some Nebraska Steve today as well, you know?
Then when you look at the media environment, they're talking about fucking Stalin. That's the issue.
Okay, so I didn't hear an answer to the question, so I'll just ask it again.
Ask it again, and then I'm going to tell you what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I want to hear an answer from
Yes or
Stephen,
no, yes or no, yes or no.
Yeah, so you can dodge, cool.
Do you agree with Connor's contention that there is no socialist country and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
The whole point of this conversation is you're hiding behind the obscurity of what these words mean. Like it depends. There are some socialists who would say that there are no socialist countries. There are other socialists that would point to. No, I would never. Much the same that if I was on a podcast and a conservative influencer said, "What is a woman?" Define it in 3 words. I would say I can't really do that. It's more complicated than that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Pisco, can I tell you why you're confidently ignorant and kind of stupid in this conversation right now? I would like a minute, please.
Yeah.
So the reason why you're confidently stupid is because vanguard parties want to institute socialism as a stepping stone to communism. But in the early 20th century, Mao Zedong took over China, and then he totally fucked it up. He tried to do a command economy where he guaranteed food, water, and shelter, and he tried to do a massive industrialization in the middle of the 20th century. He was so stupid and so wrong that he caused the death of millions, if not tens of millions of people. And so what happened was through the 60s and 70s, they said, hey, Mao, this is kind of a bad idea. Maybe we should do some state capitalism first. That way we can do this. And you know what he did? He culturally purged and killed the people that did that until he eventually died. And then Deng Xiaoping intentionally instituted state capitalism, which is where you have a free market, hybridized command economy. And by the way, this is mentioned by socialists as a stepping stone to socialism. So you saying what I said is fucking stupid, you don't know dick about history, and you're overly confident for a topic you don't know shit about. So jump on another rake, you fucking dumbass.
Let me explain how Connor is completely wrong about what he just said.
Okay? Oh, suck a dick, Econo Boy. You
let Econo Boy go ahead. Go ahead, Econo Boy.
Let me explain how we're not sweeping for the 20th century socialists. Please do.
So yeah, let me explain, dumb fuck. okay? Because you're completely wrong about your characterization of socialism, okay? And the history of socialism during that same exact time period. Okay, so Connor, would you say that there were other socialists on the planet engaged in socialist advocacy at the same time as Mao?
Absolutely.
Okay, so your characterization that Maoism and that the people who followed Mao and the socialist models after that were in reaction to Mao is necessarily wrong because there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao. You understand that, right?
I can name half a dozen. Can you name half a dozen?
Dumb fuck, can you answer that question?
What's your question?
The question is, since there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao, it is necessarily not true that socialist movements that came after were just in response to the Maoist model of socialism.
Okay, I'm gonna be a dick because I'm gonna answer the question, but I'm gonna be a dick about it. Yeah, there were concurrent movements, and a majority of them were Marxist-Leninist. They were Pol Pot. They were fucking Soviet Union. So if they're all fucking Marxist-Leninists, and Maoism is an iteration of Marxist-Leninism, and if they share similar issues like authoritarianism, centrally planned economies, and dystopian fucking Orwellian nightmare states, then why the fuck do I give a shit about your differentiation?
You're wrong about your empirical claim. The Social Democratic Party of Australia, the Labour Party of the UK, the Social Democratic Party of Germany,
nice
every single one of the, every single, no, quick, 1 second.
The nice ones
the socialists who didn't do the murder are also socialists, Connor.
Is Clement Attlee a socialist?
Just hold on, just because I don't know. Hold on, stop, I have a question, I have a question, stop.
Jihadists aren't the same thing as Muslims, which is what you're saying, Connor.
For you, if you shut up, I can ask the question. Econoboy, those, the ones
Clement Attlee, Australia,
Germany, Australia, did they have control of the government?
Yep. Nope. Yes. Clement Attlee had control. Wait, Clement Attlee had a massive. Oh my God. Yes, but I don't know. So you're only socialist. No, so this is Connor's position. You're only socialist if you're able to institute a communist utopia.
No.
Here's an easy. This is easy.
Everybody else has been screaming. I'm going to scream too. You're retarded. You're
the moderator, Connor.
The government and the society might save you from yourself. So you might be an inefficacious socialist.
Okay, wait. Can I ask a simple question that maybe this is like the? I feel like this is what this whole thing is coming down to. Okay, if you were to take 100 people, have them read theory, study history, and then look in a room, okay, and you were to put, we'll say Hassan Piker and then AOC in a room, and you would ask them which one is more of a socialist. What do you think all of those people would say?
I don't know.
I can't even believe. Then this conversation is hopeless. It's such an unbelievable answer to me.
Because to say that is to misunderstand the diversity of the socialist movement and
I'm not talking about the diversity of the socialist movement. I'm saying that AOC. Hold on. Is it fair for me to say that AOC is a way more outer perimeter socialist than like a bog standard? Then look it up. Look up what outer perimeter means. Okay.
You think there are fundamental differences, and what are the fundamental differences between AOC and something like?
Let's use Stephen's model. Stephen, if you put 100 people in a room and ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? How would they answer? Yes or no?
I honestly don't know.
That's your standard.
You just said 100 people. No, you didn't even ask me the same question. I was comparing two different people. I said 100 people well-read on theory. Do you want to say 100 well-read people? If you put 100 people who are well-read on socialist theory, you ask them if Bernie Sanders is a socialist, well, zero of them would say yes. No, absolutely. You're so retarded. No, he's a liberal and he supports capitalism. Definitionally, in every single way, he is not a bog standard socialist. You want to say he's like an outer perimeter? Dem suck, maybe, sure, but like a socialist?
Dem what?
No.
Dem what? What does suck stand for? Dem what?
Outer perimeter. What does outer perimeter mean? Outer perimeter.
National socialist.
Okay, to answer, because the reason that we got off on this topic was because Connor we haven't really taken the bait of Connor's constant conspiracy baiting about like people are basically all just synchrotrankies that are socialists, right? But I think that it's important to address.
No, I think you guys are useful idiots. I think there's
so Connor, you actually completely conceded that you had a incomplete understanding of socialist history. You asked a question that I wasn't able to answer.
Absolutely not. You said, hold on. You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
I didn't ask you a question.
I brought up. Yeah, you said, are you going to concede that you have a complete?
No, I said you conceded. It wasn't a question.
No, I don't concede at all. You brought
that wasn't a question.
You mentioned Western socialists who are under the control of Western governments.
So just to be clear, when the Western government is controlled by socialists, it's a socialist government. That's how elections work. Okay, you take power, and you take power.
American government.
Stop, Econoboy. If today we replace Trump, if we replace Trump with pick a socialist that you think is a good socialist with the American, just because now our president identifies as a socialist, does that make America a socialist country now?
So I'm not saying that these countries.
I'm asking you a question. Yes or no?
I'm literally answering directly your question, Wick. You gave me like one word before you interrupted me. Okay.
No, I guess it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't been the one interrupting you for the most part. So
you're giving cover to the guy who is, which is kind of what this whole convo is about. I'm just kidding.
I want to hear the answer to the question.
I'm not saying that these countries became socialist because they had socialist governments. I'm saying they had socialist governments for many points of time in their history. Okay. Now, Connor. Now, I'll get your question
because hold on. I got you the question now. Again, if we simply take Trump out and put a socialist in, is America run by a socialist government now?
Oh, obviously not. Oh, yeah, wait. It's run by a socialist government. Can be a reference to the party in power. So, for example, like Clement Attlee was he's a socialist government in the sense that they're in charge.
So is Zoltan Ramaswamy is New York City socialist because he's mayor now?
No. When you ask the question, is the government of the day socialist? He said.
Who's playing semantics now? Holy shit!
Wait. Can we just? Why don't we just rant?
Oh, you're about to get owned again. So you're running.
Wait. So I'm trying to clarify terminology, and you don't want to do that. So like, when people refer to the government, meaning the people in charge of the government, it's a socialist government. government doesn't necessarily mean that the structure itself is socialist. But
Okay, but
I'm just telling you why there's different meanings of the word government.
The reason why I bring up all of the dozens and dozens and dozens of different labor governments and social democratic and fundamentally socialist governments that have existed in all of these different countries in Europe and Oceania and a lot of Latin American countries as well is because at the same time that Connor says socialism is like essentially fundamentally in some conspiratorial sense an authoritarian ideology with authoritarian ideals that will do authoritarianism and kill millions of people. Concurrently to the very same things that Connor was describing, you had socialist governments take power through democratic elections, convincing people to vote for them, running on socialist platforms, being in charge of the militaries,
moderated by the monarchy.
Hey, Connor, when you're in charge, can I finish the point? We've been trying for 20 fucking minutes. Okay, so when the socialist government is now in charge of the police apparatus and the military and all of that stuff, when they lose the next election, what did they do across all of these different countries? They left power and there was a turnover in government. So your idea that basically every socialist movement is stamped with the authoritarianism of Mao is completely ahistorical, Connor.
Wait, I'm just curious. Real quick, wait for Connor. Would you consider Trump an authoritarian, even though he gave up power and will probably give up power at the end of this segment? Maybe.
Yes, he's authoritarian, and we have right now the U.S. government is like authoritarian in stature. Yes.
Sure. Okay. So I just as a quick thing, it feels a little silly to say like we were talking about socialist countries, but now we switch to socialist governments, and then it's like you open up and look inside, and it's just liberalism, capitalism.
About socialist government.
Okay, well, I think that was probably what Connor's impression was, and that's what. Wait, okay, hold on. Also, wait, you talked about like what socialism is, and you made it sound like the spooky thing of authoritarianism and all this. Would you concede that like a central tenet of socialism is the overthrow of the capital class, oftentimes via violent revolution? That is like a central tenet of socialism. No, that's not oftentimes. Like ideologically, definitionally, like in capitalism, you have private ownership where individuals can own firms and hire employees and scrape whatever excess.
So similar, I'll answer your question directly. Okay, so I would compare the question that you just asked similar to the development and emergence of liberalism. Liberalism developed and emerged across the planet, across different stages of development, across different points in time, and it did so in sometimes very violent ways, and in sometimes through legislative reform.
But not like.
And so similar, you say, hey, and I was just going to say, you say, hey, an ideal of socialism is the abolition of private property,
which
I would say, generally speaking, certainly that's a core tenet of almost every socialist thinker across the history of socialism. But that is not a statement on the method by which we get to that final end state. The method is up for debate, and it has been debated, and many different methods.
In what world? Okay, sure. So just following this like very briefly, in what world is there ever a peaceful revolution where all of capital is abolished?
So, what are you talking about? You can imagine. Could you conceive of a world? Let me just ask you this: could you conceive of a world where the means of production are entirely collectively owned? Could you conceive of that?
I could conceive of that. Yes.
Okay, so and people have said worker cooperatives, national industry, things like that. So we know that things like worker cooperatives and things like national industries and things like state services do exist, and we know that they've come into existence. They've come into being with democratic frameworks and liberal democratic sort of processes.
Sure. So far, none of this is responsive to what I asked. So I'm saying, how would we abolish all private property without violence?
So what I would say is that we would abolish, in this theory, we could abolish private property through the same exact means by which we've socialized property in the currently existing world, through the ballot box, through democratic initiative.
Okay, do you agree it's logically possible?
This isn't a debate on veganism. We're not talking about what's logically possible. It's not relevant to the conversation.
Why don't you just grant it? Why don't you just grant
TikTok clips? Okay, the issue with saying that we've socialized some things is we're not doing that because we want socialism. We're doing that because we recognize it as a failure of capitalism to succeed in some particular area. But if you want to move to a fully socialist state of affairs, it seems like that would necessitate, according to what almost all socialists will tell you in good faith, will require some form of violence, right? Because what do they say constantly? Caught a liberal and a fascist bleeds. When the revolution comes, liberals will side with fascists. These are statements that almost every single socialist I've seen, everybody in the almost all socialists will say this, right? So in that case, doesn't having the socialist concept in mind necessitate some future revolution?
Violence. Why don't you make the case that it entails violence?
I literally just did. Capital owners will never give up willingly their property, meaning they will always fight violently to defend it. This is why socialists say things like the institution of policing exists only to defend capital interests. I can walk you through Babby's first day of social theory. I can do it if you want me to, but I think a kind of boy should have an answer for this.
If what you mean is violence is entailed by the use of the police force, if that's what you mean by violence, and enforcing these restrictions would require like enforcement, then I guess it would entail violence. But that's not the violence that you're talking about. You're equivocating violence. What you mean by violence?
You don't understand. When I say the police is a violent institution, you know what that means.
Would you agree?
When I say the police is a violent institution,
would you agree, Stephen?
I don't want to mute, but
you're such a bitch.
Destiny did ask a question. I do want that question answered, Pisco. He asked you, do you understand what he means when he says, well, repeat your question.
When socialists view police as a violent institution, what do they mean when they say that?
I think that socialists, I think that socialists and libertarians oftentimes believe that it entails violence because they're enacting violence. But because
okay, I'm so sorry. I'm not. You're just wrong. Whenever you say past theory is irrelevant, it doesn't matter. You're incorrect.
Wait, Stephen. So I'm just gonna ask you a question. Does capitalism require violence?
I don't know. I'm not confident.
Does it require violence? Does it require violence? Wait, does it require violence or no?
No, not necessarily. No. No. What do you mean by violence? No, it doesn't. No.
Wait. Doesn't capitalism requires violence?
Law enforcement is necessarily.
No, not necessarily. What do you mean? I don't know. You're asking the most simple question in the world. Is me owning a Red Bull, does that require violence? Not necessarily, but if you're saying you gotta call the concept of freedom, I don't know.
Just relax. Does the widespread establishment of a capitalist system in America require violence?
Wait, violence, define violence. What do you mean by violence?
Violence meaning the use of force to defend property rights.
Am I muted? Yes, you have to defend private property.
So you agree with Connor? You agree with Connor, don't you, Stephen?
Not really. It's like a naive conversation.
So you don't agree with Connor?
Let me know when I can talk for 30 seconds. I can explain. This is like
why he doesn't want to agree with you? He doesn't want to agree with you because he thinks that you're making them morally equivalent.
and the
No,
violence
no, 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 no,
necessary
wait,
to enforce
it's not.
private
Hold on.
property right
Okay,
is
let-
not the same violence that's required in
Let's
order
not.
to fucking
Everyone
expropriate
is doing this
property
thing.
from everyone.
Okay, everyone's doing this thing where they're trying to tell like everyone else what they're saying. Like Connor's place. Well, Destiny's saying this, and then Destiny will be
True.
saying.
Although
"Well,
actually,
Connor's saying
I will
this."
say Connor was
Stop.
correct though. They're like those are different types of violence. So for instance, when you talk about does capitalism necessitate violence, and then you want me to say yes to that, well, that's the same type of violence that any country, socialist included, would necessitate, which is the ability to enforce laws or whatever. But that's different. But that's different than a violence that is necessitated ideologically to prevent things like, say, free enterprise or private corporations, which is the type of violence that socialism would necessitate, but capitalism would necessitate. That's what I'm saying. What kind of violence do you mean? That's
Why is it interesting? So why is it interesting?
No, so Pisco, one second. So Destiny, so I disagree that there's a distinction in the type of violence that we're talking about here. So for instance, what I mean by that is that insofar
You
as
would.
Base.
Okay, so
It's a panel. If you don't want to throw elbows on a panel, don't join a panel.
I just want
You're a vandal that you were brought on to fucking muddy the water. That's why you're here.
For a little bit. I thought,
Oh my
Hold on,
god.
no, stop. Counterpoint was brought on because the guy I asked initially.
What a dick. What a fucking dick bag.
Declined.
I thought I had a good point.
So counterpoints is here to
Oh,
balance
well,
the scale.
fuck you too, Rick, for saying that I'm your second date. Jesus.
Okay, I still love
but
it.
Anyway, so I don't think it's different, Destiny, okay? Because, for instance, if you were to say, hey, like, necessarily, if you were to achieve the socialist ideal, that requires violence, insofar as what we're talking about is a reestablishment of what property rights means, right? So, for instance, we were to say, like, oh, we did a convoy with socialism characteristics, we got 90% of the way here, and now the socialists are in power, and they're going to go the full 100. They're going to say, hey, everything that's currently privately owned has to be sold to
Hold on, you're
the
playing.
rest of the
Wait,
holding.
but you just got.
I feel like I didn't even get to
No, because you wait, hold on, because you just skipped all the hard part. If you're going to tell me that how do we go from 90% public ownership to 100% public ownership, that's not very hard to do. You have a majority stake in every single company in the entire country. The question is how do you get to 90% without expropriation?
Okay, so you get to, okay, first of all, I'll just say this briefly. If that's the harder part, then it's surprisingly achievable. Norway has literally already socialized 2/3 of their nation's wealth. They already like have collectivized
Well,
2/3
what
of
about their
national
firms?
wealth. Now,
Wealth
of
is
the-
not.
of
Wait,
the
wealth is.
firms-
Why did you say that? I can't tell you're being intentional now.
The
Hold on.
only reason-
Wait,
so
wait, wait.
I can answer your
Socializing
question
wealth.
directly.
My question very specifically was how do you do it without expropriation? To have 90% owned firms.
You had a,
No, but you talked about wealth. I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking about
Okay.
firms.
The reason why, okay, so a lot of the firms in Norway are still privately owned because Norway doesn't have as developed a capital market as the United States. So shockingly, if the United States had Nordic institutions for collectivizing wealth, we would be much more able to socialize our domestic economy than those economies because a lot of the companies in production in those societies aren't traded on liquid stock markets. Now,
Hold on, wait.
to
For
your
Norway,
point-
I'm just asking for Norway. Well, if you said of the 90% of the wealth that's publicly owned, how much of that is just tied to their oil?
2/3.
Okay, so wait. What you just said was a total lie, right?
Cares?
What you just said was,
Answer your
who
question.
cares?
Who the fuck
Because
cares?
controlling 90% of a broad market that's invested across a whole separation of multitudes of industries is way different than just socializing your means of energy production.
No.
No, that's not what
Why?
Norway. You have a misunderstanding of how these institutions work, and you have such strong opinions
Why'd
on them, and
you
it
do
really
that?
fucking pisses me off at a certain point.
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about, but you have these very strong opinions. Norway, yes, a lot of the wealth that they've accumulated doesn't necessarily come from their oil wealth. It comes from the returns to their oil wealth being socialized in a public fashion. Okay, so I would agree that one of the prerequisites to Norway's specific success is its oil wealth. But America is a resource-rich country. America has a huge amount of land rents that we could socialize. America has things like a central bank that can create money, debt financing, other tax revenue. The financing for this is just not a question. America is a richer society than Norway.
The
We have more
financing
money
is
to
not
move around.
hard, Econo Boy. That's why I'm asking about expropriation. The United States government could. I'm not retarded. You know I'm not retarded. They could print off however much money they want to buy
Why
things.
don't we just
That's why I'm
plant-
saying. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying we can get to
I
90%
ruined it.
expropriation because we have such liquid markets where people are willing to sell their shares for essentially the strike price. And really quick though,
Really quick, finish your point, but I want to get us
Okay.
back on track.
Yeah,
Maybe. Finish
I
your
need
point.
more.
we're getting bogged down. Essentially, my main
I need
point, skipping past
more.
all of that, is that Destiny made the claim that it necessitates violence. Now, insofar as going from like whatever percentage of voluntary transactions we could get up to, 60, 70, 80, 90%, whatever, and then we have to go to the rest of the way with some amount of expropriation. Yeah, you'd have to pass a bill and reestablish some property rights, and you'd have to buy out those businesses.
This is such a weasel.
or something like
Reestablish some property rights. You'd have to steal
Expropriation.
companies from private owners.
I can't make the point.
No, because you're speaking in like the most like you'd have
move on, let's move on.
to reestablish some property rights. You'd have to
Let's move on.
steal all the firms from all the private
Wick
owners.
said he wanted to do another debate about this specific.
Yeah, well, we can make a one-on-one or something.
So the question-
For now, just real quick. For now, I do have a question, maybe to kind of take us on a track that I'm interested in, right?
Wait, Wick, just hold on a second. Why don't we grant that socialism only means what Steven means and what Connor means? So let's put aside the semantic. So if what you mean is by socialists are specifically Marxist-Leninists who wants to do this mass expropriation, then agreed. Then agreed. They shouldn't be in the halls of democratic power. Where's our disagreement?
Okay, no. Hold on. This is another problem between liberals and progressives, and I'll be very calm while I articulate this. My frustration with the Econo Boy is that expropriation
Yeah, I'm
is
probably
defined
gonna
necessarily.
up
Shut
to
the
4.
Don't fucking touch your
We're
nose.
moving off of that. We're moving off of that.
I'm on your panel, you bitch. I can talk when I fucking feel like it. This isn't the Pisco and Destiny hour, you fucking dickhead. So, the definition of expropriation is the action by the state or an authority of taking property from its owner for public use or benefit. Taxation is necessarily, definitionally, expropriation. So what we're saying is that, or at least what I'm saying, is that I believe a fucking free market needs to have a balance between the expropriation of property for the public good and the private market allowed to do its own thing. A private market is necessary to generate the wealth in order to create a welfare state. So, if the Econo Boy is saying, well, we can just go ahead and command slowly through the government voting in, increasing control over public utilities and the parts of the market, then I don't care if it's done democratically. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
Fuck
nice take.
that. I'm going to vote against you, and you're not part of my team.
Okay, nice take. If what you mean by socialism is only those people who espouse this Marxist-Leninist ideas that you find to be odious.
Nope. I've defined it for you 7 times. Democracy. You can get it through democracy. That doesn't make it good.
Please finish, and then I have a question. Let's get through the semantic bullshit. If what you mean is that...
Semantic, I've given you a specific definition 7 times.
Counterpoints? You gotta let him at least finish a sentence.
Then he needs to listen to what I'm saying and represent.
If he's not listening to what you're saying, it will be apparent in what he says.
Yeah.
Represented accurately.
So we have a semantic difference. I'm trying to chart that out. Like,
no,
we literally do. When I say semantic difference,
so you disagree that socialism is a decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production?
Yep. So I think socialism means much. Wait. I think socialism means much more than that because for me, use is meaning.
Hold on.
Holy
That's
shit,
actually an excellent point. Pisco, what do you mean when you say socialism?
So I think when I see things socialism. When I think socialism at its broadest, I understand socialism to be workers owning the means of production. That's at its broadest. I think that there's a lot of shades of gray there, and socialism doesn't just mean what Connor means. And the reason that is, I think that meaning, right, that of a word is its use, right? Like if what we mean by a word is just not a correct objective answer to what socialism means. My theory of like what words mean is how they're used by people in real life. There's multiple definitions. But if
then
what you
Destiny
mean,
is right that AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zodan Salami are not socialists because they don't believe in workers owning the means of production.
When you say Destiny is quote unquote right, what do you mean by that?
I just said it.
He's right according to his own definition and your definition.
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zoltan Manslami don't fucking advocate for workers owning the means of production. So by the definition they are not socialists.
So I said at its broadest, it's workers owning the means of production, but that means of production. Broadest
means it includes the most amount of people. So if your broadest definition does not include
Connor, shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to chart out.
Make your words make sense.
I'm trying to chart out a semantic difference. Do you understand what I mean when I say a semantic difference?
And
their meaning. Okay. So in your version of the word socialism, you would not ascribe, for example, single payer to be a socialist policy. You wouldn't say that someone like Bernie Sanders is a socialist. You wouldn't say that China, as it currently exists, is a socialist country because your definition of socialism is much more narrow. I say let's get past that semantic difference. I think like in terms of how people use the word socialist, you guys are just wrong in terms of the usage of the word. But let's get past that. If what you mean, why?
I will not get past that.
We just spent this whole time arguing about what the right definition of socialism is.
You both are going to circle the right. Hold on, stop. We're going to get to a more, I think.
Disagreement. So you're using it. I think that you guys have a proprietary definition. I think you guys have a proprietary definition of the word socialist. That isn't how people use the word, and it's not charted in.
Before we move on, I want to articulate why this is important. I think that you, in Econoboy, are, I'll be rude, even though I love you, I think you are useful cock sleeves for tankies. You're trying to expand the definition of socialism to mean nice, redistributive social services.
Sorry.
I don't like it when you do that. And I disagree.
You're here to give cover to Stephen, and that's fine. But I just want to be very clear.
What cover has been given? I've argued with that.
So you're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation impossible. You're making the conversation impossible.
I contended with every single argument that you've given me.
You're making the conversation impossible. Please.
Pisco is going to finish. He's going to finish his point. He's going to ask his question, and then we're going to see if it goes anywhere. And if it doesn't, I have productive ways we can go. But counterpoints. Hold on, real quick. Counterpoints. If you can't control yourself, you will be controlled. Okay? I'll mute you. Pisco, go ahead.
This was a panel.
So
it is a panel, but I will mute you.
When I'm talking about the meaning of a word, I'm really just asking what the ordinary usage of the word is. Like in terms of what the definition ought to be. If there's any ought to what a word is, like, well, how do people use the word, right? So that's why I take it to be a semantic difference. And you think you have a vision of the usage of that word, socialist, which is much more narrow than my conception of how that word is used by ordinary people. But we can put aside that, right? Like let's put aside this semantic difference about what words ought to mean or what they actually are in any objective sense. Let's get to mute it. If what you mean by socialist doesn't include AOC, doesn't include Bernie and their policies, doesn't include what I think most people would take to be socialist policies, then and it only includes people like Marxist, Leninists, and Maoists, then then what's the disagreement? It should be included.
You asked a question, I'm going to answer it. I feel like I am using a narrow and tailored definition because I think that the people who self-identify as that and actually have read the text related to the ideology, that's how they self-identify. And I think that they are using progressives and liberals and social democrats, and they're conflating these terms back and forth so they can expand at which point they are relevant in the modern social parlance. And I believe that you and Econoboy are helping them, and I don't like it, which is why I'm here to tell you I don't like it.
Connor just keeps Connor, you keep doing this. You keep just asserting that there's some sort of conspiracy broadly within people who identify as socialists to try and sort of co-opt liberal frameworks. And when I point out
you said that 5
times. So I haven't just said that. I was about to finish the point. I haven't just said that 5 times. I've included an explanation of the history of a huge range of different democratic, liberal, socialist movements over time that weren't just pretending until they got power and then they would become authoritarian Maoists. In fact, they were just Democrats, it turned out. And you keep ignoring that and then reasserting without any backing your conspiracy about the broad 10% of the base of the Democratic Party socialist movement.
Stop, Econoboy. The problem here, right, is that they say that they're doing this. That there is a broad number of American socialist people
A very small minority of them say that.
Okay.
Again, who state that they are doing this.
And
Who call
everyone on
themselves
this panel,
the Vanguard. Why do you think they call themselves the Vanguard? Why do you think they chose that name?
Every single person on this panel said, to the extent that there's evidence that people are doing that, they should not be included in the movement.
So you are condemning specifically the Vanguard today.
Wait. Hang on.
I want to be clear about it. I haven't heard. Shut up, Pisco. I'm asking Conboy. Today on my show, you are condemning specifically the Vanguard.
What did they say?
I don't know what they said. Reference it.
Okay. So first of all, one clue is in the name, the Vanguard.
No, what did they do? What's the evidence? What did they say?
I'm giving you evidence.
Like with Hassan, there's evidence that he literally says he just wants to co-opt democratic frameworks. Like he's literally said this, right? So
how about the tweet today or yesterday calling Pete a rat, or that he looks like a rat, or that he reminds him of a rat, or whatever?
Is that evidence that he is trying to institute authoritarian communism?
He could just be mean.
What is acceptable evidence that somebody's trying to institute authoritarian communism if they work in the media?
Wait. Statements like Hassan get, correct?
Leftist
So they've done shows about ignoring the Constitution and ignoring the Supreme Court.
I haven't seen that. Yeah. So to the extent that they have those beliefs, and to the extent that they have those
they call
beliefs,
themselves the Vanguard for a reason. It's like I call myself the rapist.
Let me give you what you want. First of all, the rapist, really?
The rapist, right?
Okay, yes, okay. So if they have the position that we should ignore the Constitution, if they have the position that we should ignore democratic systems and get rid of all that stuff, then no, they should not be part of a quote-unquote coalition. And if what you mean by be part of a coalition is be at the halls of power, design policy, that kind of stuff. If the prescription is don't talk to them, I think that's a different kind of thing, right? I don't think is anyone here saying we shouldn't talk to them?
I'm not describing don't talk to them.
Okay. So to the extent that they have these positions, to the extent that they're crypto about their authoritarianism and tendencies, well, there's no disagreement. They shouldn't be a part of the quote-unquote coalition. What you mean by that? Yeah.
Okay. You know what? This is what this feels like. This is why it's such a crazy conversation, okay? You have two groups of friends, and people in one group really likes Chinese food, and the other group really likes Indian food, and you're trying to vote on where to go to eat, okay, every weekend, all right? And you have this new group of people who show up, and they say, I really like wings, and that's the only fucking thing that they ever say about your Chinese food that they like, but you include them in your group of friends who are voting to say, I want to go eat Chinese food because they only show up for the wings, but you know that when they go back to their own group of friends, they say, as soon as we have enough wing voters, we're gonna go to the fucking pizza place. That's the issue that we're running into here, is you're pretending like these guys who only like wings are supporting your entire Chinese food weekly outing, when in reality, they're just trying to build up enough people, and they've all blatantly said this, so that they have enough people to go to the pizza place next week. That's the issue that is what's happening.
To respond to that briefly, okay, and I think I can speak for Pisco on this as well, that my point is that
Why is he bringing up pizza, man? Is he trying to... She's trying to make a Dean Withers point.
It's true with the great minority of people that call themselves...
Oh, no. Oops. Hang on. Pizza, indeed.
And I understand all that stuff. You're going to say that of all the voters, whatever. I'm talking about the entire media apparatus. That's why I earlier asked you, can you give me a single person in the media apparatus that identifies as socialist that also supports the Democratic Party?
But then okay, so to address your point extremely directly about the entire socialist, I was about to answer
one individual.
Oh, no, he said that's why I asked you, but I'm addressing his actual point, which is about the media apparatus.
To answer if you can.
I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's probably the case.
Isn't that problematic? If you're now identified as a socialist, you get a single. No, it's the same question that I asked earlier, and it's central to the point that I just gave right now. I asked you for a single person that says they actually like Chinese food, and all you can give me are people who support $15 minimum wage or wings, who really want to go to the pizza place, which is have the Vanguard Party, which is why they're called the Vanguard, which is why they shit on Chinese food or the Democratic Party over and over and over again, and that's an issue.
If we're talking about media figures who call themselves socialists, in terms of like of them who sims for the Democratic Party, it's certainly not a long list to the extent that I could Google and find names right now for you. But so I would agree with that. And so I've already said, and everyone on this podcast seems to be in agreement, that to the extent that many people, and it is a problem, flatly, it is what you're describing is absolutely a problem. To the extent that people in the media space that do the exact things that you and Connor and Wick have referenced, Pisco and I are in complete agreement. It's not that we just disagree, it's that we are in complete agreement that these are not people who should be part of the inner party, who should be part of strategic discussions, who should be part of the messaging of Democrats. What I have said, and this is my last sentence before I guess Connor wants to go, is that people like this should simply be used as other platforms for Democrats to engage in for the purposes of fundraising, for the purposes of spreading their message. If the Democrats want to go on Hassan's show or the Vanguard or Joy Gray or fucking Kylan Crystal show, then they should do that because they should engage in these alternatives.
Sure, but you understand that
they aren't part of the inner party.
Sure, but you understand that it undermines the fuck. Wait. You understand that it undermines the fuck out of the Democratic Party if we're saying that all the good things that we support. I call myself a socialist, and I think all the good things that have come to the Democratic Party have come because of socialists. And also, all of the media people that call themselves socialists fucking hate Democrats and they constantly attack the Democratic Party.
You agree with the Conboy?
It's not that simple, bro. I know you really like the yes or no's, but it's not really that simple. It's not that simple.
No, I don't.
So to Destiny's question,
I don't agree with you, Conboy.
So to your question, Destiny, I do fully agree that it is a problem that there is a disconnect between the typical socialist politician and the typical socialist media figure. I do agree that that's a problem. Okay. The only thing that started this entire discourse for the last week was what I said was I just don't think that these alternative media socialist media figures have that much of an effect on electoral outcomes for democratic socialists and for liberals broadly. Okay.
Wait, I don't know. Can I ask you then? Like, so when you look at like the 40-point drop in say like Dearborn supporting the Democratic candidate, do you really think that none of these alternative media spheres have any influence whatsoever on? Are they just completely irrelevant or?
I would never say something so stupid as they don't have any influence or that they don't have some determination of the outcome of elections. Okay, I would never say that.
Would be
when it comes to Dearborn
retarded,
specifically,
bro.
I think that it is more sensible to say several things. Number one, I would say that generally speaking, it seems like a lot of Muslim immigrants revert to their, not revert, but like there's like a coming to the mean of the average American conservative view over time as they assimilate. You see that with other immigrants groups as well as Muslim Americans. Number two, I think that you see that with Muslim Americans specifically, they are particularly sensitive to the Israel-Palestine issue, and whoever was in government, it blew the fuck up during a Democratic administration, and so there was a lot of reactionary sentiment with that issue in a lot of Muslim communities.
Wait, but the reaction, sure, but two things. One, so you said that it was a problem. I'm not going for gotchas here, okay? I don't give a fuck about gotchas. I know Pisco loves them, but I'm not going for gotchas. Okay? But the issue is that all of these elections are so close. So if we agree that it is a problem, and then we talk about how I don't think, I don't know, where, never mind, that was edgy. I don't think that they reverted, I don't think that they reverted to the mean in one election cycle when it came to voting issues, okay? I think that if you want to say that they voted because they were super energized by the Israel-Palestine issue, it doesn't make sense to me that they would vote for Jill Stein. Because if you really cared about that issue, I think that the clear choice, even if you think they don't handle it as well, would have been the Democrat candidate over the Republican candidate. So the fact that there were so many people, but the fact that there were so many people in the left saying, or not so many people in the left-wing media apparatus all saying they're both the same, all protesting the DNC, all protesting all the Democratic candidates, isn't that a problem?
Well, I think
Stop. Why does he keep repeating? Is it a problem? You just heard Econoboys and I agree. It's a problem. Why did you repeat that?
Well, because if it's a problem, then I don't know if we should be trying to appeal to the socialists, which is the name of this panel, appealing to leftists. We should be trying to court them if they're actively attacking the party, and these elections are already so close, and they're already turning off so many of our voters already. This is just, the problem's only gotten worse.
Okay, this is why I wanted to ask the question earlier, because I think this gets to the heart of the matter. It goes us back on track. And this is a question of Pisco first, and it goes your side, and then a question on the other side. I will counterpoints. I will get to you. I promise. But I'm going to
behave yourself. When he puts his hand up, you yell at him. You yell at him.
You can have it.
You're not reinforcing good behavior on this panel.
Let me fucking get my point out, okay? Then maybe we can get to something, okay? The question becomes, who should, as a whole, the Democratic Party, the DNC, etc., who should they be aligning themselves more with? People like AOC or people like Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, I don't understand how that is related to what Stephen was just talking about, right? So we agree. So I thought he was.
Consider it a circuit breaker.
I'll answer the question directly. So to answer the question directly, I think that because socialists are about 10% of the Democratic base, generally speaking, the platform and the types of candidates that we put forward should probably tilt moderate if the only thing we care about is absolutely maximizing our vote share. Okay.
And winning elections, yes, fair enough.
Now I'll say two things. I'll say that that's not necessarily always the literal only thing that we would care about. Now it's obviously very, very important. But then number two, just because they're only 10% does not mean that we should completely ignore them or treat them as Nazis or completely ostracize them from the movement. That they have to also be appealed to, because the Democratic Party is a party of centrists, moderates, like what you could call like moderate tilt left people, slightly more tilt left people, progressive people, and socialists. Every single one of those groups needs to be represented.
If we can demonstrate that by excising or
what do you mean by that excising? What do you mean by that?
I'll explain once I ask.
Well, wait. Okay, wait, hold on. I love you, but we're the two that are debating this topic, right? So Wig might have his feeling of it. When I say excise, we're talking about the media environment. If you call yourself a socialist and you constantly shit on the Democratic Party, Pisco, now I'm happy that your messaging evolved on this. Yesterday you were saying you should go on places like Hassan Stream to fight with them. Sure, that's fine. I agree with that. Nobody, I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Wait, you just heard something change. What changed?
Before it seemed like you were a lot more lukewarm on whether Hassan is like kind of an ally or whether or not those types of people can be appealed to.
No. You find me one place where I said Hassan is an ally.
I'll go back through I'll come through your entire VOD. I don't know. Listen, the same way that you've been in this space for 2 years and you can't remember a single thing Hassan has barely said. I'll say I don't have your exact quote here, okay? But all I'm saying is that it shouldn't be the goal of Democrats to appeal to the center fold of what socialism is.
What do you mean by excise?
That if somebody calls himself a socialist, if they constantly shut on the Democratic Party, then you don't treat them like they're part of your party. If you do go on the platforms, it is solely adversarial.
Wait a second. No. So now we're real different. If someone calls himself a socialist, because you agree Bernie Sanders calls himself a socialist, right?
We're talking about the media sphere. Media.
But Econoboy calls himself a socialist.
Sure.
So we should excise him from the party, correct?
If Econoboy was coming on my platform, it's not a yes or no question. I don't even know what part of your life you would, even in your lawyer school shit, you wouldn't have picked up on this yes or no autistic bullshit. So I don't know where any of this comes. I know you're just asking. I'm telling you, that is fucking retarded. So I'm answering the question. Answer the question. I'm answering the question. If Econoboy was coming on my stream, it's probably generally right now it's going to be a fight over things, like we are right now. Yes, and when Econoboy earlier said, "Oh, we should go on my stream and hash out something," it's going to be a fight over stuff. Somebody who identifies as a socialist in the entirety. You want? I don't know what
him from the party.
If somebody is running a show or running a program and they call themselves socialists, earlier I asked you guys, can you name a single one of these people that don't constantly shit on Democrats, and you guys couldn't think of a single name. So I would say yes, that is the subject. It's central to what you're asking.
Live and learn. Should he be on the podcast Live and Learn?
If all of you guys are going to start supporting socialists, yes, you should. It should be called Live and Learn.
Hang on, wait. So you think that Econoboy, we should not be platforming Econoboy because he labels himself a socialist? Is that right?
Econoboy is like he's like moving in the direction of there. Much the same like Sargon of Akkad was like moving in the direction of being a neo-Nazi.
So even though Econoboy gives you his understanding of what socialism is, he explains himself just as a way I assume that Bernie Sanders and AOC would. Even though he says I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, even though you smeared him as saying he's anti-democratic when he isn't anti-democratic. So even though he caveats all what he means by the term socialism, just because he labels himself socialism, you think that he really shouldn't be on Live and Learn?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't platform him. You guys do what you want with your platform, but I wouldn't want to platform him and say, hey guys, go check out their podcast later, where anti-Democratic Party people like the Vanguard will be treated as friends and allies that'll come on to shoot the shit for a while, and then immediately they'll go off to their own platforms to relentlessly shit on the Democratic Party.
So why are you hanging out?
Do you deny that any of that?
So why are you hanging out with Myron Gaines?
Because every single time I hang out with Myron Gaines, it's a combative interaction.
Okay, so like, but
wait, hold on, you recognize how stupid that question is. You realize you got a big gotcha there, but like, it's not, you acknowledge like when I hang out with Myron Gaines, it's always to combat him, right?
You guys have a nice conversation, right? You platform him, you have a nice
conversation. Yes, but it's combative. Nobody comes away from my stream where I'm like, hey guys, make sure you go check out Fresh and Fit. Like they have a lot of cool shit.
You guys have been going back and forth. So just to be clear, when the Vanguard came out of the podcast, they were challenged.
They were challenged, correct? Wait, can we get him to agree that? Were they challenged, Stephen?
Barely.
Well, I was just gonna,
barely, you fucking nitpicking fuck. What do you mean they were barely challenged?
As in, if you watch it, I think that for the most part, you're gonna come
fucking reacting like a fucking sped, and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe they're fucking being nuanced, and you're reacting that way. And
Mr. Yes or No is gonna talk about nuance.
The way that you're fucking presenting it makes people think that we're socialists, we're couple economists, socialists. But no, we absolutely challenge them. Specifically
hold on, let me give an example of where you challenge
specifically on the point of Mansion, specifically on the point of student loans, Stephen. You agree we did challenge them with facts and logic, correct?
Yep, facts and logic.
So when you said barely, what did you mean barely?
Barely is, and I think people would go on that show and they would assume that all of you guys like had a similar political project in mind. You all shared like a political project. Yes.
Okay, so why do you get that impression when we're disagreeing with them on specific issues?
Hold on, fuck this. Everybody else talking 30 fucking minutes. I've had my goddamn hand up for 30 fucking minutes. There needs to be some variety on this panel. I'll tell you why. It's because we're playing fucking footsie, and when they came to the next fucking day.
Let him explain. Let him answer.
All right. So, when we were talking about how, oh, everybody's being so fucking mean to Hutch the fucking next day and all that bullshit, then you're like, oh, well, you know, we technically challenged them on their perspectives and all that kind of bullshit, but realistically, anybody who watched it tonally felt like it was like a 5.5 versus 1 against
you guys
Hutch.
sound like the biggest bitch woke skulls tonally. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Fox, you roll your eyes like a fucking valley girl.
So this is like the 2017 century all over again. Same thing. The classical liberals.
Okay, you did disagree with them, but your tone, it sounded like you were nice in your tone.
Yeah, it sounds like you're the fucking youthful cocksleeve for socialist. That's what it sounds like.
Like Stephen isn't fucking nice in his tone with Myron Gaines. He is. He absolutely is.
Yeah, and he still has contention and he still clarifies the ideology. I still have a point from 40 fucking minutes ago that I wanted to make. I've had my hand up for 40 fucking minutes.
Counter you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, anyways, my turn. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the Pisco Destiny show. All right, so earlier, Econoboy made a fucking point saying that I kept appealing to conspiracy, and he's made this point 3 or 4 times, so I want to address this briefly. Mao, Pol Pot, Joseph Stalin, Tito, Castro, every leader in the fucking Soviet Union came together through fucking revolution. Okay, they all came from fucking revolution. Then not just that, but Gramsci was arguing about why leftists aren't relevant in fucking Western societies because they have strong social order. And Marcuse and modern lefty philosophers try to normalize Gramsci and Marcusean argument in order to infiltrate Western societies in order to make them more socialist. Corbyn, Sanders, and Noam Chomsky all swept for authoritarian socialist regimes when they were in power and only disavowed them once it was found out all of their authoritarian abuses of their populations. So when you say, Connor, you're being a conspiracist, I say, no, plenty of youthful Western lefty fucking idiots sweep for authoritarian they're using the playbook that Gramsci and Marcuse wrote in order to subvert Western society.
Connor, what would I say in response?
Of conspiracism, when conspiracy is documentable in the words of the people who espouse this philosophy.
Let's see if you've been listening. Let's see if you've been listening. Let's see if you've been listening to what I've been saying. What do you think I would say in response to that?
That you're not like them. That there are plenty of democratic socialists who are actually nice, whose primary motivations are democracy over socialism. They're incrementalists, and so as a result, they're not interested in sweeping for the human rights abuses of these authoritarian regimes, and they're not conspiracists. They actually just think that this is the correct ideological outcome.
So if you understand that that is true, and that is at the very least my point, then we've already admitted, we've already said, we've openly said multiple times that certainly there are a portion of socialists historically and a portion of socialists that live in America that do have these kind of like ulterior motives, right? The thing that I've said is well, 2 things. I've said, number 1, that historically that is not the great majority of socialist movements, that there's at the very least a meaningfully large divide between those 2 different, methods you could say of socialism. And in America, I don't think that even close to the great majority, I don't think even 80%, not even 90%, probably 99% of the 10% of people that vote for Democrats that call themselves socialists, they don't engage in that. So I don't think what you're saying is very relevant.
The Pisco show. Okay, one more point before we get back to the Pisco.
And then we can get back to the Pisco Destiny show. I agree.
Okay, so if I told you that I was a democratic fascist and I believed in political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism, but I don't agree with the mass slaughters. And as a matter of fact, I'm like a human fascist. I don't want to do ethnic divides and I don't want to do racial divides. I actually want human beings to be put into a political corporation, a body, and I want flexibly authoritarian governments or whatever. You would probably still call me a fucking idiot because even though democracy was my primary virtue, fascism is still a dog shit ideology, right?
The question that I would ask you is there a robust history of people calling themselves fascist and then winning elections and then leaving after they lose elections? And you couldn't answer yes to that. You couldn't answer yes to that. But I can absolutely answer yes to that.
We'll go back to the drama show, okay? Last point. I think the reason why, I think it's like a house cat versus a lion, okay?
Wait, do you recognize what I just said? How it's disanalogous?
Psychologically studied, hold on. House cats have been psychologically studied that if they were capable of eating their owners, they would. Okay,
You're just going to say socialists are pussies. I know your game.
I think that Western socialists are house cats. They cannot eat our faces, so they won't eat our faces. But I think if they were the size of a fucking jaguar, they would start eating our faces. And with that, Pisco start yelling at Destiny some more.
I want to give it to Pisco.
He's fucking right, dude. If they had the power,
it sounds like,
they would be
Connor, you identified it earlier in our conversation as well.
crazy
tonally it was
unstoppable.
footsie. Is this your problem with what you did on the Vanguard, Steve?
Fuck everyone else
I think totally.
off
yes,
into
Steven.
oblivion.
So totally, I prepare more for the Hassan stuff than the Vanguard stuff because I'm more familiar with his content. But like for instance, when like you immediately and easily would eat the idea that like I would prefer Hassan over Trump as president in a system with absolutely no constraints. Like that's I would prefer Hassan over Trump as president in a system with absolutely.
Go to Hassan, but I just want to get clarity on this. So as you sit here, do you have
Totally, my impression with the Vanguard. My impression was that almost all of the pushback there was coming from Hutch, and I think that's why you guys fought about it the next day, is because Hutch felt like he was kind of on an island there, and that while you guys did disagree with some points like the student loan thing, you were very quick to make a whole bunch of what I would call insane concessions about Biden, whether you're calling him Trumpian or whatever because he gets mad at the Attorney General or whatever else, and that seems weird to do, almost minstrel showish, in front of a couple of people who are literally hardcore like socialists who shit on Democrats constantly. That's surprising to me.
So you acknowledge that we did disagree with them significantly on the student loan point. You acknowledge that I said you can't believe Manchin. You acknowledge I said that,
yes.
And I supported Hutch on that.
Yep.
And you also acknowledge, by the way, that I supported the notion that Biden had great policies and that they were downplaying, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act and other measures. Correct?
Yep.
So I
do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that you are giving me exact quotes, and what we're criticizing is the tone? You acknowledge how pointless that is, right?
So I'm just asking. So is your problem the tone of the disagreement and what we're doing?
The problem is that it seems like you guys share a political project, when I would argue that the socialist movement in general and all of the media figures, the Vanguard included, do not share a political project. That while you obsess about building bridges with them, all they do is shit on your candidates in exchange. You will never have a scenario with the Vanguard or any of these other people like, oh, we should try to build bridges with more moderate Dems. It will never happen. As evidence today with crystal ball.
One of the problems the tone. Is the tone one of the problems?
Yes.
Okay. He said yes, Pisco. So really quick, let me ask Destiny a question. So, would you say that the ideological disposition of someone like Joe Manchin versus the ideological disposition of a guy like Joe Biden, would you say that they share a political project?
Yes.
Okay, so
you're doing this thing again. Actually, I'm not even going to allow this. I'm sorry. You keep doing this thing where you jump to elected lawmakers that are working in the system. I have no interest in. No, they're not. No, they're not.
They're literally elected representatives, Destiny.
They're not representatives of an ideological movement. They've won an election in a particular district. That's it. I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you going to go to West Virginia to figure out who the movement leader is of anybody on the left wing? No, I want you to answer that question. Are you going to go to West Virginia to figure out who is the leader of any kind of left wing movement?
That's not what I'm doing, Destiny.
Then why would you say that Manchin represents some like leader of some movement? They won elections.
Okay,
I'm not talking about politicians. The Vanguard are not politicians. I'm talking about the media environment. That's what I'm talking about.
Would you? I'm just using them as an example. Would you?
No,
say
but I'm telling you why I don't like the example. I don't like the example because these are elected officials, not people in the media.
Okay. Well, you referenced.
Okay, hold on. I think I can bridge this gap, perhaps. Right.
No, there is no gap to bridge. He can't find an example in the media, and that's my issue. That's the exact problem.
Okay. Well, look. How about this? How about we just stop? If that's the case, we've already said this several times. Okay, that insofar as people in the media don't share this political project as you've described, oh, they're actually, to Connor's point, they're just hiding their power level and they're actually authoritarian socialists or whatever. We've already agreed several times that that's the extent to which they shouldn't be involved in like the strategic or like whatever in deep involvement within the movement means. We've already agreed with that several times. So how about this? Well, we can maybe if there's another question you can ask because we've actually already agreed on that topic.
Well, but then I think the strange thing is so like for instance, right? I think that strictly definitionally, I might be considered a eugenicist because I'm okay with people getting tested to see if their child might have Down syndrome, right, and not having those children, right? Technically speaking, that's a form of eugenics.
They're gonna clip him. They're gonna clip him. Just the part that he says I might be called a eugenicist. They're gonna be like, and then Hassan's gonna watch it and he's gonna call him a Zionist pig dog.
But realistically, would I ever go out and call myself a eugenicist? Probably not, right? So it's just strange that when you're working in a media environment and then you take on the label of socialist, if you were to look up any other and all other socialist content that's being created in that sphere, all of it is dedicated to shitting on the Democratic Party. That's the problem. It's only gotten worse in the past 8 years.
Shouldn't we promote Econoboy? Shouldn't we promote Econoboy? Econoboy, you're saying like, where's the media of a socialist figure who respects the party? Shouldn't we therefore, if we're looking for these kinds of figures, to take some of that energy perhaps, or to use the label and get it back to like the roots that that Econoboy is referencing, at least in specific traditions, referencing the Labour Party in UK and Australia.
MSNBC show.
Yeah, so on that front, why would I kick Econoboy off? Why wouldn't I promote Econoboy?
Well, because that label has already been co-opted by all of it, not co-opted, more accurately represented. But then I guess this all goes back to definitional issue, right? Like if you put AOC and Hassan Piker in a room and you give a bunch of people who know what socialism is and they're read on theory, 100 out of 100 of those people are going to say Hassan is more of a socialist than AOC. If you put 100 people read on theory and you say, do you think AOC is more of a capitalist liberal or more of like a socialist? Almost all of them will say she's more of a liberal capitalist.
Something for me.
Sure.
Square this for me. So you said earlier that okay, it's not necessarily about the socialist label, and you agree that there's a diversity in what that actually means.
For sure.
It's about socialists within the media space.
Yes.
But then Pisco mentions, well, what if what if AOC retires from Congress and starts an MSNBC show? Like it sounds like you would be against that, but then you say no, because she labels herself as a socialist, I would be against it. But now it seems like you're saying it actually is the label.
It's absolutely coherent. It seems like Karen, you're not familiar with any of the politics behind any of it. It would be challenging, but the issue that you run into is, so you could say, could they wash the socialist label and make it so that in your mind, I've said this, I'll say it again, I don't think that you are a secret tanky. I hope you're not on the way to tanky. I don't think you are, and I don't think AOC is, just from what I've seen. I don't think she's a secret tanky or anything. Could she, clean the socialist label in a way that these people are more compatible with a liberal form of government that's not like vanguardism or whatever? Maybe, but then if I look at what's happened over the past decade, when people like AOC,
AOC
to popularize the socialist label, what actually happened? All of the people that worked with them and then were spun off became insane fucking radicals.
This is
right?
crazy. Like, they keep wanting to call her a socialist. She's not a socialist.
A lot of the people who are criticizing them now are other socialists who are all saying they're fucking sellouts. It seems like that didn't work too well.
So if AOC started a show, media-wise, quit her job, started a show to promote her ideas, would you have a problem with it? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you don't have a problem inherently with someone having the socialist label and being a media figure, do you?
No. You got
so
it.
why do you have this prescription?
Let's get a round of applause for those. Yes or no?
Hang on.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
So why is your prescription therefore?
I can't do whys. I only do yes or no's. Can you format that in a yes or no question?
I'm gonna focus it.
Okay, thank you. For multiple choice, I can do, yeah.
If it's the case that you wouldn't have a problem with AOC if she stopped being a politician, became a media figure, start a show, why then? So you don't have a problem with the principle. Why would you have a prescription that we should kick Econo Boy off the show?
I have an important question, Steven. I have an important question, and you need to answer yes or no. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
Nice cover for Steven.
Yes, I guess, yeah.
Do you think do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
There it is.
Every
time anybody says something to back up Steven, Pisco comes in. Nice cover for Steven. Nice cover for Steven.
These are
oh yeah,
this is an actual question
the reason why I'm asking this question.
It's just a pointless question.
You can't understand where this is going. No. I'll go ahead and explain it because you don't understand.
Wait, can I use real quick? This is wait, real quick. You can go right after. This is a really important point. Hold on, you can go right after this. Okay, this is if you would have asked me 10 years ago, should AOC run as a far left progressive and never use the word socialist? I would say absolutely yes, and we would all be better off for it. That's what I would say. I know that's not the question.
Not the question. Not the question. Not the question.
I do want to hear where conflict is going.
Yeah. Wait, why? Why don't you make the question?
The point.
You guys are running cover.
Hold on, stop.
No, he did not. No, he memed. No, come on. You know he memed there. You know he memed there.
I am making a point.
Stop.
I'm making a point.
He's like a white blood cell. He's a white blood cell, and he's trying to stop this because you know.
Conrad had a legitimate point. On the answer to the question, whether or not AOC should make a TV show has no bearing on any other part of this conversation. That was a retarded question. And he answered it.
Hey, dipshit. It's called an internal critique, dipshit. It's called an internal critique. You had a standard. Wait, and everyone knows. Holy shit, Connor. Everyone knows your standard was, I don't really have a problem using the socialist label if you're a politician, but I do have a problem with it with your media figure. So I'm testing your logic.
You're not testing it. You're taking the person's life of being a politician and being a media figure who happens to also be the most popular left-wing person in the United States of America. It's obviously not the standard. You're going to the outer perimeter of things where the
why don't you answer and distinguish it? Why don't you answer instead of meaning out of it?
I did answer. Did you forget the question? Did you forget the answer? I already said yes. If you want to do a show, I guess you could, but I don't think you should use the label socialist. I think it's harmful to the country.
No. I'm not asking.
I know you're not asking. You're only interested in the narrow yes or no questions to go down your particular dialogue train because you're capable of engaging with.
This is why. You have a prescription that we should kick Econo Boy off the show because he used the socialist label. That's your prescription.
That's the name of your show. Is Live and Learn, not Soak and Learn, right?
So you literally want us to kick Econo Boy off because of the label. I'm trying to test your internal consistency and your.
We're not here to test my entire internal consistency. It's not preposterous. I asked you guys earlier to name a single other socialist figure media that supports the Democratic Party, and neither you dipshits can name even one fucking person. You can't even name one person. And you sit here swaying out about whether I should be appealing to the left, and you can't even name one.
Oh my god.
Wait, is Econo Boy example?
Gisticle is like lost his mind.
He literally just fucking converted. Holy shit.
For just converts, we shouldn't enforce this.
Do you think that Nazis? Hold on. Do you think that Nazis can have a positive influence in our media sphere to push people?
If you think you mean logically possible, then yes.
Okay, wait, hold on. Do you think that there might be at least one person that could help the Democratic Party or help people get elected? By the way, identify as a Nazi right now. Also, let's say, by the way, AOC identifies as a Nazi right now. Do you think that Nazis can help the Democratic Party? No, wait, I'm just asking. Hold on. I just want to say hypothetically. Do you think that a Nazi could have a positive influence? Yeah. Do you see how retarded this fucking question is?
If I might be, you mean logically possible. The answer is yes. But let me just put it to you, right? So your standard was that right now we should actually kick Econo Boy off the podcast because he uses the term socialist label. You wouldn't say the same for a politician. You wouldn't say the same for a politician running for office. And so you were given the example of a politician who stops being a politician, becomes a media figure. Should we treat them similarly? So like if AOC said, "Hey, I want to be a part of Live and Learn," and I'm like, what the fuck? No. I waited 10 minutes. Let me ask. I waited 10 minutes. My turn. You're fucking running. You know where this is going. You know that's why they won't let me finish the question. The question is, if we take out,
if you answer the question, you can ask the question when I'm done.
If we take out Econo Boy, AOC's like, I want to join Live and Learn, guys. Should we say no?
Okay. No, hold on. Before you guys go on another fucking 20-minute fucking thing, Steven, write down the question. So I'm not white blood selling, so you can answer the question. If AOC wants to join the show, should you say yes? Okay? So write that down so Pisco can't accuse me of white blood selling. The point that I was making, for those of you who have EDIQ in the fucking audience, is that Steven, as far as I know, is a liberal. Meaning that he believes in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. Meaning that socialists... Hold on. I'm not done yet. Thank you. I love you. Shut up. So, if you ask Steven, hey, should a socialist be able to create a TV show? 99% of the time, he's gonna say yes. The same way that I presume with Fuentes, even though he's an evil, nefarious Christian nationalist,
no one's talking about the right to make a show. No one's talking about your legal.
You guys are all talking about to make a show. This is frustrating. This is frustrating.
No one's on question.
I just have to ask a question. Pisco, do you think that there is any utility in gatekeeping a label?
Yeah, sometimes it can be.
Yeah. So if you want to gatekeep Democrat or liberal as a label, do you think that it makes sense to say, hey, we can have a show, we can have you on it, but if we're going to call ourselves liberals, you can't be on it because we only accept liberals?
that could be for the
socialist.
Wait, that's a different question. So the answer is, if the show is called Live and Learn, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem in theory with you having a non-liberal be part of the show Live and Learn. That has to do more with, like, I don't know, your artistic consistency or your title being consistent or something. But the question is fundamentally different. The question is, would it be your preference to kick off people who have that label? Not would we want them to change the label? That's not the question. The question is, should we even let that? When by let, I don't hear, of course, to Connor's preposterous straw man mean that, like, legally take away their right to have legally. Yeah, so he's like,
answer the question. That way he can't accuse me of being a white blood cell because he wouldn't have any fucking evidence for it anyways. Answer his gay little question.
So no one here is talking. First of all, I like the heteronormative language. I think it's really stressing. But
I love heteronormativity.
I don't like the heteronormative language. It's distressing. But just
I don't like the misogynistic language. I use bitches and insult also.
Oh my god.
I also don't like the misogyny, please.
I don't like the heteronormative language. It's distressing. That was pretty soy way to put it. Pisco. Soy sauce, bro.
By the way, you guys are soying out about tone, so you're the last people. Just to get a fine point on it.
Hold on, wait. Tone is insofar as tone to a certain person. We wouldn't be complaining if you had a bad tone towards somebody that was your ideological enemy. You having a polite tone towards somebody who's ideologically aligned with you.
Do you agree? Did you agree that you had a nice tone with Myron Gaines?
Nobody will come out of that. It is a combative tone. Nobody will come out of that conversation. Tone is more than just your, like, actual timbre of voice. Hold on. How many people would come out of that conversation thinking, "Wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit"?
And how many people come out of my conversation and think, well,
ah, careful! You got yourself because you knew how.
That was great. Oh, that was great.
Enemy. You having a polite tone for somebody who's ideologically aligned with you.
Do you agree? Did you agree that you had a nice tone with Myron Gaines?
Nobody will come out of that. It is a combative tone. Nobody will come out of that conversation. Tone is more than just your, like, actual timbre of voice. Hold on. How many people would come out of that conversation thinking, "Wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit"?
And how many people come out of my conversation and think, well,
ah, careful! You knew how bullshit you were! Oh my god! It's good! In 8K! Fucking 120 frame rate, 240 refresh rate, on monitor, broadcasting live, on the coast!
No, I'm not backing off at any position. So I'm saying, if you watch the actual stream and listen to the words being said, then no one would come away from that thinking that we didn't combat them. If they watch the Destiny stream, where you're smearing us, or you're smearing us as socialists.
Wait, question. Okay, wait, question. If you were looking at the chats.
So if you watch the Destiny stream where he's speaking out every 2 seconds, and if you watch the Destiny stream where he's like, then maybe you get that.
Oh, okay, wait, I'm curious. Wait, if you were looking at the chats, do you think there were more people in my chat who were favorable to Myron in our conversation, or more people in your chat that were favorable to Vanguard?
That's not the analysis. That's not the analysis at all.
Ah, you don't want to answer that question because you know exactly. That's the whole point. Thank you. That's the point. That's the point. That is the point. That's the point.
Answer the question. Do you have a nice tone with Myron? Yes or no?
The point of tone is what is the message that you are conveying to the audience. The point is what is the message you are conveying to the audience. If it is the fact that at the end of the day, most of my audience, the vast majority, 99% of my audience, all disagree with Myron, that means that I'm doing my job. My tone is appropriate for that. I would not have the same tone if my audience was all agreeing with Myron. I would probably change my tone to become a lot more harsh. I know that you really want to do this in yes or no questions, but unfortunately politics is a little bit harder than yes or no. So you keep asking yes or no question over and over again, but it's not really going to help you. The fact of the matter is that if you go to your chat, you see a ton of people spamming fuck Democrats, fuck Democrats, fuck Democrats over and over again. You don't see the same people in my chat saying, oh, fuck the left, we all side with Myron here. We're not
So my chat does not spam that at all. My chat does not spam that at all. The question is, like, for you to be accusing anybody and tone policing anybody, oh, in your conversation you seemed too nice in your disagreement, is fucking laughable, and everybody knows it because you.
It's only laughable if your understanding of tone is that of a 4-year-old. The important thing is, and it's so crazy that my audience, by and large, 99% of them reject it, but your audience is halfway down the fucking ML pipeline. Halfway down the ML pipeline.
You say that, but my audience, those videos where I'm pushing back are disliked. My audience is not close to the
because I'm watching them. Yeah, no shit. You just said it. Wait, you just said it. Who's gonna soy out about it the most? It's gonna be people that are watching Destiny watching it. Yeah, no shit. There's a reason why even your own posts complain. You guys were pushing back all on them.
So my did push back. We definitely objectively did push back, and you're not contending with the fact that you, Stephen Bonnell, you are a massive fucking hypocrite. If you're going to come to us and say we need to watch our tone when we vocally disagree, and by the way, you take it completely out of context, that we need to watch our tone, but you're fine doing all the jokes you want in other contexts. You think it's soy, people call you out for tone policing, that kind of shit. But now with us, you're going to nitpick and say, oh, did you really? Because
the purpose of tone is to communicate to the audience what your beliefs are, what their beliefs should be. No, your argument is retarded because if you go to my audience, they're not fucking Nazis. They're not all supporting Myron Gaines. Your audience is like, who the fuck knows if they're socialists or not? Half of them are, right? Like unironically, not the nice kind like a Kano boy, but the Marxist-Leninist kind like a co-host.
Yeah. So wait, my co-host is Marxist-Leninist?
For Aaron is an ML, yes. That's like where your audience is direction we're going, yes.
You understand that Aaron says she's not a Marxist-Leninist. Do you agree with that?
I don't identify people's... You know that Trump doesn't call himself a fascist, right?
Yeah, so
what retarded fucking minute say?
What's your evidence that you're Marxist-Leninist?
Ask her about a political beliefs next time you're stream.
You made an assertion, didn't you?
Because she would support the violent overthrow of the capital class and would say the only way to bring about class consciousness in a social revolution was through violence. Private conversations! What do you mean? Private conversations are on stream!
What did she say?
I don't have the fucking VOD. Oh, are you serious? You need me to have the VOD? You want me to have the exact fucking VOD right now?
Oh my god, this is so bad.
Hold on, let me do a little translating here. I would like an example from Destiny. What specific position or take that Straighterade has had that you feel leads you to believe that she's a Marxist Leninist?
But in the past, when we used to hop on stream and like argue, and her position is generally that of like a revolutionary socialist. That's just been her
position.
She would support the violent overthrow of the capital class. She probably thinks the only way to move.
Evidence for that. That's conclusory. What's the evidence? You say probably. Name one position.
You think that is a position that in order to bring about the revolution requires a violent overthrow of the capital class.
And you're saying that Trigger has made that position. That's her position. Is that she has said that
yeah, I mean, this is years ago. I don't have the quote.
Fucking Democrats. She canvassed for fucking what is this? Progressive.
And
you have nothing. You have nothing.
Pisco. You understand that just because she's Democrats does not mean that she does not.
So here's my evidence that she's not a Marxist Leninist. One, I asked her, are you a Marxist Leninist? You uphold it. Wait. That is. Wait. If you're gonna take things that she said as evidence that she's a Marxist Leninist, then you're gonna accept things I asked.
The whole point is to be subversive.
So
they say no. What the fuck?
Okay.
Holy shit!
So is it your position she openly says it or she doesn't say it?
No, she advocates for the policies and positions that a Marxist-Leninist would, like the need for a vanguard party. I already said the fact that you need a violent overthrow of the capital class is like the classic hallmark position of a Marxist-Leninist. Okay.
Never said that.
Right. Okay, then the next time you're at a show, you should ask. You should say, hey, do you think that the capitalists would willingly give up control of their property, or do you think you would need some kind of like violent revolution in order to take the property from them? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I will. And if you're right, I'll give you a W. But the
problem is if she is being subversive, all she'll have to do is lie to you.
Well, no, they won't lie about all the they won't wear the label. They won't wear the they just won't have the they won't. I don't think that she would like that. I don't think she would like that.
Wait, Stephen. What would it take for me to show you that she's not a Marxist Leninist?
You understand that right now when both of you right now when both of you have staked your reputation now on this question that's publicly said, there's no real thing I could give you right now, right? You understand that both of you.
It is funny to watch him desperately trying to walk people down dialogue trees. Destiny went in legit thinking Pisco. Oh no. Oh, Daniel. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. That's a rough one, bud. Yikes. I wish there was something I could do, but my hands are tied.
Or literally
what evidence would it take? What evidence would it take?
Yeah, right.
You can say nothing.
Sure.
Nothing will convince me otherwise.
Unless she has like genuinely changed her political beliefs over time.
Will anything change your mind about that position?
I'm sure. Yes or no? Like if there was like a debate that she had like 2 months ago and somebody linked me and she was like, oh no, like I don't think that like these ideas are necessarily good or whatever. Then yeah, like, oh shit, maybe she changed her beliefs.
So we'll go through the receipts of what Trader Rate said, and if a thorough search of her records or of her fucking public statements doesn't say anything about a violent revolution, doesn't say anything about a violent revolution, will you retract your statement? If a thorough search of her records, will you retract the statement that you just made?
If she, hold on, I submit. Okay, here we go. We were linked this. I submit this to the chat. Go play it. Play it down for us.
Give me a second. Let me.
Damn, we gotta look up clips and shit. What is this?
I guess, yeah, I got to have every single quote on board. I guess for every single.
Share your screen.
Let me pull this up on stream, so everyone can see. Right? We can screen. Let me show you. I'm not sharing anything I shouldn't. Okay. We don't want to wash here. Okay. Oh no, that's the wrong one. See, I already did it. There we are. Okay. Let me get
yes
through
or no. Yes or no. Yes or no.
Okay, give me a second. Yeah, blah blah blah. We don't care. Neil's stressed. Okay, here we are.
So I don't like. Are you a full
No,
disagreement?
I'm not.
Okay, so you're not a socialist.
No, I'm not a socialist.
Okay,
I'm a communist. That's why it says commie.
Oh,
I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist.
I can't tell
What's the
you
difference?
Explain to it.
I actually feel like mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'm good on that. I'm good on that one.
So
is that sufficient evidence to you?
So
her saying I'm a commie is not sufficient evidence that
good.
Sorry, the answer is I know that Aaron says she's a commie, and Stephen, you can tell he's fucking soying the fuck out because I acknowledge that Aaron has said that she's a commie as a position she's had. The question wasn't is she a commie or not, and you were the one who says, by the way, Stephen, your whole point is you can't just.
You're absolutely cooked on this. You are smoking. Your course is smoldering on this. Smoldering.
Wait, Destiny, didn't you just say
you're about to pull out the most pedantic argument we've ever heard our entire life?
Destiny.
She said, I think socialists are too scared to identify as communists, implying that it's a more radical position. But go ahead, yes, go ahead, save us. Yeah, what do you got?
Did you just say before that you should not take the label to be indicative of whether that person is the thing? Did you say that?
I said it's not necessarily. It doesn't mean they're not, but not necessarily. So for instance, when she labels herself as a communist and then she supplies additional argumentation saying, I call myself a communist because I think that most socialists are too scared to even call themselves that, that would be an additional argument for the label.
Stephen, I just one more question. Yesterday, did you say that all socialists are communists? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no, Stephen? Stephen! Exact same position. Did you have the exact same position that Aaron just had? Yes or no? You said all communists are socialists. You did say that.
I probably also said all MAGA are like pedophiles. Do you think I actually genuinely 100% believe that all MAGA are pedophiles?
Yeah, so you lying. So were you right then or you right now? Were you right then or you right now? Were you right then or you right now?
Well, if it's like a serious conversation where somebody's trying to tease out my political beliefs, like when Aaron was inquired about my beliefs there, it's probably going to be a lot more serious than me just saying like fucking socialists are communists or whatever, right? For instance, when Econoboy earlier asked me, do you think that I'm like a techie or whatever? Like, no, I don't think so. I think Econoboy is genuinely raised up politically. So I've already disproved the quote mining you're trying to get me on. I don't think Econoboy is a secret fucking communist.
Yesterday, everyone can see it.
Notice how you've moved off. So everyone can see he's desperately trying to quote mine a 4-word quote to get off the fact that his co-host is actually a Marxist Leninist. The issue is that Pisco didn't even know what Marxist Leninist was until like 2 days ago, which is why when somebody brought it up in the
No. Well, at least not at this modded version. Damn, I fucking upped the difficulty level a bit too quickly, to be honest.
When somebody said white terror, he thought white terror, you mean hate crimes? Like, what does that mean, right? You're trying desperately to assess it in a single quote. The reality is you don't really know much about these political ideologies, which is great and fine. But that's why people use and abuse you guys on these programs. You don't know anything about them.
Yesterday, Destiny said socialists are communists. There's no distinction. He said there's no distinction between socialists and communists. And now,
you mean literal, or was he talking about power?
Oh, so this is the it's all jokes. When you can't hold anything to Steven, obviously, because there's always fucking some opposite quote or something, and then he's just joking.
No, I just don't have autism, so I can understand.
This is actually so. I can ask. Wait, hold on. We can do this right now. We can do this right now. Hold on. I'm not even going to appeal to the moderator. Kind of boy. Do you think that I think that socialists and communists are the exact same thing?
No, probably not.
I mean, I think it does suck.
There you go. Easy. Wow, crazy. Crazy how that works, huh? That's your debate partner, by the way. Not the moderator.
So what did you mean when you said that, actually?
I don't know. What was the context of the quote?
I already know the context of the quote because I already saw the fucking clip. He was talking about power level. He was saying that fucking he's saying that socialists hide their power levels. They're actually communists. He's saying that fucking sock dems are hiding their power levels. They're actually socialists.
Which is funny because that's what Aaron just said. She said I think a lot of socialists are communists, but they lie about it.
Crazy coke.
By the way, shut the fuck up, Pisco. You've been talking for 20 minutes. I waited my turn. Okay. So by the way, this backs up your argument. You've said that social democrats are everybody who identifies as a socialist is actually a social democrat.
So now when you get caught, now there's shades of gray. And now when you get caught, now the shades of gray matter.
Hold on, let Pisco finish. Pisco, finish your thought.
So now when you get caught with the contradiction, now it's like, oh, okay, I guess not all socialists are these fucking Marxist-Leninists. I guess when you call yourself a socialist, it doesn't really matter. So you get caught on that shit, and now you're taking the position that socialism is a broader term. It doesn't just mean the tankies. It doesn't just mean the Marxist-Leninists. You're absolutely correct. So
wait, from the very beginning of this conversation, didn't I say that socialism can encompass a lot of different things?
Wait, hang on a second.
Why do you think you're?
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Because I'm reading the transcript, so I just reread things that you said at the beginning of the debate, and then I repeat them in a condescending voice. Am I making like a really good point?
So you acknowledge there are shades of gray socialism, and then there are some socialists that you would absolutely have within the fold, wouldn't it?
No. Just like there might be shades of gray classical liberalism, but if somebody calls themselves a classical liberal and then they associate with exclusively Nazis, I probably wouldn't allow that person to be within my fold.
Okay, cool. So
notice how that was a one-to-one analogy, and you're kind of like,
no, it's not one-to-one. It's not one-to-one. No, I'll explain why it's not one-to-one. I'll explain why it's not one-to-one because Econoboy points you to a tradition, a peaceful, robust tradition of socialists in Western countries that don't include all the negatives that Nazism by its sort of
because their house cats
entails.
I know.
That's why it's not a one-to-one comparison because
let me ask.
That record,
but that's not true though because a lot of people would say somebody like Reagan was a fascist and we came out okay from having Reagan as president. You're laughing now, but people abuse the term fascist. So they talk about Bush as being a fascist as well, and guess what? We survived that as well. And so if people want to say they were socialists, whatever, that's fine. But guess what? All of this worked under the fascists and the socialists together. Guess what? They worked under a liberal capitalist government, and that's the type of thing that I think we should be defending. Not a full-on socialist government because that's always been a fucking shit show, and not a full-on fascist government because that's always been a fucking shit show.
I have a question for Econoboy. So, do you extend that? You laid out the history of socialism, but when Straight Rape, who does a show with Pisco, right, calls herself a communist, do you extend that to communism? To communists are just these things that can coexist with liberal democracies?
Okay, so I'll answer the question directly. Even Marx himself, this is a direct quote from Marx, said that things like lower stage communism would be stamped with the society that we lived in the past. Okay, now what he meant by that was that lower stage communism, as communism comes into being, that during that process...
I love how, like, he quotes some of these guys, they quote Marx as if it was, like, the Bible, right? He was like, Communist Manifesto, verse 30, sentence 12.
The stamps of the current society that we live in will be present in lower stage communism. What he meant by that...
a historical example of a communist party, like a communist taking power and in a liberal democracy surviving.
I'm telling you what the most famous foundational thinker of communism literally thought communism was.
I just want a historical
now, your question was, could communism exist within liberal framework?
This probably explains, too, why they're so, like, oh my god, we need to... Whenever we talk about Zionism, we need to go to everything fucking Theodore Herzl said over 120 fucking years ago.
Works, okay? Marx himself advocated for many things that we would call liberal.
Because
he said things like freedom of...
Wick, as much as he tries to be a moderator, is never good at just being a moderator. He just can't do it.
Speech, the equality of people, the fundamental freedom of people to coexist with each other were important characteristics of communism as it comes into being, and communism when we get to like supposedly the final stage of communism. So to answer your question, yes, liberal values would exist.
Which country where...
Can you admit that I just answered your first question at the very least? That I directly answered your first question? I need to do an acknowledgement.
My follow-up question. Okay. My follow-up question matters too, right?
What's your follow-up question?
After you ask that is, okay, if that's possible, give me an example in the real world where it's happened, where a communist party has come to power and a liberal democracy has survived.
The only example that I'm familiar with, and I'm not totally familiar with the history here, obviously I've been focusing on European experiments, the Kerala province in India, which like tens of millions of people live in, has been run by communists for basically the last 50 years, and they're actually a Marxist-Leninist party, and they operate in democratic frameworks, and they do basically, they have a liberal kind of style system of government within their general ethos. Now they are Marxist-Leninists, right? And I'll admit, I could be misunderstanding the area of Kerala because I'm not totally familiar with the region, but they do have elections. They do have elections.
I mean,
they do call themselves communists. Their leader is literally
literally a guy named
Like, I
Stalin.
know
The reason I'm
this.
asking this, and I'll give it to you, Pisco, just but I want to explain the reason I asked this question. The reason I asked this question is because the whole debate is about, right, like the accusation against you and against the convoy is that you're giving cover to people who want to infect the Democratic Party with things, illiberal values that we would be against, that would destroy democracy, right? And your co-host has just admitted, at least we saw on 4K, that she is a communist, a full-on communist.
Wait, but you say she just admitted. You understand that I know, and I've never represented, and it wasn't an own for anyone to put up a clip of her calling herself a communist. But the reason why it was done and presented that way is because as though it were contradictory. When
This
the
is
whole point
true,
of it is
Daniel.
show some basis that she's a Marxist-Leninist. Now you can say, like as you are trying to imply, that historically it's impossible, this kind of society is impossible. That's fine. It's not a contradiction, right? There are a lot of anarcho-communists or anarcho-capitalists where you could say, show me one place where anarcho-libertarianism or anarcho-capitalism or anarcho-communism has worked and it hasn't descended into chaos and some kind of kingship or some kind of thing. And yeah, you can be against them, but you would not call an anarcho-capitalist a fascist or a tyrant or an authoritarian just because there's no example of it working. It would be inaccurate to call someone, even if
No, you'd call him a retard.
Deluded, even if they think like, okay, my way will work, all these other times they did it wrong. That it's not accurate to call that anarcho-capitalist or that anarcho-communist a tanky. It's just
Bro.
not. And I think that you must acknowledge it.
How are you gonna say Econo Boy is out of his depth when he's right next to this guy who's like wearing floaties in the ocean above the Marianas Trench?
Like, if you acknowledge that, for example, in the Spanish Civil War, anarcho-communists were communists were killing each other over these like differences in ideology and the support.
No,
of
I
different
take your point.
things.
No, I take your
Yes.
point. But like when I say communist, I mean Marxist-Leninist. That's what I mean. Whether it's
Okay, but
technically true or accurate, right? Just like as you said,
You don't care. You don't care if it's true?
Socialist people define it broadly and mean different things. What I'm assuming most people mean, right, when they say they're a communist, is they're a Marxist-Leninist.
Right, so why don't we just get past the semantics and actually get to the actual prescriptions?
one more clip.
Let's get past the semantics and just say, all right, in terms of prescriptions, what do we want? Like, do you want me to cancel a show with Econoboy because he labels himself a socialist? Do you want me to stop interacting with anyone who labels himself a communist or hosting a show with that? So what do you actually want?
In terms of prescriptions, I would like CVS to fucking get their shit together and get my Vyvanse because I'm losing it.
Advocacy.
I want you to own them in the marketplace of ideas.
But I do have one more clip we have to play, so if we can watch that just real quick.
30 roommates
and
at
then we
least
will get through it. Sorry about the ads.
still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the pool.
And issue by issue, I'll be able to tell you because that's going to be more clarifying than just giving you a label.
Are you
Because
in
people just
favor-
project onto it whatever they want.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay, well that's pretty simple.
You say these things and you have this tone of voice. It's like
Yeah, you
like
can't
a
tell if
smart.
she's
So I
serious
can't
or
tell if you're
not,
being
yeah.
sarcastic or not.
She's so serious.
I know.
No, I'm dead serious on that one. I am. But
And
I guess
so-
I.
Is this what we wanted to see?
Yeah, what's the contradiction there?
I don't know. All right, what's the next
No
topic?
contradiction. Wait. So, that's part of your definition, right? It's part of your definition.
Tiny's
for what
done. He's like,
socialism meant.
no,
It
I don't
entailed
want
people
anymore.
being against
I'm
private property.
finished.
And private property here meaning capital, right? The means of production. So
Bro.
that is not inconsistent with someone being not a Marxist. Just because you
represents
support
some sort
the
of, like,
abolishment private
socialist
property
revolution
doesn't
in
make you a
America, like,
Marxist.
I
Do you
think
agree,
we
yes or no,
should-
Stephen?
Do what?
Do you agree, yes or no, that just because someone's in favor of the abolishment
Oh
of
my
private property,
god, yes
that
or
doesn't
no,
necessarily make
once
them a
again,
Marxist-Leninist?
fuck me.
Not necessarily, but if you're too scared to call yourself, or if you say
Ocean
you don't want to be a
Gate
socialist, but you
Titan.
are more extreme than that and you're a
Well,
communist,
sorry,
if you say that
Craig.
you're in favor of like the abolition of private
I'm
property,
not
if
pro
you-
socialism, but the whole thing of is just not logically sound. I mean, it so far our examples are that it has worked for a time, but then inevitably collapses. Because the world is largely capitalist. In order for socialism to work, you'd sort of have to have an entire world dynamic under socialism.
say, we don't have to watch it, I guess, but last clip is, I'm sure you'll explain this one too. When you say things like, oh yeah, I wish AOC would like a socialist revolution in the United States, where revolution historically is like aligned with a violent revolutionary overthrow of the capital class.
AOC says revolution. The politicians themselves are going to say,
This is the issue, and this is exactly why I said earlier I don't think AOC should call herself a socialist, because this is the game. This is like the meme, right? I don't think
And
AOC means a
even
violent
then-
revolution when she says it.
Even then, there are major issues that you'd have to get over, like, resources carry an inherent value in them just by virtue of their rarity. Labor carries an inherent value with it.
I don't think so, but like this is the game that you got to play.
But Aaron
Yeah.
does. But Aaron does.
Absolutely, yes.
Aaron
Of
does mean
course,
violent
yes,
revolution.
of
And that's
course.
based on so why are you distinguishing how AOC says it and Aaron says it? You justify that. Go.
Because when Aaron says it, Aaron says that she thinks that most socialists would be communists, but they're too scared to say it publicly, implying that her position is more radical than what most socialists would admit to.
Entailment there. That doesn't mean
Hold on,
anything.
wait.
Just
When
said.
somebody
No,
said-
you
do
know
you
what I miss, Daniel? I miss when he would play the piano. That was the best, when he would just turn around and play the piano. Yeah, I just think it's not a good argument. It's like trying to prove there's the largest number. Fair enough.
Wait, no, stop. Do you think it's more likely that it's more radical or less radical when she says that? What do you think that means when she says, I think most people would own being... No, I was just saying that. When she says, I don't think most people would own being communist publicly, so they call themselves socialists. What does she mean when she says that?
I think she says that communism has a particularly negative connotation, denotation, sort of embodied in the definition. But that doesn't imply. That's just saying that she thinks that the distinction between socialists and communists doesn't make. I don't
This is a Hassan game. This is ridiculous. Yeah.
wait,
Like,
wait,
socialism doesn't have a negative distinction in the United States, but communist does. Like, what a delusional take. Like, this is fucking retarded.
Wait. You acknowledge I didn't just say that, right?
What, you said that the reason why you might say
I didn't
that's
say
what it's. That's what I heard.
socialism
Restate it.
has a negative-
No, you said you made it sound like communism has a negative connotation versus socialism. I don't think there is one.
Did you acknowledge what I said there was comparative? I said comparing socialism and the term communism. And do you agree that communism has a more negative connotation than socialism? Yes or no?
Not meaningfully, no.
You don't think that the term communism, so you don't think there's a meaningful distinction in the connotation of communism and socialism in this country?
No. There is not a single person in the United States where you go, hey, somebody's like, are you a communist? You're like, oh, no, I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist. I'm like, oh, whew. No, that's fucking stupid. In the United States, we're hanging around a bunch of people who are like, oh, I'm socialist. You're like, oh, you're socialist? I'm actually a communist. I'm like, ooh, that guy's too much. So, no, it's fucking stupid. It's such a stupid.
You and I, Stephen, live in a different country.
Okay.
Obviously, so the proof is in the pudding. Do you think that Mamdani would have won the Democratic primary if he called himself a communist?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, I don't think he would have won. I think that there's a much more negative connotation on the term communist and they're socialist, and I don't even think that your audience, as sycophantic as it is, would deny that.
Oh my god.
I think right of Biden, these are synonyms.
I mean, I think it's okay. To be fair, I think it's obviously the case that, I mean, intuitively, right? I think there's a reason why a shitload of people in America identify themselves as socialist but not communist, right? Like, I think that there probably is both an ideological disagreement with people who generally call themselves communist, and also generally much more of a stigma for people who label themselves as communism. If these things were substantially the same and had substantially the same amount of stigma, then obviously you'd see a significant, basically, mixture of those two. But
because I think you're allowed.
You'd see a significant mixture of those things, but you don't. You see overwhelmingly people calling themselves socialists.
Because you're allowed to attach yourself like a cancer onto the democratic movement. That's why we have all these cute and clever words of like social democrat and democratic socialist, and like you have all these two ways to attach yourself to the democratic movement.
Why don't they call themselves democratic communists then? Like, it would be.
That's not the term that took hold. I don't know. Maybe eventually they'll make their way over there. I don't know. If they use communist instead of socialism, like, why they call themselves?
It's so beyond everything. So right now, you know that you're cooking this point. You know, but you can't optically right now.
You just heard your co-host say that they were for the abolition of private property, and they wish that more people would identify as communists, but who's going to do so publicly? And you don't think that they're like radical as fuck in terms of the Marxist-Leninist.
Even when everyone, not even Connor will defend the point, my boss, he won't defend the point that communism doesn't have a more connotative, like negative.
I already said it did, but I don't think it's like meaningfully more negative. Why are you saying? Oh, did you not hear me say that earlier? Did you not say it's not more meaningfully?
No. So I'm obviously saying meaningfully more different. It's meaningfully different.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I
would like
oh my god, dude, that's so fucking stupid.
I do have a question for the panel. If Straight Raid wanted to come on and be interrogated about these things,
I would love to talk to Straight Raid.
Okay. I would say do it after, because no, let's fuck all that. Do it after you want.
We do it after Hassan, don't we? I mean, we'll talk about Hassan. What I want to talk about is like, all right, so take Connor's critique. I want to hear about it. This is what I'm curious about. I want to know if you have anything to speak to. How do you think we, mere mortals, live and learn? How should we conform our conduct? What would you like to see from us that we're not doing right now?
I actually have something that I think you'd be quite amenable to. So if you actually think that capitalism and mixed economy capitalism is preferable to socialism as I defined it, the decommodification of basic human needs, only the means of production, if you think that's genuinely better, then when you have MLs or when you have socialists on your program, I would like to see you challenge them. Not just on rhetoric and efficacy and all that kind of bullshit. I would like to see you fight them on the economics.
This is how cooked this is, right? Like in that conversation with the Vanguard, we weren't discussing liberalism versus capitalism. We were discussing the best way. Wait, let me finish my thought. We were discussing the best way to get Biden's agenda. That's what's so silly about this whole thing. We were discussing about what tactically we should have done for Biden's agenda. So for you guys to paint this as it was ideological and you didn't get pushback,
I don't need a 5-minute sermon.
No, it was about tactics to enact Biden's vision.
I don't need or want a 5-minute sermon. So okay, so Pisco, let me tell you about this. Okay, this is my problem. This actually, and it's indicative of this entire 2.5-hour conversation. What I'm saying is that there are authoritarian dissident freaks on the far left and on the right. And on the right, the dissident right-wing freaks have infected and destroyed the party that I was a part of. 55% of the party that I identified with growing up is now dead because of these fucking monsters. And so when I look to the left and I see a bunch of normie liberals, capitalists, fucking all this bullshit, playing footsie with revolutionary socialists, not only does that turn me off, hold on, I'm not done yet. Thank you for your condescending look and your open mouth. I don't need it right now. Thank you. So when I see that, I'm going to criticize it, because what I don't want to happen is you and other people like you spending 3 hours sweeping for the fucking far left, and then as a result, they become more powerful and more emboldened. It's indicative in this conversation, it's indicative in the Vanguard conversation, it's indicative in the way that you talk about Hassan Piker, it's indicative in the way that you talk about the far left.
Fuck Hassan.
It doesn't matter when people told you about the things that he's done, you said, I don't know that, I need to research. Anybody who knows the name Hassan Piker knows half a dozen of the bad shit he's done, and you plead ignorance.
Okay,
you plead ignorance.
One more question before we end.
Wait. Can we
have 3 hours? It's dinner time.
I can get to the Hassan thing. You said that you would vote for, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trump over Hassan. Can you explain why?
His pizza's getting
cold. Are you asking me?
Yeah.
The issue that I have with that Twitter thread is that like there's a meaningful difference, and because it was like moving between all of these at some point in time. Of are you talking about casting the deciding vote? Are you talking about who you're more ideologically aligned with? Are you talking about voting for somebody assuming they would have full control of the party? Or are you talking about voting for somebody assuming they would have full control of the party and a full backing of the entire government? Like all of these questions have different answers.
Hassan's party wins. Hassan wins.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying like, are you saying like if Hassan were to win and was able to enact a significant portion of his agenda?
Yes.
Then I would vote for Trump easily. That's not even a question.
Okay. So I would give it to Pisco. What about you? Again, Trump?
Yeah, so first let me just clarify the question as Stephen did. I never intended to ask that question of Hassan without constraints. I think it's fucking delusional to think that that's how you initially understood that question, given the fact that embedded in your response, your initial response.
The other question doesn't make sense, Pisco. The other
question answer the Pisco. Yes or no, Pisco? Yes or no? Trump or Hassan, Pisco?
If Hassan's irrelevant but he wins political power, then that vote doesn't fucking matter. So how is that your point?
So the conclusion that Stephen was interpreting that question to be Hassan without constraints is preposterous, given the fact that he was referencing as one of the reasons to vote for Trump over Hassan in that scenario, Trump's constraints over the Trump during his constraint period in the 4 years. He said, look, Trump wasn't able to accomplish what he did in those 4 years. We haven't had a destroyed country. Clearly, he was referencing Trump with constraints to Hassan with constraints. That's obviously what the question asked. That's what your people understood.
No, the constraints on Hassan would be significantly greater though than the constraints on Trump.
No, but the whole point is no one was understanding that question. You included when I initially asked it. I mean, without constraints.
Okay, wait. So just to be clear, so your question was, would I prefer to elect Donald Trump into a system today where he has undying cult-like support from the entire Republican establishment, okay, from all the media and from the Supreme Court? Would I prefer Donald Trump to be elected, or would I prefer Hassan Piker, who probably would barely even be able to be sat as president of the United States? The Democratic Party. That's the question that you were legitimately asking?
No, I mean not quite. Not until he starts going, "You genocidal monster! You monster!" Or like we need a good golly gee.
So the question I was asking is
that's when you've got your
president
going.
of the United States carrying all the assumptions that you would normally take in any of those situations where you ask who you vote for president. I wasn't implying obviously complete dictatorial control.
Boom.
Anyone who thinks that that's how I
were you implying a similar level of control of what Trump has now?
I was implying whatever. I was agnostic as to like Congress. I was agnostic.
How can you be agnostic to that? These are the most important things.
No. But what I wasn't asking, and what's clear that you didn't.
No, don't say what you weren't asking. What was the actual question?
I wasn't asking. The question was the normal set of assumptions of.
There are no normal set of assumptions. Hassan isn't even a political figure. Yes. He's not a politician.
So if I were to ask you, would you vote for CounterPoints or Trump? How would you answer? You would have a set of assumptions, wouldn't you?
No, I would ask you for clarification. What do you mean? Like assuming that?
Yeah, we're voting for a president of the United States constrained in the normal ways that a president is.
Constrained in the normal ways, like Connor. I don't know if he can do anything. No, stop! Shut up! Stop being obtuse. Pisco is being obtuse. I'm asking a very clear and obvious question, right? If you're talking about what does it mean to vote for somebody, and you say with the normal constraints is what Connor said earlier. Hassan wouldn't be elected. So are you talking about a country that would have the political environment that would elect Hassan Piker? Here, you know what? Here's a better one. Given the same constraints of the system, would you rather have Donald Trump as the president or Stalin as the president?
Yeah, I think probably Trump. Yeah.
Then you agree with me?
Wait. No, I don't agree with you. I think Stalin is much different. I have no evidence. I have no evidence that Hassan is like Stalin.
You just don't know anything about. Yeah, I mean, like that's his. That's literally his political ideology.
Do you think that Stalin? I could read the evidence.
No. In the ways that matter. Like Stalin.
Yeah, I can answer that.
So you think that Stalin and Hassan? So Hassan is a genocidal freak. That's what you think.
I don't know if I'd say genocidal freak, but Hassan is a Stalinist, like a Marxist-Leninist. Yes.
No, but he's not similar. Do you think that Hassan would enact a genocide in this country?
It could happen. Yes.
Hold on.
Yes. What's your evidence that Hassan would enact a genocide in this country?
Because a Marxist-Leninist, because when other vanguard parties are coming to power, like in fucking China and the Soviet Union, they ended up having genocides. Yes.
So you think that Hassan is pro-genocide in this country?
I don't know if Stalin or Mao were pro-genocide. That's a stupid question. You're trying to do this yes or no shit on complicated political issues. You don't understand the politics. Do you think that Stalin? Wait. Do you think that Stalin was pro-genocide? Yes or no? Just or no?
Yeah.
No, you're fucking retarded. You're an idiot. You're fucking retarded.
Yes or no?
Wait, Connor, you agree with that Stalin is pro-genocide?
That's great. He's a Republican. I expect you to agree with that.
I believe. Hold on. Holy shit. I can actually answer questions, unlike you Spurs. Yeah, Stalin wanted to fucking kill the fuck out of the Ukrainians. However, Pisco, what I'll answer directly to you is that I think if Hassan was put into power the same way that Stalin was, he 100% would create thought crimes. He 100% would incarcerate people without trial. He would 100% do mass executions of ideological enemies, namely capitalists. And I have evidence.
Yeah, he said he wants to kill all the landlords.
He said he wants to kill all the landlords.
Not just that. I literally have, in preparation for the debate, I wrote down
I'll ask you, Connor. If Trump had total power and he had no checks, do you think he would kill political rivals?
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%. So what's the disparity there?
Okay, hold on. I want an opportunity to answer this question because I feel like you guys are talking past me. Okay, and I get we're wrapping. All right. So with Trump right now, we have he's a cult-like leader within the Republican Party, but he does have some institutional checks on his power. For the sake of the hypothetical, I presumed in order for Hassan to be of similar power, he would have a similar situation. He's not in total control. We still have Republican checks on the limits of his power, but he has a cult-like following within the left. Okay, that's what I presume. And what I would say is that his sense of isolationism, his sense of pro-terrorism, his sense of wanting to backstab the Western world, him hating mixed economy capitalism, I think he would be just as large of a danger or more of a danger than Donald Trump. And I can back that up factually.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like 50 times he's a Marxist-Leninist. Like it sounds like openly, outwardly said that.
Hang on a second. Wait, Destiny. You acknowledge I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist.
But that's essentially like the bluepernt for what Stalin did. Yes, it's the he's on the program like championing like Lenin's literature and shit, like overthrowing states and shit. Yeah.
Steven. I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist. And when I was talking, I want to address, because you put a video of it, where I was like addressing some people who are following Hassan and getting his clips, basically where they were talking about this re-education camps. And what was told to me is this is an example of Hassan explicitly in favor of re-education camps. I want to be clear about something. I have now seen the clips of Hassan calling himself a Marxist-Leninist. People have brought that to my attention. I asked these people, do you have clips of himself calling himself a Marxist-Leninist? What's the evidence? What's the strongest evidence? At no point, and there's even something where I explicitly said this, did I say Hassan wasn't a Marxist-Leninist? And I just want to repeat for like the 10th time, I do not like Hassan Piker.
If you think he's an ML, what would the significant difference between his administration and Stalin's?
Because I do think that Hassan is not.
Lenin.
No, Stalin. No, do Stalin. What is he saying?
We'll do Stalin because so I think the key distinctions are, I think that if you take a look at the different personalities, that Stalin seems like a worse overall person, has worse people in his ear. I think that Hassan has some friends who I think are generally like good people like Adam Friedland.
Okay, here's a question. First of all,
let me finish. Adam Friedland in the cabinet. Wait. I think
Adam Friedland would not be part of Hassan's fucking communist government.
I think culturally he's much more likely to be more moderate in terms of the genocidal stuff that Stalin was able to get away with because of the American culture that he's a part of. And so, and I think also, by the way, that in the context, if we're actually putting real constraints on it, I think the military and the police would be much less apt to do abuses under a Hassan Piker administration than they would under.
Here's a question: if Hassan was the president of the United States and he could push a button and say Israel has become a one state right now, that will probably lead to a genocide of the Jews there until the majority of them leave. Do you think that he would push that button?
Wait, push the button to do what? Sorry?
To turn Israel, Palestine into a single state that would probably result in the next 5 years of some genocide or genocidal campaign against the Jews there until all of them basically leave. Do you think Hassan would push that button?
Yes. Would you push the button for Israel's conduct right now? Do you support Israel's conduct right now?
Fuck no.
Okay,
but also this isn't about me. Okay, so hold on. So that means Trump
is willing to abide. Trump is willing to abide.
Would you vote for Trump or Destiny as president?
Israel's conduct right now.
Okay.
I would vote for Destiny. I'm honest.
Hold on. Wait. But hold on. You just said that Stalin being genocidal was a key differentiator between him and Hassan. So Hassan would be genocidal in some cases, right? Depending on who the people are. He probably was into Polish people, right? He said as much.
No, but you're asking in a context in which for Hassan the trade-off is genocide. The current genocide, he views it as a current genocide. What's going on in Gaza? And I guess the question would just be like, which genocide is entailed.
Sure. And for Stalin, it was: do we have enough crops to feed the people in Moscow? Do we have enough crops for the people?
But in terms of the internal, I think there's a significant difference in terms of the internal potentiality for genocide. And I just want to be clear about something. I don't support Hassan Piker. So let's get to the prescription. I am not trying to build a bridge with Hassan Piker.
No, but every single point you will stand
up. I'm not protecting Hassan Piker. How am I protecting Hassan Piker?
Okay, if you want to run the last topic, so like at this point in time, do you admit that there is absolutely zero evidence whatsoever that there was any kind of discriminatory activity towards him in his whole TSA adventure, and that he lied at multiple points about it?
Wait. So I agree he lied, but you and I both agreed, didn't you? Didn't you agree that the main reason, the most probable thing that happened on anything else you said this, was that viewpoint discrimination played a role in his rejection of global entry? You did say that. You said it.
When did I say that?
On record.
Wait, right here. Talk to me. What was the viewpoint discrimination?
Yeah, I'm saying what you said. What you said
you need to say what I said. You need to quote me from 2 months ago. I'm right here. What is the viewpoint discrimination?
You said something that Hassan said was the most likely reason that he was denied or
correct. That's not viewpoint discrimination, though. That's not viewpoint discrimination. That's content discrimination. If you talk about killing politicians, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Do you think that if Hassan Piker talked about killing Democrats or whatever, that he also wouldn't have been flagged maybe on global entry if he had a tweet blow up about having a Democratic politician killed?
I'm not sure for the purpose of this.
Wait. You're not sure. I thought you were 100% vindicated. But even subject to viewpoint discrimination when they went to TSA.
I am vindicated on that. I'm not sure as between a Democratic candidate, what I think would probably happen is that no, he wouldn't be. I don't know is the answer. I truly don't know.
Then what's the viewpoint discrimination?
Let me talk about this, right? So content-based restrictions are also subject to strict scrutiny. Do you know that?
Yes, they can be, but viewpoint discrimination is even stricter. It's even stricter. Viewpoint discrimination is almost never going to pass because you're not just saying you can't kill a politician. You're saying you can't kill a certain type of politician. The viewpoint.
My inclination is that if Hassan said that about Bernie Sanders, he wouldn't have had his global entry revoked. That is my inclination, but regardless, it doesn't matter. It's overdetermined. When I say it's overdetermined, I mean it doesn't matter. Like content-based restrictions are subject to strict scrutiny.
Sure, for laws, sure, yes. For expedited entry to global entry, I'm not sure. Probably not.
Secretary Chicken Nuggets.
You did agree to something he said before was the most likely reason that he had global entry revoked.
Yes.
Correct?
Do you agree that you can say things that maybe would make it worth it to have your global entry revoked?
Yes. There are certain things you could say that would have it.
Cool.
Okay.
Do you think that one of those things might be talking about killing a politician?
Well, it depends if that is a truth. If it is a truth threat or not. If it's a truth threat. So for example, if someone takes something that you said, Stephen, if someone says something that you said, and like what you said, for example, about.
Hold on. Let me hedge off here. If I got an email, no, because if I got an email and I found out that I got kicked out of global entry because of what I said about the fucking firefighter or whatever, I'd probably be like, sure, yeah. No shit. You think I'm gonna go on the internet? You think I'm gonna be like, oh, I can't believe that I can't make death threats about people and they're gonna kick me out of the expedited security screening list?
What if they denied you? What if they denied you a gun on the basis of that opinion?
That would be much different. That's a much stronger. Wait, you're talking about. Hold on. You're talking about a constitutionally guaranteed right versus expedited screening through airplane security. We're not even talking about being.
So let's move on. So what about a driver's license then?
No.
Why not?
Wait, this is not responsible.
Why not?
What evidence do we have that Hassan was discriminated against for like for a political reason, for something that we wouldn't ordinarily expect somebody to be kicked out of an expedited security screening program for? Do we have any evidence of that whatsoever? Yes or no?
So any evidence? Yes. The fact that the most likely statement that you've attributed, and which I probably agree, is like either Rick Scott comment or the comments on the Houthis in Palestine and Israel. I take all of those to be content-based restriction, viewpoint discrimination. That would be insidious.
Okay, so you think that somebody outwardly supporting a terrorist group that's declared a terrorist group, that they shouldn't be allowed to be removed from expedited airport security screening for that?
Yes. Let me ask you a question. So with respect to a driver's license, do you think
this is not even remotely.
So
if you want to talk about like an expedited life, a driver's license, we can do it. No, because it's retarded. It's such an unbelievable. No, pivot. I'm dodging your pivot. That's right.
What's different?
You're pivoting. I dodged your pivot. I dodged the pivot. I've already seen this entire conversation. I'm going to say, having a driver's license is a right. Well, it's not really. It's a privilege. Is it a privilege? It's like, it's the exact same thing. I've seen the entire argument, and I already see how fucking retarded it is. You already admitted that you don't think somebody should be able to be kicked off of an expedited security security list on an airplane because they talk about killing politicians. That's crazy.
Let's go.
That's all I got. I'm good. You got it. You got it.
You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer. I'm just gonna put it out there. So this is the question: because of the support for a terrorist organization, should someone be denied a driver's license? Because a driver's license is not a right; it is a privilege. It's purely at the discretion of the state. If it wanted to, can kick you off a driver's license for something trivial, for a parking offense, for anything. Really, there are tons of different restrictions. They don't have to be.
You know what?
Totally tailored.
Totally tailored. Wait. What does strict screening entail, Pisco?
Yeah. You need a compelling person.
Wait. What would the compelling interest be to deny somebody a driver's license? What would be the compelling reason to deny a driver's license because they support a terrorist group?
I don't have it because I think it's
exactly.
on all force.
Do you think there might be a compelling reason to deny somebody
it's on all force? Yeah, what is it?
The fact that it might make them somebody who's worth screening in the ordinary manner that we screen people to come back to the United States?
Wait. Hang on a second. So, as a security threat, it is a compelling purpose for global entry, but as a security threat, it's not a compelling purpose for a driver's license. Explain that.
Because I think that there are a lot of people that can have some kind of support for terrorists or whatever that can drive around a car. I think that the interest on the side of the citizen for having a driver's license driving areund just because you have a fucking support or whatever for some terrorist thing doesn't make it revoke your driver's license. I don't think that law would be.
Terrorists use cars to kill people. Terrorists use cars to kill people. Islamic terrorists use cars to kill people.
What was the other part of the strict screening analysis that you said? Narrowly tailored. Do you think that revoking a driver's license for somebody is narrowly tailored?
Drop it on the same fucking side.
Why is it different? Why is it different?
Can someone travel?
Because yeah, exactly. No, you're correct, Wick. To make it more comparable, if you were to talk about banning him from all airline travel, I'd say, well, now hold on. Now we've got that is not narrowly tailored. Now we're talking about something completely different. If you wanted to compare this to going in an expedited line at a DMV to skip the ordinary background check, then sure, maybe we could talk. If you support terrorists, you don't get the expedited DMV line. But you're talking about just having a driver's license and to compare that to the expedited screening list, that is not correct because you're right. Strict screening has to be narrowly tailored on a compelling state interest, and I believe that it is narrowly tailored just to kick somebody off of global entry with a compelling state interest, which is the security of our fucking airplane. Their speech is not being denied. They're not making their speech illegal. They're not crafting the law against the speech in any way, shape, or form. No, they're not. They're just not having them on the expedited security list, which is not even remotely comparable to having a driver's license, and you fucking know that.
So with respect to Muslims, if you had a ban, just to finish this, with respect to Muslims who you would agree a higher incidence of Islamic terrorism, correct? Muslims?
They might. Yeah, probably. I don't know if that's true or not. Don't white nationalists have more? Don't white nationalists do more terrorism in the United States than fucking Muslims?
Yeah. But specifically, okay. So let's take white nationalists. Do you think it would be acceptable to say white nationalists need not apply for global entry?
If it was like something like, let's say it was like the Proud Boys, I would say probably yeah. It was probably yeah for expedited security screening. Probably yeah. I've already admitted that. I already said that my comments online, and I even joke about it. If my fucking global entry, I get it. Yeah. It's global entry. It's expedited security screening.
Regardless of this, we have a different opinion about the right here. I'm not being if I'm just like
you were on a 2-week total vindication lap about that. We were totally right on this issue.
We have a disagreement. So Stephen, you and I have this disagreement about how much the right should protect, what we're okay with in terms of viewpoint discrimination. None of this is saying that we have to be unhinged with respect to giving Hassan a pass. I have a more protective view of the First Amendment than you do in this specific instance. Why isn't that not an honest disagreement? Why does it have to become I'm being a fucking poster boy for Hassan Piker?
Because an honest disagreement would say I think that maybe you should be able to support or give verbal support over terrorist organizations, and I don't think this is a good reason to kick somebody off an expedited screening list. But that wasn't your position. Your position was he was explicitly targeted by the government because of speech that he's made in order to kick him off this list just to harass him individually.
So you agree with that, but you just think that you have a different sense of whether that's okay or not. You agree with that factual component that it's the most likely outcome.
Your thing was not, you said your interpretation was he was explicitly and specifically targeted because of stuff that you thought was like clearly violative of. He said what? We don't even know the truth. It could have literally been a random screening.
I want to give a counterpoint a chance to leave.
Well, sure. Here, I just question. Wait. Just one final question. What evidence could there be? Like, could it have been a random screening because it was 20 minutes long and nothing happened? You agree that nothing bad happened besides him getting asked questions for 20 minutes?
When you say could, what do you mean? Do you mean like could it be like logically? Is it possible that?
Yeah, could it have just been? What's more likely?
Logically, it's possible. I think it's way more likely that his stop at the global entry line had to do because his global entry was revoked. You agree?
No.
Okay. I think that being in the global entry line, global entry, that you're being stopped, it's most likely because you don't have global entry, right?
Have you?
Look, watch this music video, Stephen. Are they a musical people? Yes or no?
Ever traveled internationally before?
Yes.
If you go to the wrong line, they don't pull you aside for 20 minutes of questioning. They tell you to go to the other line. I don't know why you think going to the global entry line, we got to pull this guy aside for expedited question. They would just say, hey, you don't go to the other line. So no, probably nothing to do.
Give me a 2-sentence summary of the debate. Liberals and progressives are being useful dumbasses for socialists.
Gang. This has been a show. We're gonna give the mic to each of these individuals to give closing statements and where you can find them. I've linked to all their stuff in my YouTube description. If you've enjoyed the show for whatever reason, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We do stuff like this all the time. It's very fun. I'm gonna keep streaming after. They can stay if they want. They can leave if they want. I don't care. I have some things to say, but we're gonna give it first to Counterpoints, then we're gonna let Pisco have the last word, and then we'll just go around. Go ahead, Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I came to this conversation hoping to discuss the fact that I feel like progressives are sometimes useful idiots for socialists. I also had a pretty clear definition of socialism that I asserted half a dozen times. Instead, I got accused of being a conspiracy nut and that I didn't know history. I feel like I've consistently demonstrated that I have a decent command of history. I also think I have a decent command of the definitions. And while I am a fan of Pisco and Econoboy, despite, maybe any mean words that I said tonight, I do feel like they're being usefully stupid for infinitely more nefarious characters. Yes. And that's the position I started with. That's the position that I'm going to end with. If you guys want to fight at a later date or time, I'm happy to do so. And then if you want to find me, Counterpoints 40K is my main channel. That's my Warhammer channel. Counterpoint Politics is where I post the VODs from my streams Monday through Friday. I am live on a channel called Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling Network Common Spelling. Type that into your search bar, subscribe to it, watch me from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. EST. And then on Tuesdays, I'm live on my home channel, Counterpoint complex politics. But I parasocially love you. I still love you guys, even though I chatted mad shit and used homophobic language. So looking forward to the next one.
Hey, thanks for being here. Counterpoints, we really appreciate you. Go check him out.
Yep.
I'm out of his day to come on our show. Give him that courtesy.
No. Not homophobic, okay? Heteronormative.
Destiny, please.
I think it's a good question to ask who we want to include in our Democratic Party apparatus. I think that the majority of this has to do with us as being media figures, so people in the media. I don't think there's anything wrong with including people who have some fundamental base values and agreement that generally revolve around concepts related to liberalism and free market enterprise. I think those are hugely important parts of the United States. I think they're an important part of wealth generation. Even when Econoboy brings up, Norway, and he talks about all the money that they get from their global wealth fund, like the majority of this is invested in literally international stocks from capitalist ran companies. I think that like the defense of capitalism and free market enterprise is an essential part of the United States. I think that if you want to talk about reforms or redistribution of wealth, I think all of that is great. All of that can happen within the basket of a liberal capitalist country. I don't think that we should seek to keep people inside of our movement who would literally dispossess the majority of our movement if they had the power to do so. When people are talking about things like re-education camps, and it's not just random people, but it is literally some of the largest figures that represent that label in the media sphere, I'm way more likely to look to that person. Like Pisco said, I look at use definitions of words, not just strict definitions of words, and I have to look to the communist manifesto.
You guys are right. Like, when he says it like that, he's definitely trying to get the puss, dude. He's trying to crush puss.
And when you've got people like that, or people like Aaron saying that they would ban all forms of private enterprise or all forms of private property, I don't think that these are people that you need to ideologically align yourself with, just the same way that I would ideologically align myself with some third positionist Nazi because he says he also wants social healthcare. He just only wants it for white people. So he's willing to have it for everybody first until we kick all the black people out. I think that when we talk about who we should include in our movement, I think one of the most important things we should look for is reciprocity. I think that this conversation would be totally fucking different if there were all of these socialist shows where people like Crystal and Kyle were arguing back and forth with each other about like, hey, don't you think we go like a little bit too hard on the liberals sometimes, or don't you think that maybe we should be like a little bit nicer to some of these people, rather than who the fuck can we primary in the Democratic Party? Who are these like
sometimes when I'm really happy with the setup, or just like
Crystal Ball is literally
in the moment when I feel like copying shit, I might make my own.
A Michigan senator because she doesn't have the most pure position possible on fucking Israel-Palestine. So I don't think that we should align ourselves with a group of people who say cut a liberal and a fascist leads, and liberals always side with fascists. And I think that if you're looking at people you want to align with, look for people who are also building a bridge your way, not just people who are looking to funnel people off of your movement.
Okay, thank you for being here. Check out his channel. I don't really need to promote him. He's the biggest guy here. Econoboy, go ahead.
Hey! Wick just little gupped everyone on the fucking panel. He just little gupped everyone on the fucking panel. No, I know. I just don't. I haven't had the need
what's up, guys?
to
I'm
do
Econoboy,
it yet
econoboy.substack.com. If you're interested in the writing that I do, if you want to know what my actual positions are, I did literally write them down in an article series that's now posted. So if you're interested in learning what my real positions are, go over there, econoboy.substack.com. And what I would say about the summary of the debate is this. Number one, Connor clearly actually doesn't know shit about history because he seemed completely unfamiliar with the entire history of actually existing socialist governments outside
I know this
of...
is natural, but go fuck yourself.
These guys
I didn't interrupt you. You said I was stupid. I mean, we're just throwing it back. Connor, calm down. So the point is, Connor doesn't actually know shit about history, to be fair, because he was completely unaware about the entire history of actually existing socialist governments in Oceania, and also Europe. So that was just the thing that I tried to add to the debate. When it comes to Connor, when it comes to Destiny, I feel like Destiny really didn't understand my point about Norway and like Nordic institutions. My only point about that is that the U.S. could build domestic sovereign wealth funds easier than Norway because the U.S. has a lot of financial capital available to it, whereas Norway doesn't. Like Norway literally, like the capacity of like the Norwegian financial capital market couldn't handle all their oil wealth. To the extent that it could, I would argue that it probably should, but that's a totally different discussion. On the actual topic of the debate, here's the last thing that I'll say. I do appreciate that it seems like Destiny clarified and narrowed his position to a substantial degree, that we shouldn't treat everyone who uses the socialist label as a Nazi. Instead, we should treat certain people in the socialist left media space as Nazis, quote unquote, and kind of exclude them from the movement. I pointed out several times that that is actually a statement that all four of us, all five of us, I guess, actually agree with. That to the extent that people in the media are like militantly anti-democratic party and just like really bad faith with Democrats all the time, and they're trying to just occupy democratic spaces for their own ends and not to try and push forward an electoral movement, we should exclude them from the inter-party and from strategic discussions and from platforms like the DNC. I've only said my position, I'll repeat, is that we should take advantage of their platforms insofar as Democrats actually want to like participate in their platforms, not them participate in our platforms. And I think that was just a useful clarification. To the extent that Destiny and Wick are interested, I look forward to the socialism versus capitalism debate in the future because it seems like the people want that as well. But I'd have fun doing it. Anyway, it was really fun, guys. There was a lot of useful clarification, I feel like, and yelling between Destiny and Pisco. And I love you too, Connor, even though you're a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. But I do love you too.
Okay, thank you for being here. You can check out his Substack. I've linked it in my YouTube description, and you can find him streaming on Live and Learn and other podcasts. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Peace out.
Yeah, as I predicted, I don't think there's a ton of substantive disagreement here. I think at the heart of this is some kind of semantic confusion or a debate about what the term socialism means, what the term communist means, and these different subcategories of people. And there, I just think that there's a bizarre interpretation and special pleading, really, from Connor and Steven, that socialism doesn't include single payer. Well, if use is meaning, that's people call that socialized medicine. Socialism doesn't include places like China. People use that term that way. The major socialist figures in the Democratic Party wouldn't be considered by most people who use the term socialism to be socialist themselves. That's not how people use the term, but that's kind of a semantic disparity without much significance to it. But but actually check out the substantive disagreement here. When it comes to Marxist-Leninists and the people, when we use the term like tanky to refer to people who like substantively don't believe in our constitutional order or who substantively want to get rid of the rights that we hold dear, there's a full agreement. We don't agree that those people should be making decisions. We don't agree that they should be in the halls of power. I think that we agree that like we should interact with them in terms of where it's useful for Democrats to do that. I think that that's fine. So I don't think that there's actually much disagreement on that front at all. But it seems like there's like a special pleading, I'm going to say, for the kind of prescription. Okay, we should kick out people with the socialist label, but just in the media space, not people who are politicians. If they're politicians, have the ticket. You shouldn't let the socialist label scare you away. But it, certainly, like we should kick out Econoboy from Live and Learn because he uses the socialist term label. But is that more of a problem with the name of the show being Live and Learn? Is that the problem, or is the problem that he uses the socialist label at all? And so, what actually is the problem here? Is the problem that we were too tonally respectful to the vanguard when we were discussing? I want to sort of stress again how to best implement the Biden agenda. It wasn't a discussion about socialism versus capitalism. We weren't saying like, oh yeah, maybe we should have a vanguard party. It was a discussion about like tactics that Biden could use to implement his own agenda. And what, tone policing, that like we were fucking pussyfooting around when there's big substantive disagreement, and we gave our back into Hutch on discrete points, like on the Manchin point, on the Joe Biden legislation accomplishment points, on the point about the student loan stuff. And if that's the case, why doesn't it apply equally to Stephen and Connor, who sometimes, yeah, they disagree. I agree, they disagree when they bring on some of these conservative figures, but they play nice with them. Fundamentally, it's a respectful conversation. You talk to Ben Shapiro, respectful. Talk to Myron Gaines, respectful. Even talk to Nick Fuentes at a certain time, respectful conversation. So is it really just the tone about it? We didn't get too much into the specific examples of us like pussyfooting for Hassan Piker. I want to stress, I do not like Hassan Piker. I never said Hassan Hamas Piker, whatever you want to call him, wasn't a Marxist-Leninist. On the specific semantic disagreement about like Aaron Schrader rating communism versus Marxist-Leninism, I think that's an interesting semantic discussion. I think that Stephen and Connor are probably wrong about that, but I don't think that that's anything about what's going on here. This is not about those distinctions. It's not about our distinctions on the First Amendment and should viewpoint discrimination matter for support of terrorist groups or anything like that. What's going on here is, frankly, this is my opinion, realistically, these guys hate Hassan for probably good reasons, some good reasons. And so we're all just trying to get at that and calibrate our ideology and our rules and our prescriptive rules on that specific thing.
Here we fucking go.
All right, I'm good. All right, listen. This was a.
He fucking dipped. He didn't even do his closing.
Quite the adventure. I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna go do stuff. This was what a wild ride. Oh, I said if I did make a whole thing for this, but I don't think we got through like fucking any of this debate prep. So Jesus Christ. Oh my God, what a convo. All right, I love you guys. You can go watch Wick and hang out with him afterwards. Be careful. Stay safe. I love you all so much.
Wow. Wow. That was fucking something, bro. That was fucking something. Good Lord. All right. Jesus. Let's go. Yes, bro. Let's go. Woo! All right, come on. Let's have a good time guesser too. Let's go. I just finished it. What do I need clues for, Daniel? I fucking nailed it. Oh no, we're starting with black and white. Oh, this has got to be Broadway, right? This is like Times Square, right? Or near it, at least. Broadway. Text Mamma Mia. Might not be Times Square, but fuck it. Close enough. There's a Jollibee in Times Square? What is that? And then, oh man. Are there phones on tables? $2,000 something Tony Awards. If we're texting something to somewhere, it's got to be like the 2000s, right? It's on Broadway. $2013. Okay. Okay. Other side of Times Square. Oh no. What the fuck? What? What? Bro, what? Bro, what? Yeah, fuck, dude. We're definitely gonna drop points on this one. Look at these fucking shoes. have no clue. I don't fucking know, dude. Yeah, you can't tell. You can't tell at all. It might be Soviet, but like you really just can't tell. Yeah, I know they're not Cyrillic. They're wearing clogs. I don't know, bro. You figured it out? Fuck. What are you thinking? Oh. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. It's Prague, but where in Prague? I'm gonna say here. Fuck it. 67. 3.3 kilometers. Ugh. Okay, we can make that up. Oh, that's why they're wearing clogs, because it was Ajax. Oh, man. This is Greek. Star David. This looks like maybe the 70s or the 80s. Probably the 80s. Athenash. So Athens. Don't know where. 83. No way! Oh, that was big. That was a big one. Iran. And where? And who? Oh, that's fucking Belarus, right? Some tunnel between Iran and Belarus? Does that make sense? I don't think so. Wait. Turkmenistan. That's probably what it is, right? Tajikistan. Actually. Wait, what? Huh. Because that says Tajikistan. Tajikistan. Right there. Yeah, but like there's this tunnel here. It's like some big tunnel opening. (2005 to 2011). That looks like it's on that ending. This guy is still the leader of Tajikistan, I think. Yeah, wait, but here's the problem with that, brother. Here's Iran. Here's Tajikistan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're fucking trolling right now. They might have helped them build a tunnel or something, is my guess. Fuck. What is this? Oh, brother. This has got to be it, right? Because that's fucking huge. Wait. Shariston. Let's see if we can see that anywhere here. No. Let's see if there's another big tunnel somewhere. That makes sense, probably, that it's that one. Because that looks really long and important. Oh, I wonder if it's like connecting some of these exclaves. Jesus Christ. That would be awful. No. I'm thinking it's here. I don't know what side of the tunnel it is, though, so I'll just kind of split the difference, do it in the middle. Let's see, what do we got? 5 years off, 49.3 kilometers. Oh, there was another tunnel right here. Well, at least it was very close. Oh! Yeah, definitely Mexio. Like here. These are giving me earlier 19th century vibes. We're going to drop some points here, boys. Will we make it? Will we get over 5,600? Here we go. Bro, those pants, 1930s. Absolutely. Pants up here around the belly, that's some 1930s shit, bro. Let's go. All right. Bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube retards. Bye-bye.